Ding! Are we live? Wait for it. Wait for it. There it is. It's Monday, baby. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you subscribe. You're on mobile. Press hide chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly Watchlist and main channel. It's going to be an exciting one. We have definitely a lot that we're going to talk about this week. You're also going to be getting Powell as well. You got 20 other central banks, and it's going to be a central bank party this week. So it should be excited. Happy Monday. I'm excited. It should be exciting. But I hope you're having a wonderful day. Good to be back, Chad. We missed you. So before we get into any of the good stuff, we got plays. We got all of that. I hope you're prepared. But good morning. How are you? Hey, Jake from State Farm. Good morning, Uncle Mark. Oh, Merry Christmas, baby. Merry Christmas. 2 more weeks till Christmas. Sam Spence, Mr. Lozano, Rufus, not your average Joe. Top of the morning, top of the morning, top of the morning. Let's get this shit. Let's get this shit. Let's get this shit. Mr. Alexander Ray, Jay out, my guy. Mr. Salzman. Oh, you mad from Canada up in the morning, baby. Even the realtors are up. Oh, show him what's up, you mad. Show him what's up. What's up, Mr. Piccioli? Adrian, Jaria, Janie, Curty, Man. Oh, Mr. Clarity, Romero. Oh, the Watcha. Oh, Mr. O'Neill, Wesley O'Neill. Oh, we see Wesley O'Neill. Love you, baby. Love you. Oh, Mr. Angus. Mr. Angus. What's up, Pablo? Oh, passive trader. I like passive. Oh, GM. I mean, Gerald. I combined like 2 names there, but right? Are you guys ready? It is Powell week. It's Monday. I missed you, Chad. I missed you. You feeling good? Are you feeling ready, huh? You feel good? Can we get some blessings here in the chat? Can we get the blessings bright and early with the random play? I think we're gonna get blessed with it. Let's get blessed with the random play, man. Let's see what the chat. I have a surprise for you too. I don't know how big of a surprise it's gonna be. I don't want to hype you up too much. All right, 106 comments. Shout out to every single person who has posted on the random play generator. Let's make it a good one. I love you. Lord bless you. Let's go. Oh, Vuti for Abivi? Vuti? I don't know what that means. Pick another one. Oh, we here, baby. We here. Okay. Third time's a charge. It's going to be a good one. It's a go. A random play. FXY, March 18th, 89 calls. Okay, I could take that. I could take that one. I'm cool with that one. I like it. So let me get that hit. I'll get that hither. And then we'll be good to go, baby. We'll be good to go. So, again, going to be an exciting week. There's already a couple movers, but surprisingly, we're not up as much. We're up a little bit more to start out the morning. I think everything global is pretty good. So, let us get into it. So, U.S. futures and European stocks were in the green before a wave of central bank decisions this week. The 10-year Treasury yield inched lower to 1.47, and the dollar pushed higher. The lira tumbled past 14 to the dollar for the first time, triggering the Turkish central bank's 4th intervention in currency markets this month. Traders pared back bets that the BOE will raise rates next year. Pfizer will be buying Arena Pharmaceuticals in a deal valued at $6.7 billion, gaining potential therapies targeting immunoinflammatory diseases. It will pay $100 a share, all cash. Bristol Myers will raise its quarterly dividend buyback as much as $15 billion in shares. The quarterly dividend was raised to 54 cents from 49. At least 30 U.S. states have reported U.S. Omicron case. People jabbed with only 2 doses of Pfizer and Astra shots may be more vulnerable to Omicron. An Oxford study showed, emphasizing the need for boosters. All cases for which there are available information were asymptomatic to mild. Your symptoms were felt. Boris Johnson set a year-end deadline for its booster program. Wall Street chief Bull and Bears agree on one thing. Any stock market correction next year will probably be moderate. Morgan Stanley said it's now more confident the S&P will drop about 6.6% by end of 2022 to 4,400. Goldman strategists reiterated their forecast that stocks will continue advancing, although at a slower pace. They too said a small retreat may be in the cards. BlackRock's forecast for 2022 sounds like a replay of 2021, but it's no coincidence. The firm says markets are entering a new nominal where equity is favored over fixed income. 2 consecutive annual losses for bonds and gains for stocks, an occurrence is so rare that it last happened 50 years ago. Equities and inflation-linked bonds are BlackRock's favorite asset class. Mohammed El-Arian wrapped the Fed over inflation, characterizing its transitory was probably the worst inflation call in the history of the central bank, a Lion's chief economic advisor said. But bond traders think that the FOMC will be limited in what it can do. The yield curve may be the flattest at the start of a tightening cycle in a generation, and that plus the outright level of longer-term yields indicates that the Fed may have to hit pause early on or even reverse course. Cryptos took another hit after Binance pulled its application to run a bourse in Singapore. The decision was initially a mystery, but later explained because Binance acquired a stake in a regional private exchange. It no longer needs its own. Binance also reaffirmed commitment to Singapore and said it's pushing to expand in the UK. Bitcoin fell towards 48,000 after the initial news. Apple is set to release iOS 15.2, which includes new features geared towards protecting children. UBS got a boost after judges ordered a lender to pay a heavily reduced 1.8 billion euro penalty for helping wealthy French clients to stash undeclared funds in Swiss accounts. Credit Suisse asking employees for access to their personal phone numbers and other devices used to communicate with clients or colleagues, the Financial Times reported. Credit Suisse plans to return another $400 million to investor and supply chain funds affected by failure of Greensill Capital. Airbnb, Lucid, Zscaler, and Datadog rose pre-market with the company set to be added to the NASDAQ this month. Rivian will announce plans to open an EV factory in Georgia on Thursday. People Familiar said hackers are exploiting a critical flaw in software used by companies and governments globally, says security firms. The flaw in Apache Log4j tool maintained by the Apache Software Foundation is considered so serious, government agencies from the U.S. to Switzerland and Australia have urged companies to quickly install patches. It could give hackers the ability to control an entire computer system. Did they just give us a tutorial with y'all keep that on the low, man? I don't want the supply OPEC isn't worried about Omicron. The cartel boosted first quarter forecast for global oil demand by 1.1 billion barrels a day in its monthly report, saying the impact of the variant is expected to be mild and short-lived. The revision means OPEC may not create as big of a surplus when it boosts supply in January. Tornado A. President Biden approved an emergency declaration for Kentucky and is ready to mobilize federal assistance for all others after a string of tornadoes wreaked havoc. The death toll is still uncertain. Governor Andy Beshear said Kentucky's casualties may be as low as 50 after earlier telling CNBC or CNN that it may top 100. Damages may reach $1 billion. Forecasts for 2022 will be haunted by the plethora of misses this year on everything from the shape of the economic recovery to guesses about how COVID will play out. That should be enough to give pause for crystal ball gazers. Chart of the day, copper's multi-year rally and leg up on crude is just getting started as the world tries to shift away from oil to push to green. Bloomberg Markets live blog said that the demand for metals keeps on rising while supply is becoming harder to reach and more expensive to mine. That suggests copper's rising value relative to crude will continue. Today you're going to get a bond auction at 11:30, but that's for like a 1 month or 2 month bond. G7 finance ministers meet virtually. OPEC monthly report. Blinken travels to Indonesia, Malaysia, and Thailand. I think that's it. Central bank cavalcade. The Fed may fire the starting pistol on tapering at a quicker pace than predicted a month ago. If inflation stays elevated, the ECB may stay expansionary and insist price surges won't persist. The BOJ will stay full throttle dovish. The BOE is cooling on the case for a hike as Omicron spreads. The Fed may double the current pace of tapering and indicate 3 rate increases in 2022 on Wednesday. Bloomberg Economics said new economic forecasts are also due. The ECB is on track to end the end of PEP, and then the BOE may hold Thursday, but signal a rate increase is coming. We got a lot of central bank stuff. Again, 20 central banks this week. 20. How does that feel? 20 central banks. So the hangover from U.S. borrowing binge last year may make it harder for the Fed to fight inflation without crashing the economy. Corporate debt has surged by $1.3 trillion since the start of 2020 as borrowers took advantage of emergency central bank stimulus. More debt held by more companies suggests potential risks at borrowing costs. Senate panel released an unfinished version of Biden's tax plan as Democrats race to meet a year-end deadline to pass the spending bill. It contains an extension of the child tax credit as well as tax increases on the wealthy and corporations, but no plan to expand the SALT deduction. Bill Ackman joined the debate, saying that increasing the deduction to $80,000 makes no sense. Boris Johnson faces a tough week. 2 weekend polls out of Labor well ahead of conservatives. Turkey is determined not to raise rate, its new finance minister said. The remarks come before an expected before they cut rates again on Thursday in an easing cycle that has driven the lira to a record low as inflation accelerates to 20%. G7 foreign ministers warned Russia. The BOJ offered to buy 2 trillion yen of JGBs via repo agreements. Confidence among Japan's largest manufacturers held at the highest since 2018, but slippage in the outlook signal Omicron has clouded views. The PBOC signaled it's seeking to strike a balance between slowing a surge in the won and limiting aggressive intervention by setting the reference rate at 6.3669, a slightly weaker than expected level. German next-year power benchmark in Europe rose 9.7 as a record on gas shortages. December is set to become the most expensive month on record for power. For January and February is trading even higher. Oil fell after its biggest weekly jump in 3 months. European gas prices surged to the highest level since early October, with UK prices sitting above 300 pence a therm. I have no idea what that means. Harley-Davidson's electric motorcycle division, Livewire, will combine with the SPAC AE Bridges to create a new company traded on the NASDAQ or the New York Stock Exchange. It's founded, or the value's at $1.7 billion. Bro, electric Harleys? What are they going to be? That's crazy. Oh my God. Electric Harleys? Are you kidding me? Bio will go public via Haymaker SPAC, $740 million. Amazon back retail and weighing at Mumbai IPO that may value the Indian grocery as much as $5 billion. TSMC is in talks with Germany over building a plant. Southwest airline skeptics are missing the point, CEO says. Macy's may ink deal to renew credit card type through 2030. Samsung names new phone and appliance business DX division. Intel to invest $7 billion on manufacturing in Malaysia. Macau Sunset said to have caused its junket operations. Hedge fund accuses Adler of overstating proceeds from sales. I think that's it. Goldman Sachs also asked UK staff to return from working from home. Apple nears $3 trillion market value in pre-market trading. Coca-Cola raised to overweight at JP Morgan, $63. Merck cut at UBS amid growth uncertainty. Disney looks significantly undervalued after drop. That's what KeyBank says. Flipkart in talks to lead $100 million funding round in NinjaCart. Jensen gets conditional EU authorization for Rybrevant. That's for Johnson & Johnson. And then Polish watchdog starts investigation into Apple's privacy policy. Cisco at 11 is having a general meeting. Peloton fires back. The company released an ad responding to the scene in Sex and the City follow-up, which a character dies after using the product. The commercial features Charles North, the actor behind the Mr. Big character who died in the show, saying he feels great and asking if he should take another ride. Peloton shares fell 5.4% on Friday, and just like that, premiered. That's weird. That's very, very weird. Yo, so somebody got clapped. Oh, Airbnb dumping. No NASDAQ 100. No. Airbnb, though, again, December 21st or December 17th. That's weird, though. Isn't that weird? That little pellet? That's weird. Amazon warehouse collapse on Friday, killed at least 6 people, amplified concerns among blue-collar workforce and the company's return to the mobile phone bans. Formula One season-ending showdown didn't disappoint. West Side Story topped the box office. And then on this day in history, Saint Celestine V residing as Pope in 1294. The first pontiff to abdicate, Celestine started out as a hermit, but his teachings earned him a following. He was thrust into papacy after the role went unfilled for 2 years. Preferring solitude and a simple life, he lasted just 5 months. He tried to return to the mountains, but was imprisoned in a castle for the rest of his life. Wow. Well, there you go. It seemed like a good one until the end. I was like, oh, the Pope in 1294. And they're like, nah, he had like a lot of anxiety. And then they put him in jail. That's crazy. But, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I hope you're excited. Happy Monday. It's going to be a good week. But before we do anything, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to the people who have sacrificed more than most of us ever have and ever will, and that is the veterans of the United States of America, baby. So on behalf of the cult, the people here, the people not here, I know they feel the exact same way I do. We want to give a huge and special shout out to all the veterans, active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country. God bless you, and thank you for doing what you have have done. And shout out to the police officers, the firefighters, the doctors, the nurses, the teachers, all the other public service out there as well too, baby. God bless you and thank you for doing what you have done. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Son of the dots! Oh, it's game time, baby. Or not. Let's go. Let's go. It's game time. It is game time. I hope you're prepared. So, we got a couple of pre-market movers. SPY somehow just flip red. Our little NASDAQ 100s. I'm going to be watching if FHTX. They got a partnership there with Eli Lilly. That's why they're up. Going to be watching Airbnb and Lucid. The NASDAQ 100 adds a Datadog as well, too, but I like Airbnb and Lucid. I'm going to be watching Uber as well, too. They're a little bit weaker here, and they've been very, very weak. Abivi from the watch list as well as Ford, and then Microsoft to see if it leads, and then Apple $1 trillion or $3 trillion. I'm old now. I'm old. But got 2 minutes left here, baby. Make sure you like the video. It's going to be an interesting one. Okay? It's going to be an interesting one. It's going to be an interesting one. You know? It's going to be an interesting one. I want to see how it's going to open, but we'll see. Yeah, Asia ended red. It was good. So, again, European close could do a lot. I mean, whatever even happens here, I mean, TLT is up, but whatever happens, I mean, you're going to have 2 more days just leading into Powell anyway. So, could create a very, very interesting effect. Let's get the random account ready. Random account play was FXY. I think that's going to be it. So make sure you guys post the news, post any plays, post anything you guys, source the info. I hope you're in a good mood. I hope you feel the Monday vibes. Poof. Other than that, I mean, we good. Other than that, we good. I would watch HD and lows. I think those could be good as well. I think those will be key. So you got about 30 seconds left, ladies and gentlemen. Lock and loaded. Lock and loaded. We love you. Get ready. Call anything out. A-Bus is doing good. That's good to see. That's good to see. 15 seconds. AT&T on low. That was a weird little flip that we got here. A lot of stuff did flip. Again, watch a lot of the biotechs already this morning are starting off good. Again, FHTX, that has the partnership. Whoa, that was a lot of bells. Round 1. Fight. So Airbnb went down. Again, this one over the next few weeks, I mean, if those April contracts come down, we'll take a look at them. Apple's finally up. It looks like every index is red right now, but barely. NASDAQ and SPY are just fighting along. I'm grabbing the random play. The random play, I'm going to go closer to the money because the spreads are really weird. Uber down 1.5. All right. I got the random play. Let's see. Let's see. Apple new. Is Apple still going? That's very good. That's very, very good. Let's see. Tesla, Facebook going now. Okay, I made one play. Hold on. Oh, wait. Oracle dumping, Qualcomm. Hold on, I'm going for an interesting set here. All right, are you ready? I think some people will be surprised. Coke calls coming back to life. If they do, those are good. Why does it look like Ford hasn't moved? Watch TLT. SPY's still coming down. I just made some plays. Let me get this up here. Let me see. BBIG running. It is. All right. Coca calls are up. Let me get back to that here. I did a big play. I think some of you will be surprised. Some of you will be excited. Yeah, the Coke plays are actually back up to 8% right now. Believe it or not. Even some of the McDonald's plays even came back to life. And then the puts are still down the same amount. What is SPY doing? SPY is just being SPY, you know? SPY candle ripping. You're ripping. I love you. Good morning. I just did something. I'm excited. I'm excited about what we did. I'm excited about what we did, baby. You're gonna like it. I hope so. Some of you may like it, you may not. Coca-Cola's up 20% now. So small gain on the Coca-Cola, but do not trade it. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. I added to the long term. So I decided to go with Uber. So I grabbed Uber shares for the long term. I mean, you guys know I'm still liking what's it called? I'm still liking Airbnb, but pretty much coming in the end of the year, I think Uber's it's very low. I think it could already fluctuate down. Like it could still keep going down, but pretty much I think I would lose less than if it ripped and went to the upside, essentially, if that makes sense. So it's one of the worst plays this year. It's our second biggest loser on the long term, surprisingly. So I figured just add to that, go from there. Not a recommendation. I added it to all the accounts, Colt Sister, the big account, and the small account. Bro, the Coca-Cola is ripping. Okay, I sold the Coca-Colas for 20%. Again, that play was in the gutter. But got like $70 in profit on that. Roblo premiums are insane. I know, even on the put side. Even to protect it, it's like both ways is actually crazy. Watch Facebook and Microsoft, big candles. Watch even Ford. So we got out of that's good to see one of those plays come back up. At least the Coca-Colas. So I sold out of that Coke play again. That came up a lot. They're really up. The McDonald's came back up for a little bit. We're still down. A Zoom scaler, I think that's down. I need the Broadcom. I need those to move up a little bit. TLT is surging. Walmart up 0.12. SPY acting crazy. Wow, at Airbnb, it's gonna move around. I mean, I'm probably gonna buy a play on Airbnb at least before December 17th, December 21st. So right now it's reacting to the news, but essentially what's gonna happen is that the day of the NASDAQ edition, they're going to what's it called? They're going to that's when they buy the stock. They're like actually gonna buy Airbnb stock to balance it out. Oh shit! So TLT's coming up. Say Nautilus, is it down 9% or up 9? I don't know what these numbers mean. Oh, it's up 9%. That is weird. Yo, Nautilus is actually running up here. I feel like we haven't seen it do a 9% day. TLT's going crazy there. Airbnb, check out Lucid and the other ones. Microsoft, big dip. Lucid's coming up here. Microsoft just flipped. Facebook's going up, so you're getting a little bit of an opposite effect. Qualcomm, option alert, Friday, 195 calls. Roblo, I don't know the premiums. Nope, the premiums are not coming back up. 20% Walmart weeklies. Walmart pushing. Watch TLT. SPY is still more red. Again, we were up pre-market. Everything's down about 1/3%. Matched pretty evenly. Same thing with the, what's it called? Same thing with the small caps. Yeah, those IWM puts all from last week are break even. That one's weird. Roblo coming down. Coinbase went up a little bit. Let me put in. Let's see. All right. Adobe going up. GM. Where's GM? I wonder if they'll film me. Apple going down. Facebook coming up. Airbnb coming up. Lily, oh, it's too expensive. Is Airbnb moving now? I mean, watch to see if we bounce from here. FSR. Where's the other one? FHTV. What was that one called? FHTX. This was the Eli Lilly partnership biotech. That one's already up 50. Hog, again, Hog had the spin-off, the SPAC spin-off with their electric motorcycles. Yeah, FHTX, that was the other one. Amazon's down 0.5%. Apple's still up, but it's on the way down. Hog is on the upside. HD's on the high ticker as well, too. But HD's coming down. PFE, they're up 2%. Johnson & Johnson up a third. Where's AbbVie? Intel news, no, it did not hit. And then this week's quote-unquote European news is TSMC. So now there's another one about Germany and Taiwan Semiconductor. Myrna. Facebook over 337. FHTX came down. Ooh bad. Woohoo, ooh bad. So that was our long-term pickup here for the end of the month and end of the year. Bitcoin below. Airbnb is climbing. Oracle, are they moving up or down? Oracle is coming back up. See if the plays come back to life. I haven't even looked at those yet. Those are break even. Those are still at 10, 11. Got out of that. I think IWM actually rocketed up here. They were down a little bit more below. Snowflake, 400 call sweep. Oracle's on the high. Abivine may turn around. Ater's up. PayPal. I want to check the video. PayPal's on the high. They're doing good. NVIDIA looks like it's making a move. They're still red. AMD is positive. Intel's down. And then Qualcomm. Qualcomm's up by like 3.5. Jeveron pop. Back coming up to 20. Nautilus is on the high. Oracle's hitting the high ticker again. Yeah, Facebook looks strong here. Facebook's leading. Facebook's breaking out. Remember, it started off last week like this too. Facebook looks literally vertical right now. Yeah, Facebook looks like it's going crazy. Fags popping. You. Yeah, even the premiums, the Facebook premiums are crazy. Yeah, Meta is going nuts. See if Oracle breaks back above. If Oracle could get above 103, 105, again, it's really, really big from yesterday. Again, like 105, I think, is where they topped out a little bit. Facebook's still going. Airbnb's towards the top. So is Uber. DraftKings above 30. Facebook carrying. Apple's up there too. I mean, Microsoft's barely down, but Apple's still positive even after selling off. Facebook just printing the high ticker. That's no stopping. No stopping. Nautilus keeps going. That one's up 14 now. What is that? I want to play Roblo. Roblo has bounced a little bit, only down 1%. Again, I'd watch the chip makers because Qualcomm's leading 3%. And then, like, NVIDIA and Micron are starting to go. There's NVIDIA finally. Yeah, watch that third leg on Oracle. Again, the premiums are just holding break even. So if it goes from there, I mean, it'll be really ready to run. SPY right below VWAP. Facebook got its first red candle there in like 10 minutes. Again, NVIDIA is starting to pick up. Qualcomm's the leader. AMD's already going too. Tesla overstock 72. Just got some Arab BNB. Apple pop. SPY's coming down to a low. Again, the small caps we're bouncing a little bit now. Dow is the worst performer. Tech is only down 0.05, so it's not that bad. It's interesting, but remember, Dow was a big leader on Friday. You have 144 names up on the S&P. Over 300 names are down. Dow Jones, 6 names up, 24 names down. So, okay, it looks like we are leaning heavy. Let's see. Then you got 1,200 names up on the NASDAQ, 1,700 down, 600 unchanged. But a lot of things are leaning. Apple did bounce a little bit from the bottom there. Watch to see if Facebook slows down. Eli Lilly's up too. And then FHTX or whatever. That's the company that Eli partnered with. Biotech that went up. Airbnb. Tesla, I forgot about Tesla. Tesla's down too. But the premiums are still a lot down from last week. PTPI, SPY's on the low, PTPI's on the high. The VIX is starting to move up a little bit here too. I mean, I guess watch if Apple goes negative, but still has 1/3% is Oracle. So Oracle is inverse in the market. If Oracle hits another leg while going up there, I mean, that will tell you something about it. Arna, $100 call at 15. Don't get trapped because Arna is getting bought out at $100 per share. So if you pay 15 cents per contract and they get bought out at $100, you'll get your $100 per share, but you paid 15 cents per 100 shares. So you'll end up losing money. Your break even on that contract is 115 cents. So the stock is only getting bought out at 100. So the only way that play works is if they negotiate and get a higher offer. Chewy, bro. Remember Chewy's post earnings? Yeah, Chewy's up 5%. Remember they got clapped a little bit. So that's good. Peloton's on the high as well right now. Apple trying to get some footing here. SPY still slipping on the downside. Abivive from the bottom. Started. Micron, the chips were all over the place. Even Qualcomm came down. Ford slipping. TLT is ripping. So watch how we play that out. Remember now, this is pretty much day 2 from CPI. So remember all Friday. Remember I told you guys last week what's going to be the biggest key to watch is just don't forget what happened on Friday. So just remember now, just pretend Friday we never had a weekend and we're just still trading, right? You're right back in that spot that we spent about 5 hours in on Friday. So just keep that in mind now because as we break above or below, I mean, these levels should probably be, it should be somewhat important. I mean, in a weird way, this is the day 2 of CPI, and then this is also the pregame of Powell. Peloton on the high still. That thing's still ripping. Ford is down 2. TLT starting to go up. SPY starting to go up. Some of the leaders there, they're still green, but they gave up some of the gains. I mean, Facebook's still holding. Lucid's looking great. Honestly, for them getting the NASDAQ 100 news, they're holding up pretty decent. I think they're all like that. Where's Datadog? Peloton's still going. SPY at the low. Datadog. They're all kind of up. When Lucid moves to the NASDAQ, does anything change for shareholders? No. But that's what I'm saying for all of the NASDAQ 100 additions. Right now, the people are just reacting to the news. But come the deadline, it's the 20th. So by the 20th, that's when everything should be happening. So by the 17th, that's when they have to buy everything. So if Lucid is going to be represented along with Airbnb on the NASDAQ 100, the QQQ needs to buy their stocks. So that's what would need to happen here. Is that so that before that day, nothing changes for the shareholders, but the QQQ is going to probably buy, millions of dollars worth of stock to get the actual weighting on the index. So again, it's changes implement next Monday. The deadline is this Friday. So by Friday, like watch, Friday, end of the day, a bunch of volume is just going to come into Airbnb, Lucid, Datadog, and Zscaler. Coca-Cola just ripped. I mean, it looks like the value plays are getting a little bit of steam. You say Fed taking profits. Airbnb's at the high. Is that Myrna on the high as well, too? So they're going to buy these stocks. Why would they sell off? Because people, I mean, it's just whatever people want to do, right? They're only going to buy at one time. But that's what I'm saying. That's usually the effect, and usually that one purchase will be big. A buzz, that's still up. Okay, couple things coming down right there. Yeah, about to go well under 200. Let's see, SPY is slipping right now. I mean, IWM's the worst. That's down 1%. But now take a look. This is what I was saying yesterday now. You're getting to the VWAP on Friday. Remember, anything below this level is starting where we get danger zone. So we'll see how it plays out. But, I mean, it's happening pretty quickly. Yeah, BA below 200. Abivi's down or positive? Abivi's starting to rip when the market comes down. Bro, I wish we just double deposited. I saved up the money, but then it started moving. Abivi, with our dividend, I'm telling you, it's amazing. It's amazing. Okay, hold on. Oh, wow. Overstock below 70. A lot of things kind of had a weird move right there. AMC's at 24. Oh, man. So AMC, that's bad for small caps. The AMC's hitting a new low. Tesla's even on the low. Let's see. Oh, I got filled. Ooh, but they dropped the bid on me. They dropped the bid on me, but I'll take it. The play on AMC, I do not have one. I just hit that one good, though. Woo, I thought they were going to scam me. I really, really thought they were going to scam me. No more Apple plays just yet. Tesla put is not. Tesla put is decayed. That one we're going to need till Powell. But do not trade this. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. Some of you may get excited about this. I bought Lucid. I grabbed a May contract for Lucid. Pretty much the contracts look to only be up. It depends where on the chain. You could spend anywhere from like 20% all the way down to 10%. I believe I paid about I paid 10%, I think. Or I paid just above that. Or no, just under that on premium. So but I grabbed one for May. Again, it's same thing as the Airbnb. The difference is, and this is why I like Lucid, because the premiums are cheaper. Airbnb, the premiums are higher. So I'm still going to, hopefully Jerome gives us an opportunity to play it. But yeah, it's at least those Lucids, those same contracts are all going for a lot more. So we'll see what happens. I still had to spend a decent amount. They're kind of expensive, but don't trade that. Not a recommendation. You will get clapped. I still like the Airbnbs too. I'm still waiting on those. Starbucks on the low. And then SPY bouncing towards VWAP. AMD's gassing. Is NVIDIA coming up? Nah, AMD is good. And again, Qualcomm was leading very big earlier. Head at BNB. We got the Coke, the SPY. Where is that Tesla? Teslas are still down. The IWM, though, that's the one that's doing decent. But that one's not coming up the same way, though, even though things are up 1%. And then AMC, we don't have a play on that one. We sold out of it. I'm surprised. I didn't know they were down that much. $24 is very. I don't know if this is the break. Yeah, doesn't it start to get below the first candle? I think the big resistance is like 21 and 20. At BNB. Like calls or puts, whatever your heart desires. Whoa, you see that? My thing's lagging. We're lagging. FedEx more lows. Uber kind of bouncing all over the place. Hello, do you hear me? My internet got clapped. Hello? Can you hear me? I love the call. I don't know if they hear me, 'cause it's connection day. Oh, they can. Well, hello. I hope that your Monday is great. I turn everything to a... Oh, it's unmuted? Oh, hello? No, it says offline. You hear me? This is so confusing. SPY, I mean, again, my platform's getting weird if you can hear me. If you can hear me, just know I love you. Bank of Canada renews 2% inflation target. They're going to use a control band for maximum employment if warranted. So you just got some Canada news. Things are moving around right there. NVI pop. NVEI. What is this? Nevi? NEVI? NVE. Hello? NEVI partnership and Visa partnership. I think I'm back. My internet is tweaking right now. Don't worry. We're still here. I love you. I don't know what's going on. My platform, every like 5 minutes, the platform is just sketching out. So hold on. Oma moving, Chattadonia. Bank of Canada, they renewed something there with their target. And then NVEI, they just had something right there. Oh, SPY's at the low. Let's see. NVEI's Visa partnership. That's the one that popped. AMD ended up coming down. Uber is back to where we got it. AT&T, the split should be happening next year. USO's on the high, and then NEO's at the high too. Then Tesla's selling off. SPY's just slowly edging down. Let's see if it I might lag again. I could already see it on the platform. Remember, this is that key level. This is the low from Friday. So anytime before here, we would panic a little bit. Hold on. Oracle options, yeah, they're holding up because they want to move and they don't. I mean, the stock's still holding up there, but now it's just slowing down. PFE and Apple are still running. Let's see, Myrna's still going up there. A-Bus, Pfizer's on the high ticker right now. Then you're tanking VIX above. I mean, bonds have stayed the same right here for the last like 10 minutes as we're hitting a low. So surprisingly, we're about to hit another low on this SPY. We're breaking that point, but then now TLT is not hitting a high with it. Well, it's an interesting one so far. Again, a lot of things are still kind of holding there. You could see Facebook, Apple, the tech stocks. I mean, they're not really having a problem. AMD. So chips, Visa's on the low now. Even the high margin stocks, they get no love. Oracle just went red. Rivian clapped. NVIDIA put sweepers coming in. So SPY's still going down. VWAP, I mean, we've just straight sold from this day, or the beginning of the day. It's about 0.5%. Dow Jones is down 0.75% along with the small caps, but pretty much you're right. I don't know if this gives you like PTSD or something, because this was all day Friday. Remember how kind of slow everything was? These were the key levels. So it's still early here. It's only been 30 minutes. Let's watch the first break, and we'll see. Otherwise, if it comes back up, then it'll be chill. Puts on Apple. I may want to even, if I wanted to buy puts on Apple, I would have just sold premium. Is kind of how I'm viewing it. I want to see, because remember those contracts that we got, the ones that we sold out of. Let's see if they went up. Yeah, they went up like another 10-20% today finally, but I just think some of these contracts may have a little bit more difficulty. But I'm not like immediately like, okay, the stock is up, let's short it right away, you know? Facebook's about to climb again. That's one of the leaders here today. Altria's lagging big time. Altria, I was looking at that yesterday again with the long term. Just because it's pretty much we're like barely down, not even 1% on it. It's like they've held up all year. They paid us our dividend. It's not too bad, but I mean, I'd watch them for next year to kind of just get picked up with a lot of the other value plays, value dividend type moves. Facebook's coming up again. TLT's coming down. It looks like we might bounce off the bottom here. Let's see what happens. Tesla even coming up. PayPal has been leading all day. Low key, PayPal has been it's been good. I guess that was the last couple of days. It ended up selling off after that one all-star performance. CFVI, that was the SPAC hype stock. That's down 8%. Yeah, CFVI is getting clapped. Roblo's coming back up. Uber's a very volatile one today. Pfizer is ripping. We've had that up there. They're up 4.5. I think Procter & Gamble is up too. Or no, Johnson & Johnson, but not up as much. Pfizer's 4%. That's huge. Apple is coming up. Doesn't Apple need only a couple bucks to hit $3 trillion or a couple cents? NVAX up 6. Needs 182.50 or 185. Looks like we got different metrics. TRHC, BJ on the low. IBM selling off. Remember, they've been a leader there. Facebook's coming up too. So your big tech names are going up. NASDAQ still down a quarter. S&P down almost 0.5%. Dow Jones down 3/4. But watch out here. Facebook and Apple are going up. It may start to stabilize the market more or less. Ford is on the low. Qualcomm's down. NVIDIA. Here's Lucid. I think Airbnb is the only one that's red after that news. Ironically. Like Datadog, Zscaler, and what was the other one? Palo Alto. Yeah, Palo Alto's barely up. I guess the more hyper ones are holding up. DWalk, Smackdown, CFVI just got clobbered. The PayPal's holding up. Again, Apple's making the push. So is Facebook. Those are your big tech names. I mean, they've already now only down 0.1%. If they keep running up, NASDAQ may go green. But from S&P to Dow Jones, more names are down than up today. It's kind of just the all-star performances that are leading things. And then, surely enough, you're right at the baseline that we've spent the last couple weeks. I mean, we're right in the middle of Friday. So just can, imagine CPI moving all of that, and then just factor in, where we're at here today. Brought to you by Pfizer. Oprah is on the high. Nautilus keeps climbing up. Do we have anything on them today, or they just really out here? Apple premium's barely moving. Yeah, it's been like that. I mean, again, just think about the last couple days. So that was enough of a little run up there, but it wasn't enough to bring everything else. Again, I think a majority of the names are kind of selling here. Not the director bought 200,000 shares. Yeah, coins launching up again. I remember we went over the filings. We went over the filings on Friday, and we didn't see anything. Remember, we showed this one on stream. Oh, shit. 12.8, I guess. It didn't come in till... Where's the filing? Wait, he bought... Open market purchase, 200,000 shares at 536. We saw that because remember we were looking through all of those. Coinbase just went green for some reason. Oracle. Apple wants to make another one again. We slipped up a little bit, but SPY's kind of making this big tech climb right here. Again, NASDAQ is doing the best, but it just needs the real leaders today to kind of just step up. If it wants to give us a bounce, I mean, it might be able to. Tesla, they're at the bottom. The premiums are still all down, even the January premiums. I mean, even though the stock has been going down, the premiums have been getting clapped. I saw my first Palantir commercial during the Army. I didn't know they have commercials. Abbott, new high of the day. Microsoft kind of coming up there. Microsoft going positive, getting a little bit of a green chicle. That one's interesting right there. Microsoft kind of popping. I don't know if it could warrant that. I don't know. PPIG. Let's check Abbott. Abbott's popping up there too. Abivi? I don't know. Abivi is just crazy. UWMC following Tesla. Apple new high of the day. I mean, again, Apple is single-handedly pretty much Apple and Facebook moving in tandem is going to bring up this SPY half a point for every dollar that they move, pretty much, or half a dollar. Adobe's on the high, but look at Facebook and Apple printing the high ticker. We're coming up towards VWAP. Those are your real leaders today. Again, Microsoft just started waking up there. So Microsoft candles are starting to come in. We'll see what that does to the premium. Yeah, Microsoft premium's up more than ever today. We're up 17% now, back on that one play. Interesting. Yeah, so Apple, Facebook, Microsoft is your four bigger names are going up there. Watch if Amazon comes up. I mean, that's the final piece of the puzzle. Amazon popping. That's the final one. It might, but Amazon has 0.5%. It could do that quick though. Did I change the setup in TD? I think I just widened this out and I don't have these things open. So Apple candle right below VWAP. Abivi, there's no good option plays on Abivi. We're just gonna ride the shares. Bro, that Abivi is killed it. That one, I think we're almost at 40% gain now on Abivi, but their dividend was raised last quarter. It sucks. I was like, man, that 109, we're pretty much at 107, 109 when we bought it. I mean, you were like, it's like 4 or 5% higher than the 52-week lows. But that's why I was like, damn, we got that before X dividend and it had the run up. But I'm like, man, she's the one that got away. I'm glad we added to it this year though. But I'm like Abivi, but the options aren't looking hot. The equity is though. So Microsoft, Apple, they kind of chilled there. Facebook holding the best. ACN starting to pump up. They're up only 0.5%, but it looks decent. Uber hanging out towards the highs. Microsoft again, and Microsoft premiums are moving. So this is remember, these things wouldn't move. I don't know how we're up 18% on this one. I feel like we would be up way more on the other ones now. But that play is actually like it's moving with everything. Google still dropping. Google and Amazon are the laggers. It's like Amazon wants to play, it looks like, but I think Amazon's just being a little more patient. Amazon's looks like it's reflecting more of the S&P. Again, a majority of names are down right now on the market. It's like a substantial, it's like 3-1. So then here's on the Dow. The only industry up is infotech, energy, materials, financials are the worst. S&P, energy, consumer discretionary, and financials, but you have real estate, infotech, utilities, and healthcare up. So SPY flipping. Again, Microsoft is still going, so we're getting a little bit of a rotation here. It's flip-flopping. Because, look, Amazon's not dropping the same way. Facebook's still holding. It looks just to be Apple. Tesla, new lows. You getting clapped. China down. China was good in the morning, and then they ended up closing down. We'll see. Tesla is hitting a new low, but the premiums not going too crazy just yet. They're not in the game as much. The Microsofts. Lucid. Airbnb dumping. It's good. Pharma stocks. Yeah, I was even just looking at UNH. Again, Pfizer's already leading. Myrna's up. A-Bus is even up. Not as much, but they're still doing good. Microsoft's continuing. Then Nautilus, like we said. I don't know if LGVN just did what it normally does. Pop and come back. Roblox reversed. Yep. Abbott's on the high again. Abivai spinoff. So let's see. We're right at VWAP, and again, just when you pull out the daily chart, I think this chart is the funniest part about all of it, because today looks like its own unique day. If you looked at yesterday or Friday individually, you're like, yeah, it was a bullish response, but we're right at the mid level. 4 stocks keeping the SPY from puking, pretty much. They're helping. You would probably just be down like 1.5%, maybe, or maybe like a full percent. Dow is down 0.6. And SPY 0.3. And again, this is because of energy too. That's what happens on some of those days. Like I think the CPI, we didn't really see the response because energy stocks were really, really leading. And again, it's going to be a volatile, exciting week here with Powell. Is that done already? It's coming. Some parts are getting killed right now. Yes, or they already have gotten killed. Where there's again, software is still down a lot, depending on the industry. It really they got beat, or they haven't really recovered the same way. Again, there's just been a lot of activity with some of the bigger names here. Airbnb's coming down. Abivai breaking out there. NVIDIA, did they flip? Check Qualcomm too. Qualcomm was a leader. If they go negative, but Qualcomm's up 2. So we're still slowly edging down here. It's 7:20. It's been just under an hour. Or small caps. Small caps are leading the way on the downside. You could see it. People are done. Again, I think even because isn't AMC on the Russell 2000? I know GME is, but I'm surprised AMC is that low. But even the indexes itself, you could see that. Yeah, that's even a new 100-day low for GME. So Microsoft's coming down now. Watch how this plays out. See if Apple and Facebook come down, we're probably going to test another low. Yeah, Apple was leading the way there. So TLT is right in the middle, has yet to move. NVIDIA under 300. Tesla. Costco's even on the downside. They were doing good the other day. And then Oracle's still holding up. That's good. Broadcom holding up right there. Last minute retail. Maybe Walmart. Walmart, it's down today, but they've had a lot of that strength. I just don't know what the premiums are doing. Low ticker is picking up now. Ulta's on the low. They had earnings a couple of days ago. Apple is coming back to the lower end of the day. TLT hasn't moved, and we are approaching the low of the day right now. Volatility, baby. Oh, come on. This is fun. Everybody was excited on Friday. Everyone thought they were like, yeah, inflation. Now it's just like that's it. The market is anticipating young pow pow. So Apple, now all the safe havens are coming down. Watch if they hit a low. SPY's hitting the low pretty quickly right now. It's coming in pretty quick. Turns defenses. So watch to see if we break that. Because, again, you break the low, you start entering the much lower bound. Last time we broke below here, every single time throughout the last couple of days, we would kind of flush here. So watch out to see if we do drop. There's TLT dropping. Amazon's coming down. Facebook's still holding up solid, though. Powell is not going to be speaking today. No. Powell is going to be on Wednesday. Oracle fighting. This is where we get our TLT puts for our strangle. I don't know. I mean, I think I'm going to have to wait till Powell. Even the, again, I was referring to other plays on the play of the month for yesterday. I mean, I think like Airbnb with the addition, I'm going to be looking at on the bullish side. TLT, like I said, if you get if it's a policy mistake, TLT is going to go up. If it's inflation worries, TLT is going to go down. But I do think the other plays will capture it. Pretty much SPY puts, SPY calls will create. I think we're just going to get a lot of volatility. Again, I think Powell's meeting, it has the potential to move a lot, and we're still coming off of a lot of volatility, but it is still hard to decide when and where. And the thing I don't like, the TLT, is pretty much the premiums are jacked on both sides. I don't think you can ignore it. But the market is expecting the tapering. So everybody and their mom expects him to double the pace of tapering. So that's not going to scare people as much unless he goes crazy. And then the next key is going to be how he talks about the rate rising cycle. Essentially, what a lot of people don't realize at the end of this meeting, it's the final meeting for the end of the year, but they're going to give economic projections. So SPY is coming down now. Apple completely flip gears. Facebook's still holding. Watch if they come down now. Microsoft's starting to drop again. So let's see. The SPY puts are starting to come up. The IWMs as well. Teslas are starting to gain a little bit. So we'll see. Powell speaks on Wednesday. Apple is hitting a low on the day. Apple's about to go negative. That's a wild shift. Microsoft just went red as well. TLT is staying the same price. So again, if anything, it looks like TLT has already led the market. So keep your eye on that one. HD, even McDonald's, those puts came back a little bit. Or no, did they trip out? No, they were in the morning. GME, AMC. Watch AMC at 21. That's where it will get ugly. Apple red. Apple is now red. That is not a good sign. I mean, give it 5 more minutes till the turn of the hour, but we even still got a lot of time for European close. So again, now this is that level here. We break 468. We start going lower. That's I mean, there's probably going to be a little short-term flush here. Mama said about Ford. I like Ford. They're down 3% now. Apple's still going. Jeez. Yo, that one's an interesting. Watch Facebook next. Microsoft's also holding up, but Facebook is where a lot of gains are coming in because now NASDAQ, just with Apple giving up, NASDAQ is now matched up with the S&P and the Dow 0.68, and then Russell small caps are leading almost down 1%. You're breaking 468. We haven't broken it yet, but this is that key level. If we do, it'll probably flush. Netflix under 600. Still very early. It's we're 4 minutes shy of the first hour. Apple calls. Apple. Remember, Apple was the real leader, but again, they were just leading a lot. So look at that. We're already down a quarter of a point just from the break there. So now we're entering the low of the day on the CPI from yesterday. Again, just keep the narrative in mind as you're watching here. This is what your CPI was. So just imagine the day just kept going on. But yeah, you're picking up. You're about to. So here's the flush. It's probably almost half a point now. You're already a quarter point. Apple call credits. Those are up. That would have been the good one. Yeah, the SPY puts are coming up. The IWM's not going up more than 5% though. Make volatility great again. So there you go. You got a half a point flush. I mean, watch out. I mean, if we go below 466, but that's still, we got a longer way down on the downside now. So it looks like it's picking up, but the next level, I mean, is pretty big. If we do break below that, then that means, I mean, this is just day two, the answer. Yeah, we are below the CPI report now. So remember, this was the CPI level. You have now fell below it. That's why this level was so important. So that means now pretty much 24 hours or 1 day, one trading day after CPI, you are now trading at a lower point than the print. Facebook starting to come down. Slow low, make it or break it. It's weird. The premiums, I got enough time on them, but they're not coming back just yet. We need one more push. Euro is red. They are. 50-50. The Euro's 0.15, but then the FTSE and then France is down, but then Germany's barely up, and then China it was just a mixed bag all across. But now we're starting to look a little uglier. Because, again, we had a good Friday. So a lot of other countries, like China, Europe, they, our Friday closing good after this. Because think about it, they were already closed. So our Friday was good. A lot of them took, confidence from that. But now, we're the worst one so far, it looks like, on the day. Is TLT being higher than Friday snitch? I think it snitches what we've talked about, where it's just saying that the bonds don't believe the rally. Right? So lately, when the bond yields keep going lower and it's like people keep buying bonds while the stock market is bouncing back up to all-time highs, right? It's like, why would you still be holding the bonds? So that's people right there. When bonds are staying elevated, it's highlighting that the bond market disagrees with the rally, essentially. Because if the stock market's to go up, the bonds should sell off and vice versa. So if bonds are up, the stock market should be down. Looks like a COVID selling bout, vaccine names up, everything else down. Again, that's going to be part of the situation. We're 24 hours off of the CPI report, and then now we're about 48 hours away from the Fed meeting. So all of the moving parts are just are happening right now. So watch if we break below. Again, you're below the CPI pre-market run. TLT starting to click up a little bit. People buy bonds, aren't they bought with QE? Yes, but the QE is quantitative easing. That's the Fed stepping into the market to support it, but they're not the only participant. So pretty much that's the whole idea. The Fed is there to buy and buy and buy so that others feel confident enough to purchase as well too. SVFD, there's TLT rocketing right now. Dated dog slipping. They were green. TLT rocketing now. So this is going to be even worse because the higher TLT goes, that's pretty much saying the lower the market should be. Again, but we've seen, it's not a dollar for dollar strategy in the sense that there is divergence and we've seen it. So take it with a grain of salt. There's Apple, another rip through. 467.23. My goodness. Again, we are well below that now. I mean, 468, 460, 468.50, 467. I mean, watch those two levels, but it kind of looks like it's chilling out, but it's still not been an hour. Microsoft is holding decent. Watch the bonds. Yeah, the Microsoft Premium, they're finally up. I mean, I don't know what that means. Raising rates, major event. Isn't it the next TLT play? It is, if they raise the rates, but he's not going to raise rates at this meeting. They're going to talk about, I mean, whatever he says may hint at it, and that if people panic, if he hints at a faster rate rising pace, that could upset the market. But for this one, it's all about tapering, economic projections, and then the plan moving forward in 2022. He is expected to speed up the tapering, and now the uncertainty is how many rate cut hikes are we talking, or when are they going to announce the rate hike process. But for now, this meeting will not have an active rate hike session. Honeywell holding, SPY fighting here at the bottom. Apple finally bouncing there. Tesla's selling off. TLT's going to the high. Facebook looks like it wants to bounce there, so watch it, those big names. But the SPY's still going, even with Apple bouncing. Roblox down. Are you going to let my puts come up? Let's see. Down on the share. Oh, yes, finally. So the puts are finally coming up now, which is good. These are supposed to make me some money. Get rid of the negative delta. Apple calls. I don't like the Apple calls. They're not moving. Will Powell do what Greenspan did in 1999, 2000? I don't know about 2000. I'm again, the only thing to compare it to really is 2013. That was because we didn't really have quantitative easing prior to that. Modern monetary theory. It's that this idea that, hey, why don't we just start buying stocks and bonds to support the market? So that's why what happened in 2013. It was so important because, and again, back then they were worried about inflation. They didn't see it how we did. That's the difference. Like now we feel the inflation. Back in 2013, they didn't. And in 2013, they were coming off of a lot more dog shit. Like 2013, you were a year and a half off of the, what's it called? You were a year and a half off of the American default or the downgrade on U.S. credit. So like, stock market dropped 15, 20%. So it's different in that sense. But here's the thing. Are you ready for 2013? I don't know if I made this clear in the video. I did say it, but to make it clear, after 2013 with Bernanke, when the first taper tantrum started, the big key, it happened the exact same way that ours did. Bernanke was at a congressional hearing, and he talked about it. It wasn't a Fed meeting, and then he had the Fed meeting 2 weeks later, and then the market taper tantrumed after Bernanke had his thing, right? So that's one thing. So just like how we have it today, congressional meeting and then 2 weeks later Fed meeting, same exact thing happened in 2013. And then the market didn't hit the final leg lower till after Ben Bernanke spoke, right? So that just follow with me. But now are you ready for the final kicker? 2013 taper tantrum. Bernanke said at the congressional meeting, we should taper faster. We're going to start tapering faster. Then he said it at the Fed meeting on the next 2 weeks later. And then finally, he never ended up tapering. That's the biggest difference. So they actually ended up adding more quantitative easing. So think about that for us. That's why I'm saying this situation's a little different. It's very similar to back then. And, we don't really have too much historical example of it. But back then, yes, Bernanke he actually ended up adding more stimulus. He did not take it away. So he scared them, and that's why the stock market went up. So he freaked everybody out, 10% drop on the stock market. They brought back the taper talks. They said, we don't want this to happen. And then Bernanke eventually, he caved, and he was like, we're actually going to increase the bond purchases. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. There was not the there was not this much inflation back then. You haven't seen this inflation for 2008, 2007. You saw CPI numbers go high, but 2013, 2011, I mean, shit it wasn't bumping like it is today. So, but that's why it's like there's a lot of similarities and there's a lot of differences. But now this is the one thing I don't think people understand. Taper tantrum is a modern day phenomenon. So pretty much you never heard of taper tantrum in 2000. You never heard of taper tantrum in the 1980s. They called it different things, but we never had quantitative easing. We didn't have it like that. What we were doing back then, it was more, they would just call it the East Asian financial crisis. They would call it something going on with the currencies. They would, it was risk when people would go and make these loans and then everything would kind of get clapped. When the United States would pull back money and would raise rates and currency, it would usually cause a currency fiasco, but it wouldn't be tapering. But tapering is a modern day phenomenon. Yes, QE has been going on since 2008, but that's what I'm trying to tell you. Before 2008, this idea of buying bonds and then this idea that we're going to have to stop buying bonds, that never existed in the stock market. Are you following? So any data that we have on taper tantrum, it could only be 13 years old at max. So 2018, well, no, we saw QE in the beginning of 2020. That's what they did. Powell stepped in. He did quantitative easing. So in 2018 or 2015, we started raising rates. That's when we really started to chill back a little bit. So again, 3 years or 2 years after the 2013 taper tantrum, we started raising rates, and then they started doing stuff. We didn't really have the first, it was up until like 2019, really. Quantitative tightening, yes. In 2018 was the first tightening, but then again, we were already loosening very, very shortly. Or 2015 to 2019. That was because, again, we started raising rates 2015, 2016. We missed push-ups. Oh, no, it's only 740. You know what we did miss, though, man? Huh? You know what we did miss? Does QE necessitate higher taxes? Yeah, usually, and that's part of the story and that's why people want to taper or not. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and gals, I hope you're having a wonderful week and happy Monday. Get ready for this week. Again, it's going to be excited with everything in PHILO. That's what we keep talking about. But we've been here for an hour now, and we're at 1,000 like resistance. So I need your help, and I need you to check in with me right now. Okay, so if you could hit the like button, get us past 1,000 resistance, but also if you hear my voice, just check in. It's like attendance, when they're like David, and then you're like present, you're like Sam, present, Graham, just check in, hit the like button. You don't have to say anything, no, you don't need to opt in. I mean, very minimal involvement here. All you got to do is just hit the like button so I know you're hearing my voice. I just want to know who's listening. You know what I'm saying? So, because I got a story or not, it's a message. I need to give you a message. I just need to know. I just need to know who's here, baby. I just need to know who's here. So just check in real quick. If you hear my voice, man, again, God bless you. Thank you guys for putting me on in your car, your speakers, wherever it may be. We appreciate you. So let me know you listening. Let me know you listening. Just check in real quick, Just check in real quick, baby. Look at that. 400 people. Woo! That's a good number. That's what I need. I like 400. That's a lot of people. That's a lot of Chads. That's a lot of 400 Chads locked and loaded. Oh, man. So I know 400. Ooh. I'm getting nervous. Almost 500. I'm getting nervous now. All right. Last call. Check in. God bless you. 500, baby. Thank you all, and God bless the call. And now I feel great now because I know 500 people are listening to this. So I got a good PHILO for you today, but this is what I am going to tell you. Don't let anybody play you, man. You are alive right now in this generation for a reason. You have a purpose. Do not let any person or circumstance talk you out of that, okay? That's the first thing I got to tell, and I just know 600 people heard that. So it's beautiful, baby. It's beautiful. Have a good attitude about that. And here is now your story. Are you ready? Are you ready? It's called The Best Seed. So there once was a farmer who grew the most excellent wheat. So he made the best wheat in the world. Every season, he won an award for the best wheat in his county. So then one day, this wise woman, she asked him, she said, I want to know, how do you do this? You know, how do you get this every single year? And he told her that the key to him getting the best wheat, you could say wheat if you want, but it's wheat. Uh, like wheat thins. But he told her, he said the key was sharing his best seed with his neighbors so that they could plant the seed as well. But then the wise woman asked him, she said, wait a minute, how can you share your best seed with your neighbors and they compete with you every year? She was like, that doesn't make sense. And he said, that's simple. He said, the wind spreads the pollen from everyone's wheat and carries it from field to field. So if my neighbors grew inferior wheat, cross-pollination would degrade everybody's wheat, including mine. So if I'm going to grow the best wheat, I must help my neighbors grow the best wheat as well, too. This is not exactly the best advice for crops, but it is for life, baby. It is for life, okay? Okay? Oh, you got to help others with it. You know what I'm saying? That's a good one. That's a good one. So how you planting your garden? Ooh. But there it is, baby. God bless all of you. Hopefully you like that. And get ready for PHILO. Get ready for PHILO. We got a couple of hours here. Spies at the low. Looks like we failed to bounce. Watch out if we hit another low. Honestly, I'm going to use this opportunity to go to the bathroom. Let's see. It's an hour and 15 minutes. I think we're either going to get a little bounce or it flushes here. But, I mean, just watch the big dogs. Especially the big dog leaders. But we're coming down to the low. I'm going to go pee. You'll hear me. Shouldn't take too long. Say what's up in the chat. Post a place. Say hello. Be positive. I'm feeling your vibe, baby. God bless. Follow me on Instagram if you haven't. We're going to post the long term if you missed it. If you missed the long term, it's on the way. Woohoo! I'm not looking at the market this time. I'm not looking behind me. I don't want to make a mess. You know, I feel like it's going to be a good day no matter what. So we don't got to worry, okay? You got that? You good? Good. Still here. All right, we see mini bounce. Apple holding again. There's a lot of components that could rip. Again, a majority of the market is down. So if they switch gears middle of the day, if Apple and Facebook and Microsoft stay the same, we'll be right back, honestly. Airbnb. Airbnb. Lucid came up. Sell was slow. Bounce feels like it's going to be fast. I mean, if anything, the fact we're just back to the range, I just think the market is probably going to hold this range. We may get lucky and break out a little bit, but, I mean, just take a look at the last 5 days. It's clear we're probably going to stay around here up until the Fed, just because, again, there's a lot of implications here. Underdog, Peach Frizzle. Oh, Ivan the agent. What's up, baby? Happy Monday. Or nah. Undercover. We'll take it. GME dips. The Russell is down the most right now. We'll see. Apple may come back up here. Facebook still looking good. Watch the chip makers. Some of them are subtle there. AMD ended up being down, but Qualcomm's the leader. But that's been selling off. Pfizer exec doesn't expect box warning for Arena's Estra mode. Let's see. Stocks extend losses as Apple goes negative. S&P is deepening earlier losses, shedding 0.7 with the biggest sell program of the day coming in at 1028. Consumer discretionary energy sectors lead declines while Apple is also slipping, erasing the morning gain of 1.5. Top tech firms include Tesla and Amazon are amongst the biggest decliners on a point basis, as are the bellwether of banks JP Morgan and B of A. So energy, banks, and then some of the tech. Microsoft, at least the premiums are jumping. I'm surprised we made more. I don't have any Apple plays. We sold out and they're there. Abivi's hitting a 52-week high right now. So they've just been outperforming there. Is this an all-time high now? I think this is the breakout point. I wish those options were good. Oracle pop. See if the premiums wake up. Oracle good. %. Abivi still yielding. Yeah, because they raised their dividend last quarter. So if you didn't, we got paid $1.30 dividend all year on Abivi. So by next quarter, and I think even this quarter we got it, but you're going to get $1.41. So even though the stock has been rising, they increased their dividend payout. BA new lows. Oracle is going up. Did the premiums come up with it? I don't think so. Still down. The Roblo. We need those. BA new lows. Yeah, BA below 200 is crazy. And then Abivi still rocking. Abbott new high. Amazon trying HSBC down. Apple wants it. They doing a buyback. I mean, they always do buybacks. Apple put. Oh, no. I still have that one Apple put. I forgot about that one. So I do have an Apple play. That one's for this week, though. So that one, we need Fed volatility. Other one, that one, $100. So we took like $1,000 off of the calls. I put 150 back into one put, and then that's it. And then SPY with little bounce there, but it wasn't enough. I mean, that was our little relief there off the bottom. Still 750. It's still less than 2 hours. BNB, Abivi, Uber, DraftKings. Didn't it go above 30? DraftKings below 30. I mean, it's hit that a little bit briefly there. A Sigma on the high. Facebook starting to go again. More upside with Apple. SPY's still holding on. Qualcomm. If Qualcomm wakes up, that'll be good. Apple running up a little bit there. Amazon at the bottom. Sigma unhalted. This one was running yesterday or Friday a lot too, right? Yeah, this is day 2. They're up 16. They're coming off of unhalt. They're up 12%. Was there inflation news? Nah. I mean, again, if anything, only inflation news are coming off of is the CPI on Friday. Apple's starting to launch a little bit there, but SPY is coming down. TLT is near the high. Amazon's not doing it. Facebook and Apple trying to fight. Oracle's on the high too. Happy birthday. Good morning. It's not my birthday, but happy morning. I love you. I love Apple Leaps. They back, baby. They've backed. They've come backed. I bought Ford weeklies. Where is Ford? I like Ford too. Again, I'm surprised they sold off. They had such good news all last week. Airbnb, MKC, McCormick. Lucid just got some candles there. Rivian selling off too. Watch out, even Tesla. Some stuff just kind of, low ticker just got really active right there. FXY. Yeah, remember, this doesn't move too much, but we'll see. Again, a lot of central bank action this week, so FXY will probably make a move. Even the dollar's up. Apple's going. That's weird. The low ticker's getting very active. Even Microsoft has a candle. Even Facebook does, but then Apple is the one. Interesting. Not AbiVi. AbiVi, I just wish you could play the options. That's it. They all just suck. Oh! Bradley Frizzle in the peach, baby. Oh, whether the market's up or down. Oh, it's blessed on Monday. Or nah. Oh, my goodness. Wow. Wow. You feel that? Wow. Straight to the dome. Peach to the dome on a Monday morning. Wow. It's a beautiful day. It's a beautiful day. The SPY's coming down, but I feel peachy. Hold on, SPYs. I'm looking at a play. See. Still going down. Lumber contracts at 1100. Yeah, watch this SPY here. Hold on. Everything might get clobbered a little bit. Again, we didn't really move too much up the VWAP. A lot of things are all over the place. So I think if Facebook comes down, that's the bad part. HD selling off. We were talking about getting some of those puts on Friday. Those would have been great. Microsoft, VWAP, Sigma popping. Facebook got a little bit of, again, everything's switching off, but TLT is hitting a new high right now. Ford is on the low, but TLT, we're probably, I mean, if this holds up on TLT, we're probably going to hit another low. And again, now, this is probably going to hit a new low, or we're going to test the low on Friday, which was Thursday's close as well. And again, we are still firmly below, or right, not firmly, but I'd say we're right at that level of what we got the other day, or closing below the CPI, or below the point of when the CPI was released. There it is. TLT above one. Wait, is this above? Okay, no. 151, 152. That's where you'll probably get panic at that point. But TLT is rocketing. It's about to hit 151. If it goes to 152 today, I mean, that's a big divergence between bonds and the market. But SPY did bounce up there, so just keep watching TLT. Apple, Facebook still holding. Same with Microsoft. And then Amazon's the only one at the bottom, along with Tesla. Coinbase flipped. They were up. It goes flat. Will TLT keep running because long dated will drop while short dated run? Yeah, I mean, essentially, that's how you get the yield curve to flatten, right? Or pretty much, or yields stay the same, and then the short end of the curve rises up. At the short end, yeah, that's the 2 and 5. And again, depending on what Powell says, that could give us a lot. Bonds are getting a little more volatile. TLT calmed down. We did not hit the low. I thought we would have with that move, but then Apple looks like it's about to come up. Some things may bounce off the bottom right here. Oh my God. Okay, I did it, dude. Why does it do that? How do you set the default lock button? I hate TD Ameritrade now. So I got Phil, but I was trying to set in a limit order. Oh my God, dude. Hit tab, but why can I just do it standard? Like, why? What happened back in the day? There used to be a standard where a limit order would not fucking move. What in the world is this? UBS to consider all options, including appeal on court ruling. The price wasn't even moving. I just left the thing unlocked again. Hard to explain. Is there no way to keep it on default? Like, there's no just default limit order? It wasn't that one. It wasn't that bad. The other one, like, I got scammed on. This one, I was just off by like $60. So it's not that bad. So don't trade it. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. I went with the April Airbnb calls. I was trying to get them at a way better price. So I was trying to get them closer to like $6. Again, I was trying to set a limit and lead into it. You see what I'm saying? So I wasn't trying to execute right here. I was trying to put a lower limit order so that if the stock fell more, I could catch it into the run up. But yeah, they scammed me. New low on SPY. TLT's coming back up now. Apple has gotten clapped as well too. Yeah, so we're coming down again. Join the cult. Let's see, we're still coming down. Nike down. Hold on, let me get this. I'm trying to say. It's on mid price. Dude, I can't. It's ridiculous. I don't know why it hasn't done this to me. It's just lately, it's just feeling it awful. Whatever. Fill or kill. Yeah, I don't think you could set it to lock. Dude, that's the biggest, because, like, I guess I didn't notice it because they weren't filling me bad, but this one's wild. I'm trying to see how it does it. It's so weird. Make sure on the workplace, then save. Let's see. Scammers, bro. Last week, stream alerts. Haven't got any info. Send an email. Go through where you logged in to make it faster. You can send an email to tradingfraternity@gmail.com. It's that lock symbol. I know what it is, but it's not, like, it doesn't stay the same. So, like, my first set of orders this morning, this was on. So I didn't have the problem. And then for some reason, I go to Airbnb and it's not on. But it's just weird. That's the stupidest feature ever. Why would anybody want a limit order that fluctuates? That doesn't make any sense. TLT, same level, gap down. Well, TLT is still kind of pushing here. Again, there's a lot of names that are underperforming, and we're going to watch how it comes up here, but we'll see. It shows unlocked till you do the order and enter, then it goes away. I don't know. It slows me down a lot more. I mean, it's just the weirdest thing ever. Like, it's actually the weirdest thing ever. Yeah, I just want to really make sure I pay $3 over the market at any given moment. Yeah. Blue is on the high ticker. They're popping up. They're up 73%. Bellis Healthcare. Visa's on the low. Macy's, now Qualcomm too. They were leading. See, I switched it to here. Order defaults. There it is. Stop limit. It still doesn't. It doesn't give you this option to lock the thing. Just watch out for this thing. I mean, that thing. I've been scammed by that so many. As I've been trading more, if I'm getting into like faster trades or I've been on some other stuff, it kills the. If I go too fast on something, it just. I don't know why. It's wild. I think you want it to be locked. Like, because it's I change the price every time. Like, so on this Airbnb, I put in the order at $6, and then it filled me at the ask. So it's like, what's the point of putting a limit? I don't get it. Like, even if I put in a limit, even if it's gonna fluctuate, like, why would you fill me at the ask? Like, it doesn't make any sense. Always hit enter after entering your price. That could be it. These are scammers. Let's see. See, it stays unlocked right when you click it. You see that? So look at a brand new option chain. It goes unlocked. But then I enter in the ticker, let's say. Let's see. 0.1. What's the bid at? Let's see. Okay. I wanted to see if it was going to fill me at the ask. Scammers. I hate them. Imagine it did. Bro, it's happened so many times. Now at this point, I'm like, okay, come on. Went to church yesterday. Coptic, first time. Pray for you and mama. Oh, let's go, baby. That's some good news right there. Or nah. Let's go. Amen. Use default stop type mark. If it says limit, it should only go through below your price. That's what I thought, man. That's what I thought. I've been trading for a while. I don't know when I've just never noticed it. It wouldn't do that up until recently, and then it seems like just some of these orders that I've been filled on is just it's wild. Roblo selling. SPY's coming down again. SPY or TLT has been ripping up while the SPY's been dancing around here. So keep that in mind. It's saying something. The SPY puts, UWMs are back up, or IWMs. Microsoft's still holding too. So watch for the new low again, 467 and below. We start to get to one more point or half a point will bring us to the low of the CPI. Any long-term got debating. Yeah, we added to Uber today. So I added Uber on all of the accounts for the long-term. Small account, Colt Sister, and the big account. So SPY is coming down now again. Amazon's the worst. Apple, I think Facebook is the one that's really green, and Microsoft's not down as much. Apple is now down. Apple's the second leader. But then Amazon and Tesla are weighing heavy on the indexes. Go to setup charts. I'll check it in a little bit. I just have to go like 2 seconds slower on every order now. Yeah, Facebook is holding up. Facebook's a very big point gainer. Costco's back on the high, so they flip. Remember, that was a post-earnings from Friday. SPY's not selling off here. So even though we're getting, like, literally TLT has moved 0.5% just on this upside here, but the SPY is not moving. Very interesting. Apple put premium rising. They priced in JPOW, so what will really be his point that can move the market? Rate hikes. So whatever, or he speeds up the tapering. So he's saying he's going to double the pace, but if they say they're going to triple it and finish before March, and then, pretty much the faster they conclude the tapering, the next question is rates. So however he words it or whatever plan they come up with, that is what, can clap some things. But that's why it's like if everything, if he finds a way, if he's like, hey, we're just tapering, we're not talking about rates just yet, then there might be a neutral effect, kind of like you saw with the CPI and the expectations. Again, you have to factor in a multiple day response. This is one thing, if I could show you guys today, please be prepared for this for Powell. What did you notice? You had an event with CPI on Friday, and we had a move, but what do you see? It didn't move much, and then the next day or so afterwards, you're gonna get a follow-through reaction. So Powell on Wednesday will be one event, but even then, no matter what happens on Wednesday, there's Thursday and Friday, and there's gonna be a more of a continuation type of move. He talked about rate hikes. I don't know. He might. But again, and sometimes he's even said, though, he said back in September, he was like, we're not talking about it just yet, or a little bit before that. If he's surprised with faster rate hikes, first thing to look at TLT, or is there something else? TLT and SPY puts, though. Again, if he does, I would just go short some of the names. That's why I'm saying, like, TLT is cool right now, but it's also like the premiums are stupid. They haven't gone up. They're still like holding, and then the spreads are very, very wide. The only time TLT gets cheap is after there's carnage in the bond market. So even the last couple days, this didn't even bring it down the TLT premiums. So it's like, hopefully after he reports, if the market doesn't pick up on it, and you know what I'm saying, then that could happen where he'll report, there'll be a pump fake, and then the TLT premiums come down, then boom, you could play it. But right now, TLT it's not looking the most appetizing on certain plays, and I got the old ones. The SPY puts aren't as bad. The IWMs are the cheapest, but then they have those are the ones that are up. So the SPY puts from last week are down. IWM puts from last week are up, and that's what I'm saying. So ones will be more cheaper than the others, but we'll see. Ebiva. I wait. He says for someone who can make good trades but is poor at risk management, diet. That's it. Just you need a budget. That's all. You set a budget and then just start taking. I would say you're on your game, baby. I think just take your profits. Just start taking the profits, control the amount, and make sure you're not putting out too much until you're closing other plays. Or that could be, again, like I'm saying, control the amount you're putting in, or even make it so that if you're going to open up one play, you have to close out two or something like that. You see what I'm saying? So then that way, just pay attention to how the money you're putting out and in. True. That appreciate you. Yeah, man. You're on it. I mean, again, just don't get so caught up with kind of how things are moving. I mean, I've seen the trades, you've been posting them. I mean, you're there. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Just take the profits. And again, you see me do it too sometimes. It sucks. I think you have to factor in some of the volatility because we're getting big moves, but it's hard to take them when it's like, okay, well, next week, tomorrow could switch. So just try to stay diligent with the profit taking. That's definitely one thing I could get out of all of this in the last couple days. So SPY's coming down now again, 468.50. About half a point from here, a little bit more, 3/4 of a point. That's the low on Friday, so watch out for that. Federal Reserve reminds firms safe and sound practice for counterparty credit in light of Archegos. That's a weird one. For December, QQQ, bleed more. I mean, SPY's about to come down here. Uber's holding that price, or Airbnb. Uber's coming down. Abivai's still launching. TLT 151 again. 152 is where it gets crazy. Apple's hitting a low now, so SPY's coming down and Apple's there. 466.50 on the SPY. So right now we're at 466.97. 466.50 is the low of the CPI. You could see that, and that's also some of the biggest lows that we've seen all last week. So 465 flat, but pretty much once you break 468, anything below, it's going to take us back to that Monday, last Monday's like gap up level. So it's kind of reversing what we saw immediately last week. But it's still a little bit more control. Jerome will tank the market in 2022. I don't know. I mean, again, a lot of people aren't saying that because everything is already down. You have to realize right now we're at all-time highs, but 30-40% of that is from 5 stocks. So it's like whatever happens in 2022, you got to ask yourself, I mean, Amazon and all those names could come down, but then you're probably going to get people rotating into 70% of the market that's down. So it's like a lot of the pain is already there. I mean, you feel if you've been holding small caps, even some, like even the fact Uber, DraftKings, some of those got clapped, like those are already down so much that you would really need everything to really get clapped. So it's like we may see in 2022 the big dogs may get hit, but then that'll be the opportunity for the ones that got beaten up to kind of come back to life. But then again, I mean, quality. Don't get it twisted. Quality will be key in all of it. It's not like everything will get revived. So SPY, it's not breaking that low. We're getting some stability. It's weird to see Apple and Tesla at the bottom. I mean, Facebook holding is a good sign, but we're not like flushing. I mean, just be careful because if you do, watch for the butter there. Watch for a 1/4 point, 1/2 point slip from this low. Because then that will take us to the low of the day on Friday. You think Uber is quality? No, I think there's risk. I just don't think the risk is much from there. I think Uber has its own set of quality, but it's not like Abivai quality. You know what I'm saying? It's better. I mean, for growth, I think it's one of the best growth that I could get at that price. I mean, I'm only up now 8% on my Uber from last year. And just think about it. I mean, it's even been like 2 years of the company. Their numbers are going up there fundamentally, but it's like for even inflation-wise, for that much time to go on, and they're still at the same price. I think that's the best growth. I think that's what you could get at that price, pretty much. There's nothing else at that price with that level of okay. I think it's going to be here in 10 years. So it is good. I like it though, but it's not like Abivai. Really, I would go all in on Abivai if it wasn't up at 130. I mean, I'm thinking, we have a lot of Abivai between the accounts, but that one's it. Keep dropping into 2022? Probably not. I mean, some of the bigger leaders may drop, but a lot of there's a lot of room for other things to go up. Big names on low ticker. I know we're not flushing out just yet. Again, watch for a quarter point, half a point butter at the bottom. That will be the key. Otherwise, if it's slow and steady, I mean, it may, it doesn't look like we're freaking out. It just kind of looks like straight sell-off here from Monday. Added Starbucks for value. That's a good one. I like that. I would get Walmart. That's why I think, too, in the first quarter, I want a lot of things to move because there's so many names that we could get. So I think if we let a couple of things do its thing, we'll be good. Carlos Gross, welcome. Welcome, my Supra friend. But with tapering and tightening, when at high growth, multiple stocks be weighted down further while safer, reasonable valuations hold up. Yeah, that's why I like. So Uber doesn't meet that quality, but that's where I'm saying as compared to all of the other ones that are growth, at least I'm not buying the one that's up 90% and meets that criteria. But yeah, you are right in that sense, and that's why for 2022, a lot of these names with value, good margin, those might be the ones those should be the ones that should be able to come up. So SPY's coming down now. Goldman Sachs, banks are starting to hit another low again. Those are the worst performers today, so those start to slip a little bit more. Roblox below 110 now. Our puts are up like 20% now, so there you go. That's what I want. I want those to get really crazy. Then we could sell out towards the bottom. 10% on the IWM, 10% down on the SPY. Teslas are now came back. Those were down 40. Now they're only down 20. See, so all the plays, they're still there once the volatility comes back. If it bounces, we get clapped. But watch the banks now, too. That's the second leading indicator because those are the worst ones on the day. TLT is still climbing. I like Beyond for the long term, but it's going to be a rocky ride with a couple of other things there. ETH on the 1 minute is scary. Lucid is now red on the day. Let's see. Plays down 10% to like 360. I think that was the low on it. But look, we're below 467, but it's not buttering. That's what I said. So watch out for that. Rivian on the low again. EVBG on the high. Things up 14%. Everbridge. Big Commerce. I like it. I mean, we bought it that one time, but it's been an underperformer again. Like Uber is the one that I wanted. So DraftKings, Big Commerce, and Uber were some of the ones that have been the worst performers on the long term this year. So that's why I said I think Uber. I'm still up on Uber, but Uber was kind of a no-brainer for me, just when looking at it compared to all those other names. It's like I like Uber more than Big Commerce. I like Uber more than DraftKings. And that's it. Otherwise, I'd be going Airbnb or Abivai. Mm. 466. We're right there, but it's not. Again, it should butter, but it's not. So it's like we're chilling out a little bit. Good morning, everybody. I'm gonna check GM because you said that. Damn, they're down 5. Ford is down 5. My goodness. Three minutes till Euro close. That'll be good. Hood, I'm not the fan. I'm more of a Coinbase fan, but again, those are some of those growth names I'm talking about. So Airbnb selling off, Upstart on the low. So it looks like a lot of things are hitting the low right now. Uber new lows. Clorox on the high. Roblo 109. Yeah, today's it feels smaller, but it's still big. I mean, now it's 1% down on tech. That's 1% down on tech with Facebook and Microsoft kind of up there, and even Apple. Apple was up 1.5 today, which is wild. So that's a 2.5% swing there on Apple now. The calls are still holding up though, decently. Abbott on the high, 2 minutes till the close. Always need Clorox. TLT slowly ticking up. Now you're a quarter point below. Again, we're just hanging out right there because again, it bounced at 466 last time, and it doesn't look like we're picking up speed. VWAP is coming down. Dow about to go 1%. SPY just under 1%. NASDAQ 1.1%. And then small caps almost down 2%. They're at 1.6%. Mom's long term, you're setting it up. I mean, if she's older, you want to get a little bit more dividends. Again, just 60-40, 70-30. You could. There's always room to get enough of both. And how people understand. Yeah, I do. It's I think it's called like How the Stock Market's Gonna Crash. It's an old video from 2018, but I think it's I think if you type the yield curve, the trading fraternity, I have a couple videos on it. I'm a big yield curve guy. Butter, not quite. You see, it's whole again. Even TLT led the way. We'll watch if it takes another move again. Microsoft's holding. I think Facebook will probably be the canary in the coal mine. I mean, they're still up a lot right now. Let's even take a look. What else do we got? So NASDAQ, ARNA, that's the buyout. Booking, Tesla, Amazon, Google. You see them weighing down. Looks like biotechs. Adobe's one of the leaders. But yeah, Facebook's the 11th on the NASDAQ. Biotechs, Adobe's killing it. Facebook's number 9 on the SPY. So a lot of points are being brought through there. No volume, European close. So we're bottoming out at the low of the CPI. I mean, again, wasn't this European close? No, European close was up here. So we're a little bit lower, but European close pretty much at the bottom of the last couple days here. Very interesting point to have Euro close. So watch out now because, I mean, that means we're either going to bounce a lot from here or this is going to be that inflection point. The Dow falling, a lot is energy and financials. So even across the whole index, I mean, the tech stocks that are down and even Tesla is killing the NASDAQ, but for the Dow and S&P, especially the Dow, a lot of the energy plays. Because again, Friday was CPI and we had a little mixed bag, but overall, I mean, CPI, look at the trend of everything. Energy stocks did very, very well. So energy coming back up or coming down today from the Friday bounce. That's kind of what's clapping things. So we're hitting a new low. It looks like we're butting. Watch 468.50. You're at 468, 80, 90 right now. See, it's bouncing a quarter point on one candle. And then we have already had European close. Let's take a look. European close. Everything in Europe is red now. Remember, it was up a little bit. So Europe sold off 0.5% into the close. They got clapped. Remember, it wasn't like that. It was 50-50. Even Germany was up. So Germany ended up closing red. Happy, but I like the TLT chart. Pretty much, yeah. When you look at it a little bit, looks like it's leading the way. Again, and they're at, all-time high breakout. So we see. They're traded our market while we're asleep, yes. And we did good on Friday, though. So they were trading it pretty happy. Uber's on the low. Qualcomm now, that was leading as the chips. Watch out. I mean, these are some big companies. Even NVIDIA's on the low. AMD. There's Uber, 35.40. Airbnb's at the low. Even Roblo, BFRI. Biofrontera's going, but SPY, I mean, it hasn't dropped, it hasn't buttered, and it hasn't bounced. Pfizer's still up. Microsoft through VWAP on the way up. Was Abivai, there was a couple of approvals on some stuff, but I think even them just getting ready for the value rotation. But there was some some news. I don't know if it's the drug approval or not, but I just think as a value play, I mean, they're really sticking out coming into next year. Microsize still there. We're coming off the bottom now. TLT finally chilled out. Let's see. Savannah to buy Exxon Mobil assets in Chad and Cameroon for $360 million. Do the low ticker and high tickers active? TSN on the high. Tyson. Oh, Tyson looking good. Cost green. AMD, chip makers on the low. MSTR, Ambarella. Looks like chip makers are selling off heavy right now through the low ticker. A lot of chip makers, even the index. Even Kohl's is now going down. Dude, look at that. That low ticker is printing. Low key, it's like pretty aggressive here, especially even though we're getting a bounce. It's like it's hiding the what's it called? It's hiding some of the what's it called? The moves there. Airbnb, Roblox, murdering you. Are you negative on it? I mean, we're just losing gains that we've been up on it. That's why it's kind of bad. But, I mean, for the most part, if we didn't have Airbnb and Roblox a month ago, then you really would have gotten clapped. Yeah, there's a lot more carnage under the surface. We'll see, though. I mean, because if the tech stocks lead the way, I could come up here. Roblox testing your loyalty both ways. I like everything coming into PAL. I think it's going to be fun. I think we're going to get a lot of volatility. Even then, there's still calls that are going up. Oh, Apple on the low ticker, though, now. So, interesting there. Very, very interesting. Apple taking the step down. That might start to bring the other things down with it. Let's see. Amazon didn't go down. Where's Facebook? Yeah, Facebook is just holding the index. The Apple just got clapped there. And now it's push-ups. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before opening. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you subscribe. You're on mobile. Press high chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. It's an exciting day, baby. We got a lot going, but we've been here for 2.5 hours. We got 4.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. I need you to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. Can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. Can't do 1, get on your knees, do a push-up, plank, the worm, anything, but get the body moving. Then optometrist recommendations. Stare at an object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Blink a few times. Relax those pretty little eyeballs. Blink, 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 blink. Blink, 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 blink. Oh, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. Oh, man. Oh, man. You feel that? That was great. Relax the eyeballs. Now everything's good. Now drop the shoulders, chest to the sun. Flex the core, tuck the hips in, okay? Fix that posture, fix that nerd neck. You don't need to be scrunching up your shoulders right now. I know there's a lot of volatility. I know you may be worried about what the market's going to throw at you, but I'm telling you, by the end of the week, you will be excited. There's going to be opportunity everywhere, so relax the shoulders, okay? Chest to the sun, flex the core, tuck the hips in. Boom, baby. You look good. I ain't going to lie to you. You look good. Market's coming down. Chip makers are getting pummeled right now. And then Microsoft started to flip. But let's go. Relax. Legs in front of you. Not wrapped behind your computer chair. You are not riding the dolphin. And you look good. Some of you look really good right now. Some of you look tall with that chest to the sun. Keep it up, baby. Ooh. Anyway, and then finally, relax the jaw. Go. Breathe in really deep. Breathe out with your tongue out. Do the dragon breath. Go. There it is. There it is. Boom. SPY's still at the same level. You get to relax. I'm putting my stand-up desk. I'm going to resist Tansei for a little bit. But watch, chip makers look like they're leading on the way down. Bank stocks are another leader. And then, obviously, watch the big cap winners. Intel lagging. All the chip makers. Intel's not doing as bad. EVBG on fire. I think we saw that earlier. I think it was up like 70. Yeah, but biotechs, drug stocks are doing very, very good. I think Intel also had a lot more volatility leading into it. That's why they're just kind of staying neutral with everything. J-Pow decides not to speed up with NASDAQ rally. Maybe. I think bonds would go tilt it for a little bit, but then bonds would start. The yields would keep climbing, and then people would get worried, I think, later. Altria and Philip Morris on the high somewhere for some reason. Microsoft held up there. Altria's flipped. Altria is now coming on the upside. More of everything in my lottery. Let's go. 2022 will be my year. Let's go. Claim it. Claim it. Space it out. Have some patience. And I mean, it's exciting to let, we have another year to let a lot of things grow here. So, could be good. Yeah, I still have Nautilus. Facebook barely. If that slips, that'll be the key. But then if Facebook slips and then Microsoft takes over, they're just gonna switch spots. NEWR low ticker again is still gassing all day. I mean, that's the weirdest part about all this. You're not really seeing the move. Again, a majority of all names are down right now. 323 names down on the SPY, 180 are up. Dow Jones, there's literally 9 names up, 21 down. And then the NASDAQ is disgusting. Affirm is on the low now. NASDAQ, you got 740 names up, 2,400 are down. You don't think growth will slow in 2022? I mean, it could slow to a degree, but I mean, unless it's either the ship is either going to not move or the ship is going to move, essentially. We may stay a little bit there. AMC Entertainment, lowest drop since May, 18%. That's coming across the wire. Twilio on the low as well. There's Roblo. So I'm hoping those puts are going to make me some money on there. See, I need this to stop the bleed. The other ones need to come back up, but they're not. Tesla might break. Win is tanking. What is it, Tesla? Yeah, but watch if Tesla even bounces too. That could help the market out a lot. My portfolio clapped more than Kathy. Derek, you said that joke on Friday, and you still here. Amen. Amen. Horn. You get a horn for that. You get a horn. That means you got no other better option. You know what I'm saying? I feel you. I got your back, though. Don't worry. We're going to get through the volatility. I got your back, baby. I feel you. I feel you, because now you like, do I trust Kathy? Do I trust the AMC people? Do I trust the YouTubes? Who do I trust right now? You know what I'm saying? I feel you heavy on that. There's a lot going on. So then we got PAL and economics. I got your back, baby. But, to God be the glory. So whatever he provides, I'll take it. So let's go, baby. Let's go. I trust you. Don't trust me. Trust God. I trust God. Y'all better pray for me. If y'all ain't never prayed, this might be a good time to start praying. I don't know. Maybe certain events might make you want to pray, like the SPY down 0.5%. Is that prayer worthy? No? Okay. Okay. It's pretty clear. Jesus is the answer. Amen. Amen. If we want to hedge, should we wait half an hour, half after Powell? So let me tell you this. When it comes to hedging, just don't hedge too much. Okay? In the sense that if you want to hedge, just make sure you don't put too much down where, because like again, think about all the calls I've been buying. I'm really only holding 2 puts, and the only bigger puts I put on Roblo. Oh wow, whoa, did these go? Oh, those are the covered calls. But the other plays on Roblo, what I'm doing with it is essentially it's because I have, still got $30,000 of gains with it. It's still a $100,000 position. Everything else, I only got a couple of spy puts, and then I've held on to old stuff. But do you see what I'm saying with that? That's part of it. But now you see what I got going on. I'm holding some before and after, and thankfully IWM's up. Spy puts will be cheaper. Same thing even with like the Tesla. Some of them are cheaper. So I'm going in some plays, calls, and I'm hedging both ways a little bit before Powell, and then after Powell, like day of Powell, we're probably going to trade a lot, and then even the next day as well too. So it's not, so I have a little bit of both, but then I'm making sure I'm not going too crazy with anything. There's money for bulls and bears. Again, I think, and that's why I think it's going to, like, even with the Roblo, like I have those puts. My plan is we get the volatility, the puts start gassing, we sell the puts into the rundown, and then hopefully the calls with enough time, and then, just vice versa, keep playing it back and forth. And then even by then, we'll have a lot more clarity, and then we'll be able to see. When you're drunk, losing seems less bad. Dog, it's 8:45 a.m. You know what I'm saying? I'm not judging you. I'm just saying, like, maybe eggs might even help. You know what I'm saying? Like a bacon. You know, like, man, you just hungry, bro. You may not even. You'd be surprised. Uber sell off. I'm chill. Again, that's why I bought Uber today, because I'm like, Uber's gonna drop. It's clear like Uber's at this bottom floor, but I'm thinking even coming into the next month or two is like if Uber drops, it's going to, even Airbnb, they're both going to move like 20% down max, I think, from, again, and be careful with that statement. When you say max or anything, you never know. You'd be surprised. But in my mind, I'm envisioning that Uber is only going to get so much cheaper, where I think you have way more upside than downside at this point. What do I think about AMC? I got out of AMC a couple months ago. So unfortunately, I got to take that up with the Lord and see what happens with that. I made money on the stock, but I don't know if I made enough to pay for my sins. So we're going to figure that out. But AMC, I'm surprised it's just down here today. I'm no longer in it, but I am very, very surprised. AMD, dude, the chip makers are getting mollywop right now. That's the next one that's the thing that I think is causing a little extra weakness here, because the chip makers were up. But we chilled out. Again, we didn't butter at that low level, but we are hanging here towards the lows. Facebook is slowly slipping. There's Tesla. The TLT is a little bit up. Yeah, Qualcomm's red now? No way. Is that when? Yeah, I think that's when the car barely. So once that goes red, that'll be the second leg of carnage for all the chip makers. Yeah, Qualcomm going red will be ugly. PM winner today. Yeah, Altria as well. Abivi, Pfizer, those are all substantially up right now. And even then, like Arna, that's the buyout. Equix, Biotech, Myrna, Facebook, Adobe's another winner. Cruise, that's pretty much it. There's just a lot of names and a lot of movement today. It's crazy how, dude, the ticker is just active as hell today. I'm telling you, for the first, like, we've seen active days. I wonder what the volume's at, but it just seems like you have been getting non-stop activity both ways, up and down. Spy calls. I don't want spy calls. I'd rather take equity. So that's why, like, I got the Microsoft. I'd rather pick some of the winners. I got that, and then Airbnb. I went for that play again today, and I'm playing the Friday edition. This is what we wanted Friday. Yeah, it just took an extra day. messed with the premiums, but the premiums are still the same price. So SPY puts same exact price as yesterday or Friday. Now my IWMs are back up. So it's like, again, just think about the Friday move. I know Friday seemed a little bit like it was underwhelming, but all we had to do was just wait. And then this is just a continuation, and it's a lot more active. But we haven't broke the low yet, so we'll see. Again, Euro closes right here at the bottom. So we'll watch how it plays out a little bit here. We're firmly below the VWAP right now. Yeah, the put's barely moving. I think if you're, depends. I mean, from the morning, they move 15%. So these were down 25%. So this whole morning, we've gotten a gain on them. And then same thing, the IWMs have moved over 20% today so far. It's just slow. It was like, so it's based off of kind of the morning. Even the Tesla puts, I was down on those. So hopefully, and I hope some of these plays, when I'm showing them to you guys, I hope you guys are using these as place markers too. Again, when I keep going, I do this for my own personal stuff, but again, watching some of these premiums, even the ones that are up or down, you can use this for your positioning as well too, to know, okay, like look at the January Tesla chain is still cheaper, but it was 20% cheaper in the morning. And then same things. Now IWM, that was the cheap one. They're expensive now. SPY puts near the money are cheaper than some of the volatility a couple days ago. So that's why I keep on showing some of these. Just make sure you guys are using these, even like the Roblox puts. Again, we're finally starting to watch some of these run up. Where did the other ones go? 31 and 70 and then 31, yeah. So watch out for those. But yes. Body is 222. My body. Facebook slipping. There it is. So watch. There's a lot of S&P points. At least 10, I think, in Facebook. Yeah, or Facebook's contributing 4 points to the SPY right now. So that could take off half a point. Here's a new low. We are now lower than European close. Roblox, Tesla, watch. Qualcomm's about to go negative. They were up 3%. That's a huge flip. Tesla, that's Roblo at 107. Where's Tessie? Tessie, 950. You still got cushion before it flips out, and it's down a lot right now. Airbnb, 52-week low. You lying, man. Why you gotta lie like that, bro? That's 52-week low. We at pre-earnings level. It looks scary, though. It's down a lot. It's down at least 20%, though, from earnings after going up 35%. Uber 52-week low. There you go. I was like, Airbnb, man, why you gotta scare me like that? Yeah, Airbnb, it's $2 higher than when we got it, but like that's what I'm saying. I think it'll hold decently here. If not, I'm at least buying one of the losers. Just get the most for our dollars. SPY at the low. Watch Facebook, because if Facebook goes to open, I mean, they've already shed 1%. Hey, dude, everything is slipping heavy now. Like low key, again, that just constant pressure on the low ticker is just little after little after little after. You're just taking a leg down every time. But we still haven't broke. I mean, you still got to break 468.50 still. So we got a little bit of room. Just watch the sea. Just watch for butter. Airbnb is getting added. It's just selling because the market in general. And again, on Friday, you will watch on all of the stocks getting added. You're going to watch at least, I don't know, 100 million, but you're going to watch a lot of volume come in. I think market will wait for Powell. Again, we are not, like, at the end of the day, this is just fucking with everybody's mentality. It's widening out the market. It's leaving, some names are up, some names are down. But we haven't done anything since last Tuesday. So this isn't like, the market is holding some level of stability, but we'll see. Again, we were coming off of a pretty wild time. AMC. So another low, 466.80. Santa rally will happen. It depends on our guy Powell. think most people head into Powell cash heavy. I think it really depends on the types of investors and how nimble they can be. But I think a lot of people are also, I mean, you see it with Apple and all those other names holding up. People are still positioned for the upside. I mean, people aren't as scared for the downside as you would think right now. I need these ones to come back up. So IWMs are hitting a new high now. Then the SPYs, those needs to come back positive. But we're hanging out at the low here. We have not buttered yet. Why'd you choose Uber over Roblox? Because I'm not, again, I was only up after buying Uber for a year. I've made more money off covered calls on the long term. But Uber, I was only up like 6 or 7%. So it makes more sense to buy that. Roblox, I'm still up 50% total on the equity. So it's like and again, like we're talking growth, the future, the next year, whatever it may be. I want a good deal. If I don't want to buy any growth, even if I like the company, like I like Airbnb, but I want to get a value. You know what I'm saying? It's not like I don't want to buy a growth play at the absolute high. And then, because even then I could still be up on it. Like I could lose another 30% on Roblox and then we're still up. You see what I'm saying? But if I open a new position on that, that would be a 30% loss. So that's the problem. I made a long-term purchase on Uber today. Value rotation is kind of in the mix a little bit, or it's going to be a weird value rotation. It's going to be people rotating into stock picking and choosing more or less. It won't be broader. The market will be broader, but it will not be like not everything is going to rotate. AZ Wild halted. Powell's expected to be much more hawkish. Yes, and that's the thing, though. Just like the CPI, Powell is expected to be hawkish. Do you get what I'm saying? So, like, remember, CPI was bad on Friday, but look at the day of reaction. Everybody was chill because we kind of, everything was in line. So, SPY coming down here. Watch for 468.50. If we break that level, that's where it starts to panic. Again, Qualcomm is red. Good call out there. NVIDIA is down 4, but this is what we're looking for. The premiums have not gone crazy. IWM premiums are now gassing, but SPY puts and some other ones, even Tesla, the fear has not hit the premiums so hard today. So just keep that in mind. Yeah, you're not really getting premium. People aren't really freaking. It's just like slow. I'm saying 468.5 all morning. Oh, yes. Oh, I meant 466. I'm sorry. It's a big level. I'm excited. I want to see because even if we bounce, and then we're probably going to do this all over again tomorrow. It may even be on the upside. Tomorrow may even just totally reverse this, but it's going to be one of these slower moves staying in a range until Powell. There's NVIDIA going down, so I think Qualcomm and the rest, yep. AMC again, $21 is a very key level for AMC. Are you not entertained? Did Art come back down there? Yeah. So we're bouncing off there. Have not gone back up there. The market is afraid. I think people are being, everybody's on their toes a little bit, but just watch out. You saw Friday. You saw an awful CPI print, and you saw the market end up good. Today's just now the follow-up, but that's where I'm saying there's going to be a lot of weird moves leading into it. It's a very pivotal event. Oh, you hear that? That was good. Good. JBHT. Jabba Hunt JB Trans. SPY bouncing off the bottom there. Facebook leveled out. That's good. Snap getting nasty. Down to 46. Yeah. Oh, it gave up all that cushion from last week. Airbnb. What's the other one? Uber. I think the tornado has not as much. I mean, it was a sad event and there was economic impact, but I don't think it's reacting right now. I don't think it's causing an effect. If he comes off neutral or dovish, the market will end up being good. I think easily. But I don't know the chances of him doing that. But then the market may freak out about inflation. Let's see. Oh, shit. Let's see. I got one order in. I put in an order and it didn't automatically fill me at a higher price. I may pull that one. Okay, so we're coming down again. Watch out for the chip makers. That one was a little pop, but that got aggressive there on the downside. A VIX curve and backwardation. So still from last week. Need the other ones to come up. So another low on this. Dude, that was a weird move right there. Let me see the other ones. Microsoft. I think that one was because of Microsoft. Because Facebook held in Apple. That one was Microsoft, yeah. So we'll see here. Watch if anything else comes down. Small caps are definitely leading on the downside. The IWMs, again, those are up a little bit more. And then the SPY puts haven't gone above 9% yet. And the Teslas are starting to creep a little bit. Watch Tesla, too, because if Tesla fluctuates, they're kind of up a little bit. That could clap the market there. Again, Microsoft, it looks like Microsoft was having the cheek glaze there. European gas benchmark closes at record. Canada bond data. You just grabbed something? Did I? I don't think I got filled. No, I canceled my order. I got a couple of plays I'm looking at. Yeah, we already made a couple today too, and I'm still even pretty confident with all of them. I think this is what I've been setting up for. I mean, again, hopefully, if call plays are able to come down a little bit, or put plays start to run up some here, we're going to be able to hopefully make a move with Powell. Apple Chicle on the upside. Say yalla. Are you confident on Uber? Comparatively. So compared to any, give me a stock in Uber's category, I'm more confident in them than anybody else. Well, you're still getting wrecked, though, on the low ticker, man. A lot of tech stocks, Baba's on the low, Snapchat is printing. Oh, my goodness. Bro, even Pinterest down sig. Bro, there's still some stuff getting knocked right now. Roblo puts up 50. I have the covered calls too. I got 36 on mine. I got 36 and then 70% on the other ones. I need these to come back. Apple trying to run. Didn't it just hit 3 trillion? Facebook's coming down. Watch if that's like, bro, this is a weird move. I mean, we're hanging out at Euro close, but to see this many different moves on names and we're like barely moving here, it's ugly. Today is a very weird, ugly post CPI pre Powell, and we just need to break out to a range, or it just needs to flush because this is just you're watching how everything's moving. It's wild. It is wild. It's in purgatory. I think this is worse because some stuff is getting, dude, AMC, dude, some of the growth names, what they're doing to them right now is disgusting. Like, these are way bigger sell-offs. Like, even the IWM at the pace that it's moving is like, this is leading the way almost, but you don't really feel it. Like, but now, I mean, you feel it, but you don't. You feel it, but it's not reflected in the price of the index. IWM, I'm not going to sell till after Powell. Maybe before if they go up like 70%. But, we would need a lot of volatility leading into that. That's what I'm saying. These are my Powell plays. That's why it's like we have calls. Again, it sucks because anything we're holding, it's just going to fluctuate leading into there. And then hopefully we don't get IV crushed. But I'm assuming there'll be enough gas up or downside to let one side kind of win. Pre-market was good. Pre-market was chill, yeah. But it did what it did in pre-market. We were up pre-market, then it just slowly started sliding all the way up until the open. And then it just continued. So we're coming back up here. It's about to be the highest we've been since Euro close. Microsoft. I think Apple's the one leading it. Spyware firm NSO Mull shutting down Pegasus unit, sale of company. That's foreign. PFE, yeah, they've already been killing it. TLT, new high. So the bonds totally disagree with everything. Even though we're down, I mean, you could say it equates to the NASDAQ, but bonds are climbing here for a reason. Again, if we get above 152 on TLT, that's where it gets ugly. SPY's starting to move up here. Pfizer's on the high. Apple is getting some steam up there. SPY pop. $2 bounce off 170. Nobody likes Elon. Why you say that? Elon's been chill lately. It's been chill. The great cuckening is back. It might be, but again, I mean, this is just pre-Powell though, so it's like we couldn't really expect too much. I mean, I expected more on the CPI, and I was just one day behind. It seems like, but it's not really like this is kind of common. There is a really big event that's here. UVXY, all right, it's chilling out a little bit. Let's see how that plays out. Tesla's everything's coming back up now. Airbnb got the bounce, even Roblo. So look at the low ticker is just not destroying everybody's life right now. So that's, I mean, again, that's going to free us up a little bit. So we'll see, because it's been about 2.5 hours of just straight selling pressure. So this might give us some relief. Just watch out for a quick turn down, or maybe the VWAP, and now we're up above Euro close. Bob the Builder. Powell the Builder. Just buy shares this week and no options and chill. And maybe a good approach. At least we'll have enough shares to do a little bit of everything. But there you go. You're fine. You're finally getting a bounce. Not everything going up with it, but a lot of names did. But it's still very, very light. Again, it's been about two hours of just straight pressure. You like graham crackers? Yeah. I like golden grams. You know, the cereal golden grams. Bob the Trader, can he flip it? Uber, any clapping? They've had a couple of things overseas, but again, ever since some of the pre-pandemic stuff kind of slowing down, they just sold off the second half of the year. Very, very hard, but that's why it's like, again, just on the yearly and over time, I just think I think there's still some downside, but I don't think the downside outweighs the upside on it in the long run, and even midterm. Oh, Cinnamon Toast. I feel you. Cinnamon Toast Crunch slaps. You think growth will come back when inflation goes back down? I mean, anything could happen. I mean, you would be surprised too. I mean, don't get it twisted. A lot of people come January, February, if they were selling out a lot of this stuff here, a lot of the growth, they may just buy it right back out for the wash sale. Manskin, Congress should act within limits U.S. can afford. Ubisoft, Virginia Haas is leaving to pursue other activities. Facebook spoke with a company affiliated with Beige Key to agree to acquire the Meta Financial Group name for $60 million. Meta Financial Group? So cash is the ticker. But apparently Facebook is paying them $60 million for their rights to the name. Pretty good name. Their market cap's $1.82 billion, so they're huge. So it's not like if this was a micro cap, that would have been great. Financial Group CC, Meta Financial Group. Cash isn't. No, that means I think Facebook is trying to buy something for finance. That's why they're buying it. I don't think they're going to buy every name called Meta. I think this hints at them wanting to do something with money. Hey, yo, when's on the high? We're chilling out here. Low ticker is not printing the same velocity. We're coming back up here to VWAP. Euro close is right here, so we're about a point, maybe just under a point above that. Is it bad Airbnb got added to the QQQ? No, it's good. Again, come Friday, you're going to have an ETF buy a sizable portion of the stock to weight it. So if it's going to represent 0.5%, 1% of the whole filing, I mean, let's just say they did a 1% contribution maybe. I don't know how much they're going to add to it. So 207 billion. So that's 2 billion times 0.0. Let's do 0.5%. So they're going to buy $1 billion. I'm assuming right now. But come Friday, $1 billion of Airbnb stock will be purchased. I'm assuming. Again, I could be wrong on that. So now divide that by 175 a share. They're probably going to buy 5 to 6 million shares by Friday. That's, again, I'm assuming. That's if they weight that's if it gets a 0.5% weighting on the QQQ. No, I'm assuming 0.5%, not 5%. So half of 1%. They do it before the date. Well, it's December 17th because it has to be there by December 20th. So on Monday will be the day it will be added fully. So the transaction will be there by there. 0.5% is 0.05. Are you sure? I think it's 0.005, not point. I think 0.05 is 5%. Because then 0.10 would be 10. I think it's 0.005. But yeah, so that's all assumption though. Again, I don't know if they're going to get 0.5% weighting. I mean, let's see. I mean, they have 2% of PayPal, but they probably bought it at a way cheaper price. So they might add more than 0.5%. Interesting. They got 2% Netflix. So the lowest holding is 0.06. That's Fox. And they're getting rid of that. And then Trip is 0.09. And then Insight is 0.10. So they may add a what's it called? They may add a 0.1% though. So even less than 0.05 or around there actually. So we'll see. Both tickers for wait, my platform just clapped? Yo, what just happened? Is anyone's E-Trade down? Can you guys still hear me? Why does it look like the market just closed? Platform, you hear me? That's weird. We're at 467.66. My E-Trade went clapped. E-Trade won't load. My connection, it's weird. I mean, but you guys could still hear me, right? So here's the market right now. Here's the SPY. I mean, we're at 467. But the high-low ticker, everything else is clapped. Interesting. That's the second time. So we ran up. I don't have the VWAP on here. Restart E-Trade. I could. I just know usually with E-Trade, though, it gets weird. It's already weird. What year is that E-Trade? I think I recently downloaded it. It's like, I don't know. It's probably like a 2010 version. I don't know, man. I don't know. All right, let me see if I can restart it. So SPY is coming down on there, so just watch out for that. Don't do it. You probably won't get back. I know, but I already closed it. Because that was been happening a couple days ago. It was doing that where I couldn't log back in. Manchin gives possible 1.7 trillion for Biden spending plan. Where is it? Where was European close? We're coming down a little bit. I think that was the bounce there. He trades like, yeah, you're done for the day, man. There it is. So we're back. See, there you go. Very, very simple. They just playing with us today. Market looks weird now, though. After it kind of slowed down on me, I'm like, wait a minute. But we're still below VWAP, still above or right above Euro close. It's 9/3. Today's kind of flying by. Huh. So we play bank. I already have an old XLF plays. Banks will have the ability to move a lot. They may benefit off of it, but last time they did bad. I don't know if we're going to get any updates from Brainerd. She could help the banks out, believe it or not, but we'll see what they say. What's the news? We're not, honestly, I mean, my assumption, my answer to today is this is just a delayed reaction to CPI and then getting ready for Powell. Otherwise, there was no news. There was a couple of negative virus headlines, and you do see a lot of biotechs and virus stocks moving today. But I just, we're firmly in the range of everything for the last couple days. It's all related to the same news. And again, the CPI. I don't think you get a 82-year or whatever, like a 30, 40-year high on inflation, and then the market goes up 0.5% and then ignores it the next day. You know what I'm saying? So I think that's part of it here. The high ticker can't even fill itself out, I feel. Everything stopped, though. Like, everything looks like you're definitely not at that pace. The low ticker does want to keep moving again, but, man, that was ugly earlier. That was uglier. And Evergrande, yeah, they did. They officially defaulted along with Kaisa. Airbnb just got a red cheek lease. So did Roblox. See if anything else starts to come down here. Verizon is surprisingly on the high. Push-ups, we got like 7 minutes. We good, baby. We good. Wells Fargo down 3. Watch for another leg on banks. At least JP Morgan and Bank of America bounced. President Biden speaks with the reporters at the White House. Did y'all see that video? I saw a video of what's it called? I saw a video of Jen Psaki at a press conference, like, and then a plane flew over, but there shouldn't have been. Wow, what do you mean? You know what I'm saying about a plane? I say, shut the up, keep it down. I gotta sleep till 1 p.m. Huh? Why are you guys making all that noise? Stop around, huh? Come on. I don't know what the that is. Every time I'm trying to say, it won't let me. Why? Or did they mandate the this, huh? Hey, listen. We need to come together. Why'd you beep that out? That doesn't make any sense. Why is he doing that? I'm saying God bless America. Why the... Stop it. Okay, sorry. I know the market's down now. And listen, when I was a boy, the market went down, okay? I'll tell you a story. The market was going down, and I saw it going down. I said, wow, roller coasters go down. And that's what my papa told me. He said, what do you mean roller coaster? He said, it's going to be there if it was just who built the roller coaster. That's what he's trying to explain to me. And I remember I said, Dad, what the are you talking about? Well, he didn't get it anyways. We both had dementia, but it was fine. But listen, point is, we got to come together, all right? Or we're all okay? Okay, God bless you. Yeah, I don't know where the speech is. Joe Biden. Where is he? It says he's speaking live, but I don't have it. It says there's supposed to be a briefing. I don't see the stream anywhere. They're like, breaking news, Biden speaking. We've not posted it anywhere. TLT is chilling out, so we're coming back up again. TLT chilling out is positive. Arna, I mean, these are the ones $100 a share. That's the buyout, but they're actually, even they're slipping. RCAT pop. RCAT, Red Cat Holdings. Abby Vi still doing it for the kids. Oh shit, my things aren't linked. Oh, the Jen story? Yeah, no, but there was a clip of a plane flying over one of the press meetings, but there shouldn't have been a plane because she's supposed to be at the White House. I don't know how old it was. I saw it yesterday. I was pretty fascinated. Woohoo! Okay, I made the play. I made it. This one, I think I could wait for it, but I kept it smaller. Mm. 10 at 10. I don't know. Do we have any? Do we have any 10 at 10? We haven't had 10 in a while. I feel like just hasn't been everything. Everything came true. Nothing. That's it. Inflation is not transitory. Inflation is not transitory. But do not trade this. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. I grabbed a AbbVie call for February. So it's already up a lot. I paid about a 20% premium. I went far out the money to keep it cheap just because, I mean, the plays have already ran up a lot. I'm thinking if it does have a pullback, we either get shares or another option play. Again, AbbVie options are pretty hard to trade, but, I mean, I think it could be decent. Just in general, you see how it's holding up. I mean, if the market comes down, it'll probably hold this level, but it's clear it's doing its own thing here today. And then RCAT is still going. Let's check Airbnb. Airbnb still selling off now. Roblo wants to come down. All's on value stocks. I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to some of them. AbbVie, yeah, it moves very slow. That's why the far out the options suck. But if AbbVie, I think the premium will go up if AbbVie keeps outperforming. That's the thing. AbbVie's outperformance right now is what's catching people's attention. Again, I do have 10 actually. I have 10. I don't want to say it now because I just made a play on the stock, but I do have 10. I was thinking, I looked into it. I don't know. I mean, I could tell you, but it's very, very biased, and I don't think it's in good taste after making the play that I made. If I told you the 10, it has to do with AbbVie, but it's not good taste. I don't want it to be pumped in that sense because it's what I'm saying is completely speculation. You may have to wait till tomorrow. You may have to tell me tomorrow. No, it's good 10. It's good 10 for AbbVie. Maybe if the stock comes down. This unusual put sweep on Airbnb. Apple is Facebook's still struggling now comparatively. Apple is running up though, so that's recovering a lot. Put it in the watch list. I will put it in the watch list. That's a good one. It doesn't have to do with COVID. That's why I was thinking about it yesterday, and it has to do with history. And I looked up the history of the stock, and it makes sense, but it's not something you could really predict. That's why I think it's 10. It's tantalizing. Microsoft coming up too, but again, a lot of the other names are starting to move. Everybody in the TFT. Let's watch out. Low ticker picking up a little bit. You have your safe havens running or your leaders today. Like Apple's doing very good. WB8 calls. They kind of lost some of the steam from last week. But if they're still holding up, they could be decent. Remember we flipped that one out? Think we'll end higher or lower on the day? It's hard to say. I think coming into Powell, I don't think we'll go any higher or lower than what give or take. You might go a little lower, or a little higher, but I think you're just going to stay in this range easily for the next 2 days. Apple about to go green. Microsoft wants to too. They're all fighting. You know what I want to do? Huh? I want to do push-ups. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile, press hide chat. X out the chat, hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. We post all the long-term plays, so if you missed our long-term editions today, we grabbed Uber. If you miss any of the portfolio, I'm going to post that on my Instagram here today, so make sure you guys are following me, but we've been here for 3.5 hours. We got 3.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. I need you to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. Can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. Can't do 1. Get on your knees, do a push-up, plank the worm, anything. But get the body moving. Then, optometrist recommendation. Stare at the object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Blink a few times. Relax those pretty little eyeballs. Blink, 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 blink. And then blink, 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 blink. Oh, feels good. Next, I need you to drop your shoulders, okay? Drop your shoulders. Fix that nerd neck. Chest to the sun. Flex the core. Tuck the hips in. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? What about you, CM? You think that's a funny joke, CM? I thought we were cool, CM. You were growing on me, CM. You were growing on me. You think that's funny? I just do your damn push-up, okay? This is your life, nobody else's life. So don't worry about anybody else. All you got to do is chest to the sun, drop the shoulders, flex the core, tuck the hips in, and boom, that's it. Now you looking good. That's all. That's all you got to do. You feel that? Wow, you look good. Some of you look really good. Some of y'all, you keep growing on me. You know what I'm saying? Like, you just look good. Like, I don't know what it is about you right now. You look taller. Like, you look like you came to play. You look like you're expecting something. I don't know. Has anybody ever told you that? Like, you look like you're I don't know. Like, you just got a good vibe around you right now. I don't know what it is. What's your, do you know what your son? No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. But there you go. You look good, baby. Legs in front of you, not wrapped behind your computer chair. You are not a seahorse, nor are you riding a dolphin. So let's fix that. And then finally, I need you to relax the jaw. Go, breathe in really deep. Breathe out with your tongue out. Do the dragon breath. Go. What's the next stock to blow up soon? Are you asking me or Mustafa? I don't know. I like Airbnb coming for the next quarter, especially with the NASDAQ news. I think that'll be good. Muma will say draft. That's sad. I think DraftKings is like the only thing he bought in his long term. Now that I think about it. Yeah, I sold the Coke plays for 20%. Made like $100. I live near you. Can we hang out? No. That's not the prerequisite. You didn't even say, hey, Josh, my name is. You didn't even introduce yourself. You didn't even say hello to me. That's it. You were just like, Josh, I know where you live. And now I know where you live. Can we hang out? Is that the only prerequisite? Nah, man. Like, dude, you like bring me like a fruit basket or something. Where my edible arrangement at? No, like, hey, neighbor. No, like, what's up? It's just like, you didn't even, like, you could have acted smooth with it. You know what I'm saying? Like, you could have acted smooth with it. Like, oh, shit, no, you live here? What? That's crazy. I was just right around like, you should have been like a real stalker with it. You know what I'm saying? Have you ever seen the You Netflix one? Like, you know, Joe? Like, you could have gone about that, be like, oh, I just happened to follow you and stumble into you. You know what I'm saying? So, that's it. But if I see you, say what's up, give me a big hug, and then we'll go from there. I was just bumping some Uncle Answers. That's so crazy. You know who Uncle Answers is? That's crazy. EXPD keeps hitting the high ticker. So we're chilling now. It's calmed down. The low ticker is not. Dude, that was disgusting. Very, very disgusting. You know? AMC starting to pop. IWM has recovered 0.5% so far. Sam came up. Yeah, IWM's almost only up 6 now. Tesla's came down. SPY puts came down. The Roblos are holding about 40 to 50%. So those are still holding up. That's good. Now I just need the other ones to come back from the gutter. We will be good. You ever thought of selling your house? See, now that's a good question. Amen. BA Juicy. Just They had all that good news. Again, the China stuff should have. I mean, China headline could propel them. BMY buyback. Did they say 5 million or 15 billion? I remember that from the morning. Microsoft holding up. AMC bounced the VWAP back to 23. I'm still new to your house. How long you been trading? He's like, oh, I'm new to your house, Chad. Amen. Amen. I've been trading for 15 years now, I think. 15, I think, coming on 16. I don't know. A long time now. I've been trading since I was a young man. What happened? We both from the same town. I know the best place with the best chicken melt, born and raised. Brother, I would be down to hang out and grub subtime. Dude, it is you. It is you. Oh, I see. I figured, bro, my man. I miss you, bro. God bless you. We will get a chicken melt. I want that ASAP, actually. I know who it is now. I was like, man, I thought you were just I was like, man, this guy, I thought you were new and you kept posting the Bible verses. I was like, dude, I like this guy. Now I don't like, no, I'm kidding. Harder. That was good, man. That's good. Amen. 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 That's hype, Chad. We should get. I haven't had that chicken melt in probably 2 years now. I didn't have it all throughout 2020, and I haven't had it all this year. Wow. BNTX, again, 9% on that. The chicken melt did it. It did. If anyone wonders what Josh looks like, Mo Salah forward for Liverpool, I'll take it. I'll take it. Equities versus real estate allocation. Well, my stock equities have grown a lot in the last couple years, but I added a lot of real estate. So at one point, I was more real estate than stocks, and then my stocks went ape shit, and then they outpaced the real estate somehow. And then I've been adding a lot of real estate. So like this year, we added a lot, and I'm hoping to do a little bit more. But even then, I even had this talk with my buddy yesterday. Bro, I had my buddy talk to me yesterday. This guy is like, he's in his a little bit older than 30, and he has over, I think it's like $2 million in bonds. And I was having this talk with him. He has a lot of real estate and he's been buying them, but like he was trying to talk to me. I was like, why don't you just put it in a dividend stock? But he was all bonds. I was tripping out. I was like, what? So I was actually selling him on Abivi. I said, wait till Abivi comes down. I said, sell out all the bonds and then move that into Abivi and you'll be straight. Are trying to keep it 50-50. Usually I like to lean heavily with real estate. And now, I'm just letting my stocks do their thing. We're adding with the long terms too, but my bigger positions, they're kind of established. But I want a little bit more real estate. So, cause I could get good leverage on real estate right now. And, with the next, I'm looking at a 5-10 year, scale here with inflation and just monetary policy. IRM is selling 5% notes, 10 million, but then I want a lot more real estate. I just think you can't go wrong with real estate. Unless his coupons reinvest, he's banking. He might, but I don't think he's doing like it's just not for his age and even like again he wants some other stuff. If he didn't have as much real estate as he has, I would have been very disappointed. But I just told him I was like, just go get go buy Coca-Cola stock. It's a Coca-Cola or Abivi on a big amount. Just collect the div, and then that way you at least get growth. Or I said just wait till Powell to see what you're gonna do with your bonds. IRS should commit to rolling out free online tax filing. Criteria on real estate, just anything good. I mean, anything in a good location. I mean, at the end of the day, there is a severe shortage of high quality housing in the United States. So this applies to the whole country. Just imagine no matter what city you're on, where it is, like the high quality housing, houses in a good location, houses that are, livable, that are nice, that again have access to opportunities, but are just a overall, you have to think quality housing versus not. So it's usually about the location and then the type of house that it is. Because even then, you could even find a good house in a good area, but it may not be a quality house. It'll probably be run down, but there is still the value there. But that's what I would just go anything in a solid location. That is by far the easiest key with it. There's shortage, but renting affordable. It's hard. Renting isn't gonna, and none of it's gonna change. I mean, again, Bill Ackman said it over the weekend. Like if the CPI calculated inflation or rent in housing like it did back in the 70s and 80s, the CPI would have been at 11%. Because, and that's the thing, is that rent is more stickier too. Because when you sign rent, that's for 12 months. So a lot of them, even with everything for like rent and all that, the next year it's there. I mean, we were early on real estate. Remember when I told you back in January, I just said buy everything, and you saw what happened. In a weird way, we're still early, even today, right now, because it had the run up and it held. But now, just how things are playing out, it's just like the availability of quality housing is diminishing. It's if it wasn't a house in a weird way, it would be the biggest topic you've heard about. Like if this was water, people would be freaking out. You know what I'm saying? But you could build a house, right? And there's houses in the middle of nowhere that could be nice. But I'm saying in high like areas with jobs where people want to live, it's a severe shortage of high quality housing. House flippers ruined house prices. It was Jerome Powell. That's just what happens. I mean, again, at one point, everybody was getting all of these checks. People were even pulling out the PPP money. But if you were a bank and Powell made sure that you could still get a loan, at one point, this is when I showed you guys. I showed the chart. I said, look at the S&P versus the chart on real estate. Why wouldn't you? Real estate is like a bond. That's what I was explaining to my friend yesterday. I said, just go buy more real estate. It's like a bond. So if I could loan out expensive money at less than 2%, right, and I could get millions of dollars, and then real estate is the cheapest asset at the time, right? Because this was in 2020, everybody just went in and started buying it all. It was just free money. If you were rich and you had access to credit, and Powell made sure of it, everybody just started buying up houses. That's why you're seeing the prices you're seeing now, and then now the supply issue is starting to hit with it. Yeah, blame the incentives, not the people taking advantage. I agree with that. But more so, it was just the money was cheap. It was cheapest you've ever could have borrowed, and the prices on the homes were still lower compared to every other asset class. So it just became easier. It was like the Fed just giving out money to buy real estate, technically. Why didn't you go all in? No one new house would go up. I did. I bought in. I'm close to 10 properties on the year since the beginning of the year. So I almost bought a house every single month of this year for the last 12 months. And then not to mention anything I front loaded in 2020. So that was my biggest play besides that was the biggest play besides Bitcoin and Ethereum. So that's why, and they're all various prices too. It wasn't like there wasn't like they were big houses or anything. Like, again, we got some of the cheap ones. Shout out to Colt. Somebody this year brought me $100,000, $150,000 one in Ohio. That one was killer. And like all that, we have a couple. There's some I'm even flipping too. But real estate was the biggest move. That's why. I mean, a lot of the weekends, I didn't get to post this year. I didn't get to do as many weekend videos. And that's because, I mean, every weekend I was out doing real estate pretty much for the most part. So it's like, it's good, but that's what I'm even saying though. There was a couple of waves, but I don't think it's, I think real estate still it's in the next I'm viewing it as a 5 to 10 year bond. How much is 10 to 100 cash flow? So, like, I did, what's it called? I did that one in Ohio. The house was one, after I had to pay the assignment fee and everything else, it came up to like 165, 170. Okay? And shout out to Jonathan, baby. But that one I had to put 20% down. So I think it was like $40,000 or something. So 165,000 times 20%. Yeah, I put 33 with closing costs. It was about $40,000 down. So I put $40,000 down to acquire the house, and then my payment on the mortgage is about $800 a month. But then my rent is around $1,300. So 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, $500. So I cash flow $500 off of it, and the house has equity. So I could probably sell it out and get, probably like 40, 50,000, maybe more in profit if I get a bidding war. But that one was fire. It was cheap. I did put 20% down. That's netting everything. So my payment is that $850 payment is factoring in taxes and insurance. So it's $850 payment, and then $1,300 rent. And then there's like another one. There's another property. It's a new one, but that one costed that one was like $600,000 for the house, but it was, and that's a rental. And that one you got with 10% down. So it was like $60,000 down for, again, think about the difference. One of them was $40,000 for a $150,000 property, and then the other one was $60,000 for a $600,000 property. And then that one rents out at like, I think $4,000 a month, but then the mortgage on it is like $33,000. So that one does like $700 cash flow, but that one already went up like $250,000 in equity. So it's like different. Again, and this is just with all real estates like this, you're either going to get high equity or you're going to get crazy cash flow if you buy one of the cheaper ones in the cheaper areas. Press briefing by the White House secretary. All right, we'll put it on. I get a carbo, and then we get ready. What city is it in? I can't tell you, but I can tell you. It's literally the nicest city in Ohio. I'm so happy about it. I didn't know that. I stumbled around and bought the best area in Ohio. That's it. It's crazy.
Funding available for temporary housing and home repairs to help individuals and business owners recover. And I think many of you may have seen our FEMA administrators speak directly to people having places to live and
No, I did not go up there. I've never seen the house in my life. I've never stepped foot in
Disaster
Ohio
survivors
town.
Can apply at www.disasterassistance.gov or call 1-800-621-FEMA to get help. The President's action also makes federal funding available to the state and eligible local governments and nonprofit organizations for emergency work. Damage assessments are, of course, continuing through the impacted region, and the President stands ready to provide additional assistance as needed. He also directed FEMA to lean forward with a proactive response, and the agency has done just that, which means it requires governors requesting assistance in order to get it, but he wants our teams to be very engaged proactively about what the needs may be and make sure they have the information necessary to apply if warranted. Yesterday, as I noted, the Secretary of Homeland Security and the FEMA administration FEMA administrator were in Kentucky just one day after the tornado subsided to meet with the governor and other state and local officials. FEMA has also rapidly deployed urban search and rescue teams, incident management assistant teams, and mobile communication operations vehicles to assist response and coordination efforts, and has sent dozens of generators, 30,000 meals, 90,000 bottles of water, 4,500 blankets, 2,100 cots, and other critical commodities to Kentucky to help families in need. And as you've heard the President say a number of times, he's committed to meeting whatever the needs are in these communities. Also wanted to note that today the President will sign an executive order that will help promote fiscal stewardship by improving the way our government delivers everyday services to the American people. It outlines more than 30 specific agency actions that will make it easier and simpler for people to access government services and benefits. Things like
SPY is trickling down right here. Be on the lookout.
Online, so retirees don't have
We're
to
coming
go
close to the
into
euro
offices
close
if they
now,
don't want to,
slightly above it.
saving them time and big headaches at times. Using innovative technology to speed airport check-ins and reduce wait times, allowing Americans to renew their passports online instead of having to print forms and pay with a paper check or money order, and providing online tools that make it simpler to file your taxes. Also, you can update your address in there and not have to do it through repeated forms. I found that particularly exciting. The executive order also ensures agencies focus on the needs of the American people and spells out a process for agencies to continually improve their delivery of services. Last brief updates for all of you. The Vice President announced today the Biden-Harris administration's electric vehicle charging action plan that fast-tracks bipartisan infrastructure law investments during a visit to Brandywine Maintenance Facility in
I didn't hear about that. Watch Charge Point.
The electric vehicle charging action plan moves forward the implementation of the bipartisan infrastructure law, establishing a joint electric vehicles office between the Department of Energy and Transportation, issuing guidance and standards for states, and ensuring consultations with diverse
Walmart running up right now, too. A little
manufacturers,
bit of a pop. I feel like it did this the other days, too. Like middle of the day around Saki, Walmart just starts running.
As a part of her role in
It's popping, though. I don't. I'll check news.
Migration from Central America, the Vice President will announce during a roundtable with CEOs that new private sector investments in Central America now total over $1.2 billion. These commitments are in response to the Vice President's call to action launched in May for businesses and social enterprises to make new, significant commitments to sustainably address the root causes of migration. And as a reminder, Wednesday, December 15th is the last day to sign up for health care coverage and have it kick in by January 1st. Thanks to the administration's unprecedented outreach campaigns and investment from the American Rescue Plan, nearly 4.6 million Americans have already signed up for ACA coverage since November 1st. 4 out of 5 customers can find a plan for under $10 a month. I'd also like to note members of the team, the research team are here, and members of the secretary team are here as well. So thank you for all of your work. Hardest working people in the building, some of them. Why don't you kick us off? Well, I don't want to, not them. I mean, some of the hardest working people in the building. As I was saying that, I was thinking there are other hard working people in the building. That was happening in my mind there. Thanks for joining with me, Ed. Okay, Josh.
Thanks, Jen. Just one quick logistics question. Are we still doing the executive order gather in like 10 minutes? Or are we
I believe it is 1:25, and so we have a little bit of time, but we will keep you updated as that happens, but I believe it's 30 minutes from now.
Okay, great. 2 quick things. One, child tax credit payments go out this Wednesday.
There's no news on Walmart, but it's running again. It's done this last couple days.
What would you say to those families who are wondering if this is the last check as they wait to see if Build Back Better gets passed?
The president would say, this is why we need to move forward as quickly as we can in getting the Build Back Better bill passed so that we can ensure that families across the country who have benefited from the child tax credit, who would benefit from having child care costs cut, who would benefit
it's give or
from
take
having
like
healthcare
every
costs
30
cut,
minutes the
will
last
get
3
the
days
relief
around
they
this
need.
time, around
And
12.
that's something that would
Walmart
take
has
effect
taken
early
off,
next
so there's
year,
no
in
news
addition to
on
the
it. It's pending the high ticker, though.
Secondly, Afghan's foreign minister said the U.S. and other countries should release upward of $10 billion in funds that were frozen in the Taliban takeover. He told AP that sanctions against Afghanistan would not have any benefit. What circumstances are needed for the U.S. and its allies to release the money?
Well, I think what he's referring to is the status of the reserves. And the reserves remain inaccessible to the Taliban, I think, as many of you know. But let me outline for you why that is. They're located in certain financial institutions in the United States and other countries. And these institutions have put in place a common risk mitigation strategy when countries that hold funds in those institutions face considerable uncertainty. There are a number of reasons why these reserves remain inaccessible. And I'll note first, though, Josh, that of course this is a very complicated issue and we're continually reviewing thoughtfully and in coordination with allies and partners. But these are some important reasons. First and foremost, the status of the funds is a subject of ongoing litigation brought by certain victims of 9/11 and other terrorist attacks who hold judgments against the Taliban. These legal proceedings cannot be disregarded and have led to the temporary suspension of any movement of the funds through at least the end of the year and quite possibly longer. Second, the United States continues to face difficult fundamental questions about how it might be able to make reserve funds available to directly benefit the people of Afghanistan while ensuring that the funds do not benefit the Taliban. And obviously our objective as one of the world's biggest providers of humanitarian assistance is to get that assistance directly to the people. It is difficult to determine how that would not go through, that would not benefit the Taliban as it relates to these funds. Third, the Taliban remains sanctioned by the United States as a specially designated global terrorist group, and a number of its officials are subject to the UNSCR's 1988 sanctions regime. This raises immediate red flags for many state central banks and the financial community more generally when considering any transactions. Again, we're continuing to review. It's a very complicated and challenging issue, but that's the status and the reason why we have not. There is not any update on that at this point in time. Go ahead, Trevor.
Jen, I just wanted to talk a little bit about the Manchin meeting.
Sure.
What is the president's message to the senator? It's more than a month and a half since you guys announced a framework that you thought would be acceptable to him, but we have no indications from him directly that you guys are anywhere near that. So what's the message today?
The president is going to speak, looks forward to speaking directly with Senator Manchin about and making the case for why the president feels this legislation should move forward. He feels that they've always operated, their conversations have always operated in good faith. And he expects this to follow that same approach. I would note that Senator Manchin has been in touch over the course of the last several weeks closely with senior members of the White House staff, and we expect this just to be a continuation of that conversation.
And do you have a sense for where the sticking points are at this point?
I'll let Senator Manchin speak for himself. And again, the president looks forward to communicating directly with him this afternoon.
Okay, separate issue. I just wanted to ask you about the January 6th committee.
Sure.
They released a lot of data over the weekend, basically showing some information about Mark Meadows and the use of the National Guard after January 6th. Just any reaction to that at all, and potential politicization of the National Guard, or anything about the vote on holding him in contempt this week?
Well, I would just reiterate that, as the president has said, January 6th was one of the darkest moments in our country's history. And there's no question that this investigation is vitally important to get to the bottom of what happened that day and prevent it from ever happening again. And as you know, as we've made decisions regarding requests for executive privilege, the president, our team have made them through the prism of the unique moment, the dark day in history that January 6th was. So we are very supportive in the work of the Select Committee and obviously the work of Congress to get to the bottom of what happened here. I would also just reiterate that the president has the utmost respect for the men and women who serve in our military and confidence in the armed forces leadership, and this investigation is, of course, critical to providing a full understanding of what happened to prevent it from happening again.
In terms of the timing of the Build Back Better agenda, does the president think it's better now to take a pause here, and it really is just a week and a half or so before Christmas, and wait until next year to have a bigger discussion on this? Or what is his view of Senator Schumer's, still hope, which seems fleeting at this point, to get this done by Christmas?
Well, Leader Schumer continues to press forward with getting this done, making progress in advance of Christmas, and we're fully supportive of that.
But if it goes into the new year, does the president believe that would be better to preserve this agenda? I mean, Senator Manchin this morning is saying that he has serious reservations about this and believes it essentially needs to go back to the drawing board in some respects.
Well, I'm of course not going to speak for Senator Manchin. I know you're not asking me to do that, but we're continuing to support Leader Schumer's effort to move this forward, and we are going to continue to play a constructive role in that.
What else can the White House do to make the case that this will not impact inflation? That seems to be a big concern of Senator Manchin's and, of course, others.
Well, what we've been trying to do, and I'm sure the president, if this is part of what Senator Manchin would like to discuss, will make this case directly as well. That is to highlight the fact that it's not just us, but it is a range of economists. It's 17 Nobel laureates who have conveyed this will help address inflation over the long term. And that when we talk about inflation, and this may be the way that the president and Senator Manchin can discuss this in a more accessible and human way, it's about how we lower costs for the American people and people who are looking at their budgets for next year, maybe the first quarter of next year or the first half of next year, and they're trying to figure out how to pay for childcare, and they're trying to figure out how to make sure they can put food on the table. And this Build Back Better plan will help lower costs for people across the country. That is fundamentally what it will do. So we will continue to make that case publicly and privately to Senator Manchin as well.
One more on the Manchin conversation. You said the president's going to be making his argument directly as the argument he has been making over the last several weeks. It seems, based on what the senator said this morning, that he's pretty unmoved in his positions right now. So where do you see signs of potential movement here, or is the president bringing anything new to the negotiating table today?
I wouldn't see this as a negotiating table as much as a conversation between two people who have been in public life for some time and have had good faith discussions directly, and this is just a continuation of that.
Given that, and given on the issue of the child tax credit, it does seem likely that this 20 deadline may come and go. Is there anything that the White House can do to provide some relief for these families, or anything that can be done if, in fact, these payments are halted?
Well, clearly the president wants to see the child tax credit extended. That's why he proposed in this package, and clearly that's why a number of members of the Senate want to get this done as soon as possible. The president supports that. We, of course, need 50 votes in order to do that, so we're continuing to work through the process of getting there.
But if that deadline doesn't seem to be enough so far to get Manchin to come around, he's made clear he wants to get this right. It doesn't seem that he's in a rush necessarily to compromise, or he's not going to put a certain deadline on this. Doesn't it seem likely then that this isn't going to happen before the holiday?
I don't think we're in a place to make that prediction from here, nor is anyone at this point in time. I mean, the president supports this package, of course, because it includes an extension of the child tax credit, but also because it will lower the cost of prescription drugs, of child care, of elder care, of housing, key components that are impacting people across this country. He thinks that's a pretty compelling case. The American public agrees. They like all of those components too, but he also understands how the legislative process works, and we're going to work that day by day. Go ahead.
Would the White House be okay if congressional Democrats moved to standalone piece of legislation that extended those tax credits?
We're not at that point right now. Right now, we're continuing to press to get Build Back Better through the Senate. Leader Schumer has advocated for that, and that's what we're working on at this moment.
Over the weekend, when he first spoke about the storms, he was also asked about Ukraine and Russia. Is there an active plan to deploy American forces to Eastern Bloc NATO countries if Russia forays into Ukraine? He suggested that there was something like that in the works, and we're just seeking some clarification.
Yeah, well, I appreciate you seeking clarification. I think as our national security advisor has touched on, and I don't think we've tried to hold back from, there are a number of NATO partner countries, of course, in Eastern Europe, Eastern flank countries, as you just referred to them. And what happened, if you look back post-2014, is a lot of these NATO partner countries were looking for reassurance. We're looking to plus up the presence there. We're looking for additional rotational deployments, and certainly that is on the table should Russia decide to invade Ukraine.
I won't ask again about Build Back Better, but I did have
You
one other.
ask, go ahead.
Well, okay, then there's
Try again.
Well, there's another aspect of this
Sure.
where whether or not Democrats can include a work permit program for undocumented immigrants in the plan. Still waiting on the parliamentarian to
Yeah.
make a decision, but there are members of the Democratic Party saying ignore that and include some kind of pathway to citizenship in this legislation. Would the president support that?
Well, I think what we're in the process we're in now, which you're very familiar with and others are, is we're waiting. The parliamentarian is doing her work in reviewing a number of the components that are currently in the package. We have to wait for that to complete itself. It's going to take a little bit more time, but that you can't put a bill on the floor before that process is complete.
And there was another round of stories over the weekend about the political fate of the president and the vice president and who might run in 2024. And it quotes a lot of other Democrats or people who work for them. What is the White House's message to those Democrats?
The White House's message is we're focused right now on what the American people elected the president to do just over a year ago, which is to get COVID under control, to put people back to work, and to help give people some breathing room. And we hope other people keep their focus on that as well.
Did they knock it off? Is that speculation helpful?
The president has every intention of running for re-election, so that's the other message for them. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. You're not going to believe this. I have another question about Build Back Better.
I'm ready.
So the president says that the Build Back Better is not going to add a penny to the deficit. The CBO has this new score where they assume that social programs are going to be made permanent, and in that case it would add almost $3 trillion. So does that mean that President Biden will commit that these programs are not going to be made permanent?
Well, first of all, what you're talking about here is a fake CBO score that is not based on the actual bill that anybody is voting on. This was a request by Senator Graham to score a bill that is not currently being debated. That is his prerogative to do. But what our focus is on the existing bill that will lower the deficit, that will also, over an additional 10 years, pay for the $2 trillion tax cuts that Republicans didn't pay for. They're welcome for that. So I would say, Peter, to your question, the president has conveyed very clearly, multiple times publicly, that he would like programs, if they're extended, to be paid for. That remains his commitment. But it's important to understand that when anybody raises a question about this new CBO score, it is a fake score about a bill that doesn't exist. And we should really focus on the actual bill everybody's going to vote on and considering in Congress right now.
Okay, another topic. Is Vice President Harris still in charge of addressing the root causes of migration from El Salvador, Honduras, and Guatemala?
She is, and I just announced a commitment that she's announcing this afternoon.
So then why is it that she has not spoken to the president of Guatemala since June? That's 6 months.
Well, I know that I did see this kind of strange report from the president of Guatemala saying that he's had no contact with the White House, which is inaccurate.
He didn't say why. He said Vice President Harris. He has not spoken to her. And if she's in charge, why is that?
Well, we have had a range of conversations, Peter, I think as reflected in our readout we put out last week with our National Security Advisor, with the Vice President's National Security Advisor, with our NSC Senior Director, Juan Gonzalez. We put out an extensive readout of that just last week, and we'll continue that high level of engagement.
Okay. Final topic. Do you think it's possible that big cities are dealing with these smash and grab robberies right now, an increase in criminal activity because some prosecutors are too soft on crime?
I would say we have seen, I'm not going to attribute the reasoning from here. What I will tell you is we have seen an increase in crime over the course of the pandemic. There are a range of reasons for that. And what our focus is on is what we can do to address it. The president has proposed additional funding in the budget to make sure local police departments and cops have the funding they need. We have also worked directly with police departments in areas where they are seeing the highest impact of the crime, the retail theft, which we have great concern about. That's what our focus is on currently, is action and doing what we can to make sure the funding is out there to the communities that need it the most.
But I guess, what good does it do if you're going to give police departments extra money if they arrest bad guys and they bring them to jail and then they're not prosecuted? They're just right back out on the streets.
I think, Peter, what our focus is on is making sure that the local leaders, the police officers and departments who know what they need for these communities have the assistance and the funding they need. And that's what we're working around the clock on.
So the final one would be, just in the last week, we saw a New York Post item about a pickpocket with more than 30 arrests back out on the street. We've seen an arsonist burn down a $500,000 Christmas tree in New York City back out on the streets. Does the president think that that's good governing?
Again, I think I've spoken to the president's concerns about retail theft. If you have specific, and the actions we've taken for specific cases, I would point you to the local police departments or the Department of Justice. Go ahead, Kelly.
On the Manchin conversation today, what's the format for that? You mentioned conversation not meeting. Is this by phone, in person? What's the setup?
It is a phone call. It is a phone call. So they will be conversing over the phone.
And is that typically just the two of them, or would you have ledge affairs and others involved as well?
It really depends on the conversation. They've had one-on-one conversations, and sometimes there's additional staff available in case there are follow-up questions. I can check and see if there's more details on that.
And the president talked about going to Kentucky on
Yeah.
Wednesday, but not having decided exactly where he's going. And we know that he doesn't want to interfere with things on the ground. Do you know what sort of visit he is looking for? He said he hasn't decided yet on where he wants to go. Do you know what sort of type of impact he wants to make by going in person?
Sure. Well, he and he is very mindful, as you've heard him say a couple of times over the weekend. He does not want to pull resources away from the rescue and recovery efforts. So I think that was what was on his mind. We did finalize the travel and announce it was to Fort Campbell, Kentucky, for a storm briefing, and to Mayfield and Dawson Springs, Kentucky, to survey storm damage. And I would expect while he's there, he will receive an update from local authorities on what their needs are, see local elected officials and discuss in person with them and make sure they're getting what they need from the federal government. And I think, as you've seen him do, Kelly, and I can't remember if you were on the trip, I think you were, when he went to the Northeast, he also wants to hear directly from people. And he wants to offer his support directly to them, people who have gone through.
Ladies and gentlemen, how are you feeling? I hope you're all having a wonderful day. That was just some sake there. The market may come down. That's why I was like, all right, let me get this PHILO out the way. Okay, let me get this PHILO out the way. I'm excited for this PHILO, okay? So now let me tell you here. We're here. I know the market may do some things right now. We're going to see. We're probably going to test lows. Again, here at PHILO, we're talking about mental approach to the market here at the very least. And today's topic, I think I want to give this one to you today because I think a lot of people are going to get put to the test if you already haven't been. OSHA opens probe in the Amazon warehouse. CLX on the high. But again, we've been talking about it a lot the last couple of weeks. I hope all of you have been guarding your heart and mind and understand how important, your thoughts, the stuff that you tell yourself while you are trading, while you're going about anything. I mean, it has a really, really big impact, and I think there's a lot of opportunity here. And, that's what today's PHILO is about. I mean, I think the opportunity is firmly reserved for the people who are, getting in control of this. I mean, it's either, listen, you either going to control the money or the money is going to control you. Amen? Amen. Oh, I don't know if they feel me. But this one's a good one. This one, let's see how you feel with today. With this one, all right? Because I don't know. This one, it's like, I feel like a lot of people would relate to it, but like on a day like today, it's really going to put you to the test. So we can skip it if you want. I don't know. Maybe you guys could stop me now if you'd like. It's up to you, because this one is going to make you feel some type of way. I have that feeling already. Do you want it? Should we cut it? No, they're ready? Okay, I hope so. Okay, you ready? So today, we are going to be talking about my successful survivors. I don't know if you know what that means. Pretty much, I'm talking about the people who have survived and found a way to stick to their attitude and what they've been doing no matter what. Very, very key. And it's funny because, so yesterday, this is what happened. I was listening to my church service, and then the first pastor starts talking about this. TDJ starts talking about this, right? This is in the morning, and then he starts talking about this concept. He brings up the story of Samson. And then I was watching in middle of the day, and then my thing got cut off. For some reason, like the stream went down, I couldn't watch it, and then I went to another one. I went to Mike Todd, the other one, right? Transformation Church, and then guess what happened? He was talking about Joseph, but they both were talking about this concept of waiting till something hits, and it's the people who stuck to their guns with it. It was tripping me out because I was like, wait a minute. I was like, two different people are talking the same thing, and then I was vibing with it heavy. I was like, I feel like this is I don't want to be that guy, but I am. I'm like, it felt like a sign, more or less. I was like, and then I started thinking about the Chads. And then I started thinking about people, and I was like, all right, I think this, and then going over the verses, this stuck out to me is what I'm trying to tell you, okay? And I don't know if you know what the successful survivor really means. Like I'm saying, some people, y'all should have quit a long time ago, okay? I hope you know that, but you didn't. Some of you guys, oh my gosh, you should have done a lot of different things besides continuously be positive. And, that's who this is for. Again, that's what I'm saying. This PHILO right here, I mean, I have an end of the day conclusion with it, but I mean, this one needs to be discussed because there are some people who did not give up when they should have, or you should have turned around really that path that you were on, and you were on a good path, but you didn't let a negative switch it up. Okay? I'm talking about the people who were still praising when it wasn't working. I don't think y'all feel me on that. Yeah, it's one thing. Yeah, some of y'all can't even do that with the cult. Depending on if we're up or down, that's going to determine whether you throw side eye or whether you're positive in the chat. But I'm even talking spiritually. I'm even talking mentally. I'm talking the people who literally, some of you have spent your whole life praising God or staying positive, sticking to what you believed, no matter what has happened, and even when it wasn't working. And I think a lot of people don't realize how important that is. Okay, and then this is something TD Jake said, and it got me. It got me because it really reminds me, because you got to think about it. If you don't stick to your guns, what ends up happening? You start changing direction. You stop doing things. That's what I'm trying to say. Some people started and they kept going no matter what, but then some people stopped. So here's the concept. Are you ready? God don't give seed to the sleeper. Woo! God does not give any seed to the sleeper. He doesn't give any seed to the doubter or the complainer. You know that, right? Now, God is good, man. God is good. You could have, you never know what could happen, but this is just a concept to understand in the world. As simple as that. If you're going to sleep on your seed, then you're not going to get anything. Do you get what I'm saying? Literally, he gives seed to the sower. Yeah, baby. Yeah, bro. I heard that and I was tripping out because I was like, I've heard something like this. We know the concept of it. Oh, but right there's your answer. So do you see who I'm shouting out right now? I'm shouting the people who have taken the seed. You just kept throwing the seed. Oh, woo! I'm telling you, that's the key. Because how many people stopped throwing seed at the first setback? Or how many people slept on it? How many people got the seed, but they were too busy complaining about it? How many people got the seed, but they were doubting it? Right? When then there's a certain set of people who are just taking the seed, and whatever you got, you are playing every single card that you have been dealt, no matter what. Yeah, you could have complained, but you still put the card down, right? You could have been asleep about it, but you said, I'm gonna try again. You kept planting. If you plant and it goes outwards, you're going to get more supply. Oh, y'all don't feel me. Do you see what I'm saying? Because the more you try, and if you keep on trying, you're going to keep getting more energy to keep trying. That's seed, right? If you keep taking whatever little opportunity and you keep throwing it out there, you're going to keep getting more supply. What happens to other people? They stop. Do you see what happens? And now, again, this isn't a PHILO to get you to just buy every single dip and to be, you know what I'm saying? That's not what I'm trying to tell you right now. I think y'all know what I mean mentally with this idea of not planting. You know, you fail, you make a mistake, you start to hesitate, right? This is what I'm talking about. I'm just saying that some of the people who, once you stop trying, the seeds stop coming in. So again, the seed is for the sower, my friends. Whew. Man. So do you know what the message of this is? Honestly, because like I heard both of them talk, and both of these people, both of these pastors, they came to like two different conclusions. Again, they brought up two stories, but I'm going to just tell you what I got out of it. And it's very simple. I think the message, whether you're looking at the story of Joseph or Samson, one, you don't know when your greatest accomplishment is going to hit, okay? That's what happens to the people. There's many, many stories with the people who keep sowing. Essentially, what ends up happening, the one who still has it in them to keep planting, you will eventually overcome something that you didn't even think was possible. Essentially, Joseph and Samson, both of their biggest accomplishments actually came towards the end, after they should have lost a lot of hope. Believe it or not, they both had rises and falls and rise and fall, but eventually they ended up way higher and never went back down. But it was, again, they accomplished more than what the current would have. You wouldn't ever suspected it. Again, that's the key. The point is, this is what they both kept saying yesterday, and I feel this is that some of your guys' imaginations, what you think is possible, it's probably more possible than you think. That pretty much there is still a whole nother era of greatness ahead of you. I really hope some of y'all can get that. But again, all I'm trying to tell you, the message, like I said, is just keep going. You have to live out your purpose. Joseph had a purpose. Samson had a purpose. The point is, right here, right now, if you are still here, right? Let's say you're in the stock market. Guess what? And you're still alive right now where you could listen to this, right? Guess what? If you're still here, you still have a purpose. Oh, come on. I don't think they feel me. I don't think you feel me. I really hope you do. Do you get what I'm saying? Because guess what? Some people already are gone. Oh, we don't want to talk about the reality of that? You don't want to act like people aren't already gone. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you blew up your account, you came back, you were struggling. Yeah, you may have lost. Now you're back at break even or whatever. But do you not realize there's people that's not the case? They didn't make it this far. Hate to break it to you. It's sad. We pray for them, and I hope they get back on it. But just the fact of the matter is, if you are still here, you still have purpose. It's not to say somebody lost their purpose, but again, I'm sure their life has changed in a different and has led them down where their purpose should be. They're probably doing what they were destined to do right now. But I'm telling you right now, if you're still here, that means there's still some purpose as to where this is going to lead you. It's going to change the trajectory. I don't know what the purpose may be for why you're here right now. Maybe it's to go left, it's to go right, it's to go up. But the point is, there's still a point and purpose from this moment. I don't know if y'all feel me. So this is what I'm trying to tell you. Because some of y'all, the failure should have distracted you. Right? We've been talking about distractions. You know that? You know the circumstance and all this, imagine all of this shit that you're going through with the stocks and learning, and you're trying to find out, how do I get into real estate? How do I build this career, right? All of this circumstance and the up and down. I hope you realize what it's teaching you, man. I really, for real, I hope some of you realize with the long term and the ups and downs, good market, bad market, volatile, like just watch, because one day you're going to look back and be like, wow, I have real experience with it. But this circumstance, the shaking, the up, the down, the good, then bad, the good, the bad, the good, then bad. That circumstance, that was supposed to make you bitter. You know that, right? See, because if you make it through and you keep going and keep planning, it's going to make you better and stronger. But the whole point is that up and down, that good and bad, that makes people bitter. But somehow you manage to keep going. I really hope you can realize that. Again, the stories of Samson and Joseph, like, think about that. Like, Joseph was on top of the world. He was the favorite son, then he got thrown away into slavery. And then they found him, and then he got to work for one of the kings. Right? He was on top of the world, and guess what? He failed after that. He got thrown in jail. You don't think he could have, and then the next move where the real greatness came was after he got thrown in jail, but he went from top to bottom so fast and so big, that should have clapped him. Again, same thing with Samson. Samson, he was just remember I gave you the story, Samson was crazy. He was doing all sorts of wild stuff. And then they captured him, right? He went from strongest man to being a prisoner. And then they were trying to make fun of him. I love that one. You know that? When Samson, they were like, look, they were trying to flex on Samson. They were trying to make fun of him. And then in that point, he was able to actually complete the purpose, and he wiped out all the people he was supposed to. More than he's ever done in his life. Again, the point, do you see what I'm trying to explain? I'm trying to explain when you go from bottom to top and then top to bottom. Because then if you keep on the mission, you hit the new high again. Do you see what I'm trying to explain? That's the whole point. And what I'm trying to say is mentally, when you go from bottom to top and then top back to bottom, a lot of people crack. Oh, y'all don't want to. Come on. So do you see what the mission is? Do you see what I'm trying to tell you? Whew. I love it. I love it. I hope it gets you excited a little bit. Because I'm telling you, something is coming. I mean, I wouldn't have heard this 2 or 3 different ways and felt it like this if I'm like, man, I think this is a real special message that I think some people need to get. Some of y'all need to wake up and realize that that's you. Like, yeah, you've been doing it. You know, you should have backed out, but you didn't. Amen. But there's something there. And honestly, man, this is what it is. This is what I'm trying to explain. And this is the goal. This is part of the goal, but this is something you got to realize. The goal is getting ingrained in you. Woo! Because that's what we need for the real success. I'm telling you, when you go bottom to top, top to bottom, the way you get to the bottom, to the ultimate top after that is if the goal and the mission is ingrained in you. Do you see what I'm saying? Do you see some of you, it's getting ingrained and you don't even care what happens. You could get shit on your whole life. You still going to be positive because it's in you now. You see what I'm saying? You even know the long-term on, it's ingrained with you. You say, nope, there's opportunity. I live in this generation. There's all this money around. Some of you are not going to back out because every day, no matter up and down, good, bad, you're ingraining it in yourself. And this is why when you hear it all the time and you're repeating it and everything else, you see what I'm saying? It's ingraining it with you. I love it. I love it. Because I hope you know that the enemy wanted that out of you a long time ago. He knew, because some of you, you've been blessed for quite some time in a weird way, whether you realize it or not. You've been slowly guided to where you are at. It's like some things should have got you, but they didn't. Because they want that out of you. The enemy, I'm telling you, the world, the enemy, devil, call it whatever you want. They don't want that to be ingrained in you. Have you noticed that? Have you noticed that when you believe something really strong, there's like a group of people who will try to get you to doubt it? Oh, y'all, I don't think y'all don't feel me on that. I hope you do. I don't know if y'all see that evil like that. I see it a lot. Like there will be people there, they don't want something ingrained in you. Because if they can't believe something as strong as you do, oh no, they don't accept that. Oh man, they will. You see what I'm saying? So if you could see that behavior in humans, I mean, I think you could get a little broad with it. And that's what I'm saying is that some of you, the ups and downs, the fluctuations are designed to get you to throw away that engraving. The goal isn't supposed to be ingrained in you. That's the enemy's goal. He don't want you to have that. So this is why I'm saying I hope some of you can realize the process you're going through is ingraining you with what your real mission is, what your belief is. That is going to be your staying power. So honestly, man, all of these setbacks, I hope you guys know it's a design. It was designed to kill your spirit. You know what I'm saying? Like imagine all the ups and downs, right? We can still get excited at 10 a.m. for PHILO. You don't realize our spirit should have been killed. Come on. In a world where people will disagree, this and that, people are going to point this, the volatility, people will make fun of you for this. People will try to point out this. Oh, come on. See, but how many people show up with the spirit ready to go? How many show up with the spirit of expecting something? Oh, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. But I'm just telling you, that's the design. The ups and downs are not here to tell you, okay, this is where you're going to end up. If it went up and then down, that means you're a failure. No. That's all it's either there to either break your spirit or make it stronger. I hope you can realize it. I hope you can. So, shout out to all the people, man, who have remained stubbornly steadfast in this. For real. For real. But I'll simplify it, man. You know, I'll bring this one very, very easy to understand, and there's something I really like about it. But all I do have to say, though, is congratulations to some of you who have given your spirit that fighting chance and have refined it and ingrained it. I really hope, don't ever lose that. It's going to be a tough journey, man. That's going to be between you and God. I mean, I think all of us could, we could all make it, man. Honestly, when you really look at it, I think the people I'm surrounded by most of the time, I mean, I don't think I'll see, I always get surprised, though. I've seen the craziest flips, and I'm not talking stocks. I'm talking people. I'm talking attitudes. So, but I'm just saying, I hope some of you can realize you have gone this far and give yourself that congratulations and understand. You got to understand that what's going on you don't understand, but it is preparing you for that ultimate upside. And this is all just getting you ready to handle it. So when it does hit you in the face, you're not going to get it as an inexperienced child. You may be in some areas, but at least you're going to be able to handle up and down. You're going to be able to know I've been through the mud with it. You know what I'm saying? That's different. So that's why I'm saying congratulations. And I hope some of you don't let insecurity, negativity, other people's comments try to knock you out from that when you are investing in something even beyond the dollar amount. Okay, that's the first part. Okay, congratulations. Keep it up. Okay? The second part, man, is if you really understand this is the amor fati. This is what I got to tell you. You need to just keep your spirit ready to go. You need to be ready to hit. One is always in the mood. That's what happened to Joseph. After he got out of prison, he told the guy, he said, remember about me. He said, just all you got to do is remember me. I interpreted your dream. And then 2 years later, the guy forgot about him. But then finally said, yeah, come out. He said, I remember this guy Joseph in jail. And then the king got him. But do you see what could have happened? Imagine getting rich, thrown in prison, then you help someone out, then they forget about you for 2 years. Do you realize when they asked him for his help, he could have been bitter as hell? Oh, y'all don't feel me. You see what I'm trying to say? This is the attitude I want you to keep up. I don't want you to be the other version of Joseph where you had it in you, you were ready to go, you know what I'm saying? But then the setback happened, and then when they forget about you, but then when it's time to show up, if you're too bitter, you're going to be like, why would I help you? You're like, you forgot about me. I don't want to do anything. What do you mean? It doesn't matter what I do. I did everything the right way and I ended up in prison. Oh, come on. Y'all don't feel me. You see what I'm saying? That's what I mean by ready to show up. Don't be the other side. Because again, that experience could create that. But it's very simple. All you got to do in the meantime, if you know this is developing you, stay humble, keep that head down, get that discipline, keep working. It's very simple. But above all else, you got to understand the bigger picture and where this is going. Honestly, some of y'all got to realize you're on the right path. You're going to get better and better. You got to set yourself to a higher standard to keep getting better. But at the end of the day, you also got to let God work. Some of y'all got to understand that, have that relationship where it's like, all right, God, I know you're working. That's it. I know it's working. That's it. We're going to get better at this. I know there's some stuff I can't control. I'll let fate and God throw that in. They don't feel me. Whew. And then finally, I just hope you know. And some of you, if you're really on this, you're going to get it. And I don't know, maybe even hearing this, because when I just wrote this down. I was just writing some notes and I wrote this down, and it got me myself. One, just know the Father will see a good effort. If you're making a good effort, you're working there. If you say, all I did was do good, great. Don't trip on that. If you're doing the right thing, you're working, don't even trip. Just let God work. Okay? God will see, the Father will see good effort. And finally, the Father will let good seed grow. Woo! That's it. The Father will let good seed grow. So stop tripping. Because that thing that you think is going to fail or do better, guess what? If it's good seed, God going to let it happen. Oh, I don't think y'all feel me. You know what I'm saying? And then that one thing that didn't work out for you, amen, God, that wasn't good seed. God wouldn't let the Father, if he sees good, and then he will let a good seed grow. Because you may not understand it. That's why sometimes in your life you had good seed growing and you didn't like it at first or you didn't understand it. Then you realized it later. So that's all that I'm trying to tell you. I think you guys should realize that because it'll take you a long way when you realize, wow, he will let good seed grow. So that means anything growing is good. And then that, okay. And even if it looks like it's bad, he probably let that happen because it's going to end up being, You see what I'm saying? Oh, come on. There's a reason. God let those seeds grow for Samson. Samson ended up where he did, but it ended up completing a bigger purpose. Same thing with Joseph. Same thing with a lot of your life, honestly. So I'm excited about it. Big shout out to all the people in here. And I just encourage you all to keep going and ingrain that mission in you and just handle yourself. Let the rest take care of itself in the same degree. But just understand these inflection points and where you're at and how things can really shift. But it's not going to happen in a sense where there's not going to be a learning experience is the best way to put it. And if you're not getting shaken right now, and some of you have gone already, you've seen the worst shit, and it's still not shaking you, amen, and keep going. Because that right there is a trait. We talked about David, right? The characteristics of the king. Well, guess what? This one is one of those. So, I hope you're ready, and I hope you take that to the bank. The spy is coming back now, and that is your philosophy. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on that video. You're on mobile. Press hard chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the Nightly Watchlist main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. Ooh. Hey, man, y'all ready? It's a good, but didn't remember what I said, though. I was like, with today, because some of y'all, I feel like a lot of people would have been like, yeah, I love if today was a really green day, I feel like everybody would have felt that PHILO. But then even today with it being red, I think people still feel it, but it really makes you, you know what I'm saying? It really makes you depend, because I don't know what everyone's going through. Everyone got something different, but I just feel like today is going to make you, it makes it real or not if you believe it. You know what I'm saying? I think it makes it a little bit more real, or at the very least, you could even see the internal doubt that you may have. And guess what? Take that to God, baby. That's it. It's very, very, very simple. So, boom, baby. But there it is. Let us get you the uncle one. The uncle one. Let's get some uncle.
We charge a fee, but you can pay a little if you ask a lot for me. I got a couple killers and they down to ride for me. They own a couple bidders, they won't even charge a fee. How you motherfuckers play about me? Making more money than playing for South Beach. Wake up in the lane, I trade to Wall Street. Hey, when they complain, they getting the cold feet. Always in the game, my OG. Wasn't waiting to make it to save and go and buy things. They was hating, I'm changing, I know they didn't like me. Couldn't take it, was waiting, but money wasn't I reach. I'ma take it, I'm patient, you know the game is timing. I need payments and statements to get my shit in writing. Hesitation and waiting, the reason you declining. Meditation and praise, the reason why I'm rising. One comes up and one comes down. Started with one, but the shit compared. We was looking dumb, but we look good now. Before she hit me up, she gon' Google me. Ones that love me the most ain't never seen me. So you tell me what that mean. Make a slick comment, get clap on stream. Bitch, this a gang, this will see where things. Got dreams, talking MK things. Solomon David get to Caesar his things. I don't like favors, boy, they all expect things. 2020, baby. Yeah. Got the color, got the put, I can make the money both ways, always. I can buy the whole chain, go away. Got a lot of love and throwing no shit, no games, small change. I just made my own band. Probably trading stats where you still at the snoring. Morning, scoring, I'm just bringing more in. Hissing the DeLorean, sourcing. You could throw your own in, drop it like a ball when you holding. I'm shorting, skinny motherfucker, but I'm eating, seeking, scheming. I get paid for sleeping, dreaming. Hating for no reason, you a demon, leeching, heating. Wishing you could be me, ain't easy. I told you I'ma do this. Don't forget this shit a marathon. You make it move, but stay in the same place. At West Peloton. Make 100 off a phone call, now that's a telethon. Benjamin's Jefferson, YOLO to a ghetto spread. Yeah, you know I've been that. Who's been like a Trinidad? I'm moving like a president, can kill me like a Kennedy. I'm trying to be a better me, but they just keep on tempting me. Release the demon, set him free. He come back, bring me 50 G's. Nowadays it's hella smoke. Your game like I'm from Babylon. My capital got stamina. I wrap it up in lamina. Talking in new blabbering, but I'm not understanding, bro. You hating and complaining, but you still watching the channel, bro. I do this for the real ones, but the hate is still involved. I just closed another building, I'ma give it to my bros. It just took a little patience and it took a little hope. Yeah, the faith is never wasted if you reaching for a goal. Do this for the real ones, but the hate is still involved. I just closed another building, I'ma give it to my bros. It just took a little patience and it took a little hope. Yeah, the faith is never wasted if you reaching for a goal. Chicago, 2020, baby. Who the fuck you? I did what they said I wanted though. And where the fuck is y'all now? Who the fuck are yo? They was at the bar, I was chilling in my room. Now they wanna call like the stock about to move. Said I take it far, but I ain't take it up with yo. Now get up out my way, I ain't tryna be rude. Been hated on before, what you really wanna do? That ain't stop me getting more, couldn't stop me making moves. I look around and see you now, I see you in the gym. You back down, but ask how the reason was you quit. I'm back now bad down, got up in my shit. I'm a cold, I ain't a crib, ain't a blood, but got the drip. I got brothers in the streets, I got brothers in the banks. I got houses on the beach, properties in other states. Get the knowledge back for free while I be screaming God is great. I believe and I create, see the need to replicate. Lost a lot of shit, but I guess that's part the plan. I had loved ones up in dip, got some people in the can. People try to steal my shit, now they reaching for my hand. I feel bad they ain't around, but they ain't holding, let me down. She lose 100K, the next day I get it back. I made millions with some trades, I made millions with these tracks. Playing like just like a game, in the bank showing my stats. Shit you say I'm calling cap, you could play but you just mad. Did what they didn't wanna do. Now I'm buying cribs when I ain't even need a move. I was just a kid, they said I didn't have a clue. But they saw just what I did, now they tryna do it too. Tryna go to heaven, I like living with a view. So I'm tryna build a building, maybe cop a Bentley too. I guess you see I'm eating, but still want a lot of food. I guess the harvest plenty and the work is always few. Bitch.
I guess the harvest plenty. Hey man, baby, Uncle answer. I just had to. Dude, it sucks. I mean, good news, bad news. I can't show you now, but I was about to just leak all the Uncle. Uncle has a lot of stuff waiting for you guys. It's amazing. So it's gonna be good. But I was about to play one, but then Uncle, he just like started looking at me on the like he's up right now for some reason. I don't know why. He was looking at me crazy. Yeah, but you'll good. Thanks for charge. Well, I didn't play it, but that was good. I mean, I just didn't know that news when Saki talked about it, so that was cool. BuzzFeed, someone just took a stake in them. It's that time of year. Just get ready. It's cool. It's cool. There's a lot of cool things, man. There's a lot of cool things. You called it and it's running. That's good. I mean, well, that was because of the what's it called? It was during the Saki thing, so it did run. I mean, it was like right here. It just took off. I don't know. I feel like that news, because we went over all the news in the morning. I feel like I didn't hear that. And she said they're doing something with electric charging things. Get ready to celebrate the birth. Dude, that's weird. What happened, bro? Santa. I was like, dude, what just happened in the last, like, okay. I thought you said Satan. I was like, well, you did say Satan. That's why I was like, what? Dude, it's Christmas. You meant Santa. Why is that your autocorrect, though, dog? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, why is Santa correcting to Satan? We love you, man, okay? We love you. We love you. That's all. We just know we love you. It's all good vibes. Like, that's crazy. Even like your iPhone is dark. Like Satan. The Satan 500. 2.5. Yeah, Sam is one of the leaders today. Again, I wanted to see the options. It's a good bounce. I mean, hopefully 2021 people may get in there. Could be one of the better value plays. They don't pay divvy, do they? No, the motherfuckers. You can roll the snap cover calls to 40 now. I was looking at those. Yeah, they did come down. I think we're only down like 6,000 on them. So I'm just going to keep waiting. Just let it do its thing. Remember, we got paid on them. You know, we still hold it. That's the key. I mean, we got to see a lot of fast moves in the long term. But you got to understand, like, the timing. Like, you know, it's still only been like this. We're coming on the 3rd year, but it's just like you let things move for a little. There's a period of good, a period of bad. Things move around, so it's like it's just letting the opportunities. That's why it's like we could roll it over again if we wanted to, but it's like I could get it time, let it do its thing, move around a little bit, and then I could come back into it at another time. Tesla's selling down, LGVN, Airbnb off the bottom, LGVN picking up again, GM's on the low too, and I got the Lucid actually bounced, so that was decent. Tesla is still slipping up. The premium slowed down, I think, or 20%. So they're going up. And then IWM still up. SPY still holding around the same place. We're still near the bottom. This feels a lot like Friday and just the last week in general. But you still got 950 is a key level on Tesla. But I think as long as it's above 900, you're chill. Airbnb, that charge point still running. Roblo came up a little bit. You know, dude, that was the early morning, though, was crazy. There was a lot of attacking. You know what I'm saying? There was a 2-hour straight sell-off. Uber. So SPY's even bouncing a little bit there, but again, we're still stuck in this range. Biogen. What happened with Biogen? We saw that earlier. PEN is on the high. They're popping. Did I say 249? They're up $2. It's not updating. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Start the real estate course. Let's go, Braden. Let's go. Let's go. Get the basics. I gave you the script on Friday. That's it. Just start hitting people up now. Door knock, phone call, be like, hey, I'm about to be an agent in a couple months, and I already have somebody even looking to buy. If you would like to sell your home, I'm Braden. You know, I'm a nice guy. You know, maybe be funny. Don't be too professional. That's why somebody else reached out to me, one of the Chads, and, you know, they're very, like, humorous Chad. Like, you know, like, they make good jokes. They got a lot of personality, and they sent me their script, and it was very, like, they were reaching out to people with a very, like, professional response. And I was like, you know, I was like, just be yourself. I was like, you don't need to even sound that professional. I was like, you know, I love you for, you know, the way you're able to connect. I mean, you know, you'd be surprised. It's all just having fun with it at the end of the day too. Like if you honestly are just more yourself, have fun with it, you know, and again, be able to provide value with what you know about the industry. I mean, that it will go a long way. Even if you don't know anything, man, I'm telling you, even just talking and just being, you know, social and not being too serious, it goes a long way. I mean, again, if you've ever heard any of these like weird lending tip stories, that's pretty much like lending tips. Like lending tips will just he'll get a lead off of buying something on OfferUp. I told you guys that was in 2020. He bought like a workout bicycle off of OfferUp last year, and it turned into a $3 million commission for him. He didn't make $3 million, but the guy ended up selling one house and then buying another one, and then he used lending tips just because lending tips had a good conversation with him when he picked up his exercise bike. So it's like you would be again in lending tips. That's just one off the top of my head right there. That's recent. But I've seen him do that a lot. And again, even some of the deals and the relationships he's made with people. I mean, just being friendly and not like, you know, you're in the industry. You know what the goal is. Again, you tell people, again, for Braden, we've already talked a little bit. You know, you let them know. Just let them know your plan, but have fun with it. And, you know, have fun. If you have fun and you're not like that serious, I mean, you'll probably do better off, I would say. You know, don't bring that energy that you wouldn't want, right? Like, you're like, some people told you they don't believe in real estate and like this and that, you know what I'm saying? Don't bring that to the first cold call that you make or first door. You know what I'm saying? Like, show that you're fun. Have fun. Amazon. There's the Amazon OSHA news. There was a random pop towards VWAP during Saki, and then it came down. What else we got? Did Facebook. Facebook's still holding, and that's actually doing good right now. Apple's towards the bottom. I think they're all red, though. At least we're under 1% on the NASDAQ. Still only 850 names up. Yeah, Myrna is killing it. So is BioNTech. SPY, 192 names up, 313 down, and then the Dow is like 6 up, 9 up, 21 down, 21. But Amazon is starting to break out a little bit there, and then so is Facebook, and then Apple and Microsoft seem pinned. Market's right below VWAP. A couple names are. My assumption on Powell, I don't know. I think he's going to get hawkish, but I don't know how hawkish he's going to get. I don't know if he's going to be 6.8% hawkish or 7.3% hawkish. Does that make sense? So factor in what we just got with the last CPI, right? It's like 6.8, 6.9 was high, but it was expected. But like if it came in at 7 still, it would have been it would have been crazier. But that's where I'm saying it's like Powell's going to be hawkish tomorrow. So he's going to be 6.8 no matter what. But the question is he going to be like a 7% equivalent to the CPI? Will he be that hawkish? That depends on the plan that he lays forward, or if he says too much. If he says little, he could kick the can. But if he says a lot, like if he starts explaining the pace and if they give a deadline for earlier than March, here's what you have to look for essentially. Whenever they end tapering, the next thing the market is going to think about is raising rates, right? Does that logically make sense to you? So think about it. Powell's going to say, hey, we're trimming down the bond purchases because, we're worried about what's going on. We want to not rely on the QE. We're going to trim down the bonds first, and then what's the logical next step? What are you going to do after you trim the bonds? You're going to start talking about raising rates, right? And so in the beginning of the year, he made that clear. He said, we're not talking liftoff. Liftoff is raising the rates again. So that's why this is so important. One, the Fed will be giving economic projections on Wednesday, so that may factor into their plan if they have economic targets on their plan. But essentially, he's going to say we're going to speed up tapering. We kind of already know that. And then depending on what info he gives for the tapering, if we know when tapering is going to end, that will give the catalyst to respond to rising rates, essentially. And if he ends up tapering faster, that means rate hikes are coming sooner, and then vice versa. So that is pretty much the key to tomorrow. That's why it's not, again, if in 2013, the stock market went down 1.7%, if this was the taper tantrum. So if we do see a taper tantrum and people don't like it no matter what, 2013 says it goes down. Yesterday, you saw what happened. CPI, it could be a 2-day response or whatever it is. Yes, it's Wednesday. I don't know if I keep saying tomorrow. My bad. Just exciting. But it's anything could happen here, but it all really depends on what he says. It's whether or not what does he touch on with tapering? What does it mean for rate hikes? And then that's it. But if you got people tripping on it, I mean, we could see a negative reaction just like 2013. And again, this is the second time in history it's happening. That's it. You've never dealt with a taper tantrum prior to this. So, and again, I think the market is playing out perfectly to it, give you a little 5 to 10% teaser on the way down, bounce up. In 2013, we bounced up, but not as high. 2013 would have bounced up to like the lower end right here. But you bounce up, then we wait here, and then final move, and then that's it. Because, again, we're only halfway through the first announcement of Powell saying it before Congress. It's only been 2 weeks. So 2013 taper tantrum lasted about 30 to 45 days. So that's what I'm saying. This situation is very similar. That's the weekend video I talked about. But it's like we still, given that it's such a new situation, we don't know the exact way that he's going to pivot and what the actual implications will be. But, I mean, it's either going to be positive or negative, and that's why it's like we know positive could happen if it's not as bad as people expect or if everybody's in such a sour mood. bad news could still become good news. I mean, and then you got the Santa Claus rally. We know why it could go up. Again, people aren't too worried, believe it or not. But then we also know what in history made it come down, and then factoring into this situation, what are some of the negative effects? Again, you still have a wild card with Omicron. What if he reverses? He won't reverse just yet, but he could. He could. Again, I'm giving my opinion with it, but there's a lot of wiggle room, and a lot of people have already expected the worst has happened. That's the thing. Like, attitudes are kind of bad. Like, what's his name? El Arian, he shitted on the Fed over the weekend. He was like, this is the biggest mistake ever. But if he reverses, he can, like Ben Bernanke did in 2013. But Ben Bernanke, first congressional meeting, then, so take a look on the SPY. Like, imagine, I mean, I could show you in 2013, honestly, if you want to see it in real time. But essentially, Bernanke ended up reversing, but he didn't do it at the Fed meeting. So Bernanke ended up reversing, but then about a couple months later, he actually ended up increasing the amount of stimulus. So do you see here? So do you guys see right here? May 2013, this was the first taper tantrum. Doesn't it? It kind of looks like our market. We were hitting all-time highs. You're coming off of some volatility, right? This is 2013's chart we're looking at. And then Ben Bernanke on this date, the market was at an all-time high. Ben Bernanke was in Congress. This was not a Fed meeting, right? He was in front of Congress, and he said, hey, we might have to speed up the pace of tapering. He said this at the end of May, right? Then you start coming into June, the market drops for a little bit, right? This is about a 5-10% drawdown, then it bounces up, and this is what I was saying. Do you see that? It bounced up before the Fed meeting. You see this big drop? What do you think this drop was right here in 2013? What do you think the drop was? And then pay attention. Look at the bounce. You came right back to all-time highs or just at the lower end. No, he never tapered. Remember, at the end of the day, he never tapered. He talked about it. But June 18th right here, that was the Fed meeting in 2013. Are you following? Do you see what I'm saying? This is exactly the same as right now. So they didn't do anything at the meeting. He talked about tapering and all of that, but he ended up, again, adding quantitative easing. Following after, again, the market ended up selling off, and then it went up. But do you see what I'm telling you? Right here on the end of the month, on the 22nd of May, Ben Bernanke is in front of Congress, and he says, yo, we're going to start tapering faster probably. We need to start trimming it down. Market shits itself for 1 week, right? Everybody freaks out, and then it bounces up the next week. And like, come on, you don't think this is weird? You mean it's like, look at the market in 2013 was trading just as wacky as you think it trades today. Y'all don't feel me. Y'all aren't feeling me right now. I don't think they feel me. Is this on? You mean to tell me you guys would have been complaining the exact same way? Do you feel me on that? Think about it. Think about it. You would have complained the same exact way. Why? Because we had a 5% drawdown, and then you shoot right back up to right below the all-time high? Oh, come on. You would have been like, oh, inflation. Oh, you would have fuck Biden. You would have blamed Biden, Schmiden. You would have blamed Kamala. We would even blame Trump, too. You would have found a way to blame Trump. Then you'd be like, oh, it's Putin, Omicron. You know what I'm saying? But it's the same thing. The same exact thing happened. It's not like that's what, remember, I don't know if you were watching the Watchlist. I said it. It's like you're kind of just watching a market pattern play out, if that makes sense. It's not like, it's just like a normal market, like it just does this, where like to drop a lot and come right back up to your high, it's not as like manipulation as you think, or maybe it's manipulation, but if you've been doing this for over a decade, you're fucking used to it. You know what I'm saying? But this is where, again, this is 2013 still, but do you see what happened? So Ben Bernanke in front of Congress, market claps, 1 week market bounces, and then this date right here, June 18th, 2013, 2 weeks or so afterwards, about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 18, 19 trading days. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So we're going to be at like 17 trading days. So there's a couple days gap between the two. But it's the same exact thing. And then what happens? Fed meeting comes up. Bernanke, and he talks about tapering, and he says he comes off hawkish at the tapering. Again, that's what the market was expecting. But then nothing, again, the market ends up selling below the lows, quickly bounces, quickly flushes, gets back to the earlier levels, and then just takes off once again. And then everybody is complaining who held the puts for longer than a week, really. That's it. So there's more room to drop, but it's the same, again, so it's the same thing. You're saying the market's going to sell off. Well, this is what I'm trying to tell you, is that there's only one historical example of this. Again, thankfully, the historical example is almost playing out to the T. Again, I can't make this up. Like, what are the odds they both go before Congress, they both hint at being hawkish before Congress, and then 2 weeks later, they have a Fed meeting? The only difference is everything going on, the inflation, the bills that need to be passed, the end of the year, all of that stuff. But then again, in 2013, they were a year and a half off of a 15-20% credit default. So they already failed the debt limit prior to that. So do you see what I'm saying? It's like there's one historical example. It is playing out a lot like it, but we don't have any other guidance towards it, and there's still a lot more. But that's why, do you see, I'm playing both ways. That's all I know is, though, there's an opportunity. I'm going to get one direction or the. Do you see what again, imagine what I just showed you. The market fucking sells off, and then within a month or two later, it's even higher than all-time highs. Come on. Do you get my strategy right now? Do you see what I'm saying? I don't know if y'all feel me. That's why I'm just saying, it's volatility and there's an opportunity. It's just that at the end of the day, you're either, and if it doesn't go immediately down, we may get clapped on puts, but that might be a lot of fuel for the upside. But we've only seen this, again, you've only seen this once in history. It's pivotal. It's hinting at something, but it could go both ways. But that's why I'm saying, like, you even watch how the market played out. We're positioned for anything. I mean, we don't have to, I don't need it to do anything specific. I just need to kind of have it move broadly like how it did. Again, look at 2013. Your all-time highs, you're melting up. It looks a lot like this year. And then all of a sudden, drop down for a week, come back up, Fed meeting. This is exactly where we're at now. It hits another new low. Market's still elevated. This is why we're still adding to the long term. You see what I'm saying? But either way, there's opportunity for volatility. And then with short enough time, markets end up coming back. It may bounce between here again, but do you see what I'm saying? So leaps, well, no, I mean, again, not everything is just bullish. I'm just saying, just imagine how much, we're going to really know what to do once we get more information. But do you see how we have both sides of it? And it's just like, it's not really, I could get a lead on both directions. We could play the volatility, but it's too early to determine, okay, here's the pace. Again, you're swimming in uncharted territories. Don't get that twisted. That's why I like the opportunity. If I'm going to take any opportunity to have a bunch of calls and puts on both sides, it's probably the opportunity that I haven't seen in what, eight years or so, but it reflects it very similarly. This is kind of these are one of those historical events right here. But it's also, we only have one historical example. So how it plays out from here, that's going to be the key. So we'll see. T below VWAP. The Kentucky, you wanted Spencer, is 3 minutes. Oh, wow, you were out there, man? Be safe. Be safe. That shit was scary. I kept seeing all the videos. Would you want to add puts tomorrow? I already have them. So I already have enough puts. I mean, I'm not, and again, I added a lot of calls today. So, and now think about it. I mean, the market did go down. I mean, at least everything I bought, there was some degree of pickup on it, except for Abivai. But then if the market goes up tomorrow and it really shoots up and the puts become cheaper, I will. Otherwise, if the premiums don't change around these like 20-30% levels where I'm at, I'm just going to hold it through. Coca-Cola, what are those premiums at? I sold those early. Actually, I don't know. I feel like I got a lot in the morning. Coca-Cola is ripping. I need these CAHs to come back up. Well, I remember those other value plays. Those should start to tick up a little bit. Is Tesla still dropping? We get the Fed report tomorrow. You're gonna get something tomorrow, but not like they're meeting tomorrow. But the actual report and move is gonna come Wednesday and then Thursday, Friday. Microsoft was weird. It actually went up. Walmart's on the high again. Still kicking. Here we go. Amazon wants to make a move. Microsoft is all of them. They stayed pinned again. Cool to see their performance. If you don't have a lot of calls or puts, just hold and don't check the LT. I mean, I wouldn't sell my long term anyways. Like, so if you're telling me you're not going to buy anything, calls or puts, I mean, the question is, are you going to save your long term deposit or not? Otherwise, this wouldn't be an event to make you sell off your long term. I mean, realistically, the event to ditch the long term is when the yield curve flattens and then they adjust and have to cut rates. But that's years ahead of you. That would be at least another 5 years, I would say, or maybe 2 to 5 years. Essentially, you would need the yield curve. They would need to raise rates and then cut them before I would ever panic on my long term, or if I would ever consider, selling off some shares for a brief amount of time and try to even buy them back. That'd be the only circumstance that I would consider. Is if again, but now think about how much time that would take. In the meantime, the stocks are going to go up. My mom used to sell your stocks. It's going to get wild. I say, never, Mom. Sounds like my sister. My sister says that to me. Why wouldn't you hold through that? Because that's like my biggest economic theory. Like, I'll probably, if it hits, I'll write a damn book on that. I made it in one of the videos. It's just, that's the mystery of the yield curve. Is that, because at that point, if the Fed goes back to it, again, we hit it in 2020, but it was different because of the pandemic. But if the Fed cuts rates, it confirms a big problem. So especially if the yield curve's already kind of flat. So in the next few years, if we see it do that, then I'm answering the question, but I would sell out for a month maybe. I might, or I'd sell out some, or I'd hold a lot of cash. But I do know that would shift the cycle in the market for without a damn doubt. Honestly, it would not if it inverts. It would have to flatten or invert, and then they would have to cut it again. So again, but like, do you think about it? We're talking about raising rates. I'm talking about raising rates and then cutting them again. So just think about how that's happened. Has that ever happened? Yes, it happened in 2002, 2001, and 2008. So the same thing. That's in both of the. Anytime it's happened, it has led to and then you could argue in 2020 as well. People talking about cutting rates before raising it. Is this the end? We'll see. I mean, that would depend, I think, if people really freaked out about the virus or economic showdowns or slow shutdowns or anything like that. So raising and cutting would show a policy misstep. Well, usually if they're bad, I mean, so think about it. So it's like if they start raising rates, right, and then they do it really aggressively, that may signal that they're behind. So that's the situation here with tomorrow. Depending on what they do, if the Fed falls behind and has to play catch up, that means they're going to try to raise as much as possible to slow things down and to get the wiggle room. When they cut, it just confirms that there's a problem with aggregate demand. You would sell the long term if it inverted and went back to normal. Upon going back to normal, I would consider selling half of it to buy back, but I wouldn't hold it. I would buy back within a couple months, or I would have, but I know I would save money. I don't know. It depends on the situation, but I would have to take a look. But I would, like, I don't know. Again, we're in uncharted territory. I just don't know, and it kind of hit me over the weekend because, like, the yield curve right now is the flattest the yield curve has been coming into a tightening cycle. So we are about to tighten, right? We're about to taper and raise rates. That's the next, 1 to 2 years right now, right? But the yield curve has never been this flat in a generation. So we're talking going back 40, 50 years. You've never had the Fed react to modern monetary theory like this while the yield curve was flat, or this flat. So it's like that. And then again, like I'm saying with the taper tantrum, all of this stuff is relatively new. This is like the 10, 15-year test of quantitative easing and of modern monetary theory. So that's why it's there. The curve hasn't flattened. You have a long way for it to flatten. Again, the yield curve is that's why, again, I know you're saying stop the long-term sell talk. If you were just a fear-mongering, beep, like a put, you know what I'm saying? The yield curve moves very, very slow. This is what I'm talking 5 years out minimum, I would say, or at least 2 years. I don't think the Fed could rise even that fast. I just meant don't take any bets until after Powell. Yeah, you can. I mean, I grabbed Uber. Again, I thought Uber because I'm like, Uber is going to fluctuate, but I don't think, even then, if it moves another 10, 20% from here, it's like we're already getting it at a pretty low price. Powell is on Wednesday. Coca-Cola, it's the value play. We had those plays for a reason. We were a little early, but thankfully they came back. But I think a lot of people are moving towards value. You could see it again. Oh, my God. Is this the yield curve now? Huh? Oh, it's ugly right now. It's ugly. I didn't look at this. You see, because it's ever since so this is the yield curve now. Again, we have a video on it. Again, short-term interest rates should be longer than, or should be lower than higher-term interest rates. So here's what a flattened yield curve looks like. So in 2008, essentially a 3-month bond was higher than a 20-year bond. That doesn't make sense. Why would a 3-month bond pay the same as a bond you hold for 10 years, right? Or even 20 years. It makes no sense. That means something's wrong financially, right? And so this is a normal yield curve. So even coming in through 29, look at, and then again, this was when COVID happened. The same thing with the yield curve happens. But we have a normal yield curve right now. So this isn't up to here. This was like December 2020, a year ago. This was a very nice yield curve right here. This was just literally short-term interest rates are lower. Do you see how the 3 is lower than the 2, and then the 5 is lower than the 7? The 7 is lower than the 10. That's a normal yield curve, okay? But now this is where we're at now. That's why I said it's ugly, because do you see that? That's a kink in the – this looks hideous. This makes no sense at all, because this right now, the short-term interest rates lately, this is what's been happening. You guys know I've been talking about it. Do you see this? Look at this for the last year. Watch how the 2, the 5, and the 7 year comes up. This is do you see all of a sudden it just starts rocketing up, and then look in the last couple days. That's June. look at the 2 year and look at the 5 year. Okay? Just watch. Do you see how it just inflated right there? That was what we just saw recently in December. Do you see how the 2-year inflated? That's because the Fed is getting ready to move. Do you see that? You see how this thing just popped up? It's literally, it's like a balloon. Whoop. You see it? Whoop. That right there, that's the curve flattening, but the long-term rates aren't moving with it. But yeah, no, this is looking hideous. It's not. The last time you have this kink is 2001. You see? It looks the same here, where right when you hit the 10-year, it goes from, and it starts shifting. You see that? Because then it was normal, and then look at the 2-year starts inflating. That's in May 1999. So again, and it still took 2 years from there. Keep that in mind. But then eventually what ends up happening, the 10 to the 30-year, it holds this pattern. So you see that? But then eventually they just keep raising rates. So they keep raising rates, the 10 through 20 through 30-year. They just control the shit out of it, most likely. And then the market goes down, and then they start cutting again. Ta-da! But this is the yield curve. We have a lot of videos on it. One of my favorite topics. But it's mysterious. Some of the most... everybody in the stock market will argue over this. That's why I'm saying. So this is all my opinion. This is just my own personal theory with it. There's been research studies on. I've read all of them, or I read a lot of them. There's studies on it. Even the Fed, they call it what is it called? It's like something mysterious. The mysterious predictive power of the yield curve. But nobody could explain it. So I have my explanation for it. But go read the studies on it by the Fed. So the Fed has put out their own studies. There's one by the San Francisco Fed. That's the one I've even used a lot to go off of. So it's but all of it is just it's theory. All of this is just theory with it. But again, it even correlates in 2020. Like I said, again, we made a lot of money in 2020. But sure enough, take a look at what happens the minute they start cutting those rates. You see what happens with the market. But this one was a way different process. But leading into 2020. The yield curve, this was normal, but it was starting to flatten. It was getting really, really bad. But look at your short term. Before COVID, the short term was higher than the 7-year. Isn't that crazy? So 2019, when we started the long term, the short end of the curve was higher than the 7-year. 3-month rate was higher than the 7-year rate. Crazy. But yeah, so. Shit. What do I do when I always hit that? Why does it? There it is. We could talk about it all day. It's super interesting. It really is, but until you realize how long it takes. Telling you, it's the greatest theory. It's one of the dopest things to learn, and you'll make a fuck ton of money off of it, but it's so slow. It's too slow. Like, you won't even, like, that's why it's slow. So we could talk about it for days, all day, but it will, the slowness of it will slowly just kill you in a weird, weird way. Or it's closer than we realize. I don't think so. Just because it has to go up before it goes. The curve looks ugly, but again, even if like 2001, like the curve stayed ugly for years. Look how this curve was ugly in 1999. January 1999, the curve was just as shitty as R, but higher rates. And then the SPY wasn't even at all-time highs yet. And then look, the rates just kept going up and up and up. The curve is still disgusting by February 2000. So you don't even break the 1999 lows until they start adjusting. But the curve stayed mangled for a while, for at least another year minimum. And again, they were already raising rates. So we'll have a signal of it, but it does, it's slow. I mean, this is the bond market. We're talking the whole economy. We're talking the Fed. You see how, hasn't this year, like, imagine if they've delayed, like, we haven't gotten a spending bill signed or not. That took a whole year, and we don't even know the tax plan fully. So just imagine, how this is, again, it took a whole year before what we knew in January, before they were like, yeah, okay, it's not transitory. My bad, G. That took a whole year. So do you see what I'm saying with pace? So all of this stuff is interesting, and it's very relevant, but it's not going to be it's just going to be slow. It's going to be slow. Microsoft, Amazon. SPY's back at VWAP. Amazon's above it. Yield curve is a mystery. Well, the actual yield curve and what a flattened or normal curve says, that's not a mystery, but the predictive power. So that's what they talk about. It's the yield curve is just a metric, but using it to predict market downturns, that is a mystery. There's no tangible, there's no like, okay, because of this is what happens. You can't answer that question. So why the yield curve correlates with market declines, you can't explain that. You could say it's the collective action, and that's reflected through people's purchases. But now again, we live in a world where the Fed is active in the bond market. Every Fed, every central bank, So, but you can't. So the yield curve's there, but you can't explain why it correlates so well with the stock market crash. How many names on the 500? I think sub 200. Oh, 203. We should play this game. You guys we should play a gambling game. Yes, correlation does not equal cause. That's when looking at the yield curve, this is where I'm saying people will freak out. Again, everything I'm saying is theory. Just because I understand how crazy the yield curve is, it's like it correlates, all my theory with it correlates very well, but it's not, there's no, you don't really know. Again, same thing with even what's playing out here with the taper tantrum and comparing this to 2013. But yeah, we should play this. We should play over under. We should do that we'll do it like a couple times an hour or a couple times a day. We should take bets, create some lines. If you could guess over under how many names up or down. That could be fun. We'll give away some money. That should be our Friday game. Every hour on Friday we'll do that. I'll give $100 an hour. That's it. Well, I think that's a good one. I think that could be a good one. People will Google it. I don't think you could get it in real time. There's very few places that'll have it in real time, I think, for like the actual broken by index. We'll just switch the indexes on them. Over under by 50%. I'm up 3. Coke, those calls went up. So when those were down 70, they went up positive 20, positive 30. I sold out like 20 something. Troy and me are disqualified. Yeah, unfortunately, y'all got the access. I have old TLT plays. If we do get massive volatility, I'm sure something will happen. California proposes deep cut to solar incentives, FSLR. Oh, they're getting clapped. FSLR is getting clapped off that. Chicle. The puts are kind of crazy. Yeah, they just went from like 20 cents to $1 on some of them. Solar Run is dropping too, or Sun Run. All the solar companies, even Run Now, that's another one. FSLR is getting clapped, so is Run. They're all coming down. I don't know if they're all going to hold down there. Tesla pop. Is that good for the solar roof? Oh, no, maybe. Josh, in '06, the yield curve flattened, but the market didn't collapse until 2 years later. Exactly. And that's why I said, because when they raised rates, it led to the flattening, but it's when they cut it again. It's a full cycle. That's why I said it'll take years. Someone said, first, if this applied to today, the curve would have to flatten, and they would have to raise the curve for it to flatten, and then it would have to come back down again. So it would take a long time. Sunrun is still dropping. The premiums are kind of crazy. I mean, they're all like pretty expensive for weeklies. There's a lot of puts coming in though. Sunrun, solar companies are getting clapped. ICLN is an ETF. AERC. 10 is another one. Judge proposed decision on rooftop solar. Yeah, people are talking about profit taking. They're saying one more measure, profit taking is way overdue. The column today notes the starting degree to which the public at large has benefited from asset price appreciation and pandemic, though a course of those benefits haven't been evenly distributed. One of those findings is aggregate and estimated amount of money deployed into equity markets hasn't reached prior peaks. However, there's another way to frame the public demand for equities, not necessarily in terms of volume, but of consistency. And on that front, demand for stocks has reached a consistency never before seen in 74 years of the flow of funds data. The methodology of approximating the public's equity trading is simple. You look at quarterly change in equity holdings in the FOF data and compare it with quarterly change in equity benchmark. So if the ownership goes up more than the benchmark, we assume the public were buyers of stocks that quarters. If quarterly benchmark change is higher, then it's just public ownership. We conclude households were sellers. So what it's saying, well, obviously does this matter remains to be seen, though it might suggest there may be an impulse to take some profits. Some of my colleagues have suggested at the very least we could say Intel with positive note. Intel's popping off that. Citibank with positive note. At the very least, we could say the market performance after these long buying streaks come to a close has been indifferent at best. The average is 3.6 with the standard deviation at 21%. So literally, then the next one, big tech gap underscores profit-taking fears. Some investors are taking year-end profits, particularly in tech, as worries about inflation and valuations loom. One chart suggests more pain could be in store heading into 2022. NASDAQ has risen 25% year to date. 35% of those are in terms of index points are Microsoft and Apple. Interesting. You could predict what I'm going to say. You got Intel's popping. That's good. It's good news. Good news. Good reaction. You could tell when I get surprised sometimes, because some of them it's like more surprising. Some of them is like more like that's hype, and then some is like no way. It's hard to say. Isn't that bad? Yes. All of what I read was bad. All of it is pretty much saying that households have been buying at a record pace. People haven't taken money. Last time the public has kept buying when it does cool down, it usually leads to a 3.6% decline. But there is still the 20% fluctuation. City sales, Intel is going to be guidance. So here it is. Here's a market wrap. Stocks dropping key week for global rate decision. Markets around the globe prepared for a wave of central bank decision, with traders weighing the potential impacts of less generous monetary settings amid coronavirus challenges and lofty equity valuations. The S&P dropped from a record while the technology-heavy NASDAQ 100 underperformed major stock benchmarks. A gauge of mega-cap companies slumped, with Tesla down 6. Apple fell after iPhone maker approached a $3 trillion market cap. Travel shares such as airlines, cruise, and hotels sank. Bonds and the dollars climbed. A sell-off in Bitcoin pushed the world's largest cryptocurrency closer to a key technical level. About 20 central banks are due to hold meetings this week, with the Federal Reserve seen winding down bond purchases and signaling an interest rate liftoff in 2022, heralding a historic pivot to counter the fastest inflation since the 80s. The ECB, the Bank of England, and Bank of Japan are set to announce their monetary policy decisions. Here are some comments on the Fed. The Fed's pivot to a more aggressive tapering schedule poses a larger risk for asset prices than most investors believe. Good news, supply is improving, but it will arrive at the wrong time, wrote Morgan Stanley strategist Mike Wilson. Another one, we do not expect the Fed to slam on the brakes to choke off liquidity, but rather to look for it to pump the brakes as lightly as it can and take the mechanisms of emergency stimulus off gradually, said John Stolvis, chief investment strategist at Oppenheimer. And then another one, as long as the Fed doesn't provide a material hawkish surprise this Wednesday, something that's possible but unlikely, stocks can rally into the end on momentum, even if valuations are again stretched, wrote Thomas A., former Merrill Lynch trader who founded the Sevens Report. And the ghost of the tech bubble will come back soon to haunt investors as hefty valuations may be threatening by the likely tightening of monetary policy. The S&P's long-term price-to-earnings ratio, which compares the current price with the 10-year average, has reached 37, a price last seen since 2000. Valuations are extremely high on almost any metric. Deutsche Bank strategists said in a note, inflation expectations amongst U.S. consumers rose to a new high of 6% for the coming year, according to the latest consumer survey in the Federal Bank of New York. Is that Intel? This is a big one. It's a big market wrap. There's a lot here today. Tesla's popping up a little bit. Studies showed that Americans foresee faster price increases for items like rent and food, which take up a big chunk of household spending and can easily be substituted. How you going to substitute rent? What you mean, man? Corporate highlight losses for a basket of meme stocks are mounting, with traders shifting away from GameStop and AMC. They've been the biggest drags on the group since mid-November. Pfizer agreed to buy Arena Pharmaceuticals in a deal valued at $6.7. Bristol Myers, they climbed or increased their buyback to $15 billion. And then Harley Davidson with their EV news. Subsidized rent. No, they mean substitute. So CPI and PCE, that's where you can make the changes. Because sometimes if prices go higher naturally in economics engaging inflation, you can naturally substitute. Like essentially, if the price of fucking almond milk goes high, you'll just buy cheaper milk, right? Or if milk becomes too expensive and almond milk is cheaper, you may buy that. You know, there's always a reasonable substitute. So that's why if prices go up too high, you know, it doesn't necessarily reflect the situation, because if one item went up too much, you could just substitute it with another. But rent, it's like if you need a 2-bedroom in a city with like it's very hard to substitute rent. I don't agree with that one. Yo, can we get a rent substitute? I think homelessness would be the substitute, but that or living in, again, you could go find somewhere cheaper to live, but it may be drastically different. It wouldn't be like, I don't think it'd be like shifting. It would be like shifting the like organic bread for non-organic. I don't like it. You can justify it for economic substitute, but it's very like it. You know, I think realistically, it's not quite there. That's stretching. Well, they do it like sometimes. Like if you wouldn't, like they have weird substitutes sometimes. Like if you can't buy peanut butter, like even like cranberry sauce might be a substitute sometimes. You see what I'm? So they're weird with it. You know what I'm saying? They might be able to say, okay, well, you could substitute the housing with like I don't know. Cranberry, like I forgot. There's one I remember in economics. There's one weird example for substitutes that you'll be like, huh? Like in economics, like even if you're in a college economics class, the substitutes get weird. Like, or maybe if like the price of ham got too high, like you would, or like let's say like even steak, they may even substitute it with Spam. Essentially, if consumers can reasonably go to the other product, right? So I don't know, like maybe there's a trend or something happens, but if people naturally pick up something similar but very not like that, it could be counted as a substitute. Substitute for rent is live with family. Could be. Usually that's what I was talking about today. That's what I was saying. There's the lack of high quality housing. It makes substituting very difficult. Spam sales hit a 7-year. Well, people and that would, again, some of the economic trends may say that it's a reasonable substitute. Like if Spam is really running up in demand, you may see that and it becomes more of a staple in more Americans' diet or purchases. It could substitute something on the list. How is that inaccurate reading of inflation if you're taking the lowest prices instead of the ones that ran up? Well, it's statistics. You're ignoring outliers. So it's just like imagine a world like let's go back to 2018, 2017, where before you had inflation, right? And then let's say Nutella, right? You know what I'm saying? Nutella shoots up in value again, or there's a meme on peanut butter, I don't know, and peanut butter skyrockets in price. It doesn't mean you would have inflation if just peanut butter went up. So what they would do is if we find out that peanut butter becomes so high in price that people are naturally just buying jam, jelly, anything, Nutella, anything but peanut butter, right? As long as they're buying anything but that, you could say this is a reasonable substitute because the one thing moving up in price, if it moves up too high, it's an outlier. You can't really, even though it is going up a lot, you can't say that reflects the average purchase of your dollar just because one item in one category went up. That's why they've been playing this game all year, because it makes sense, but you know they're really, it's very convoluted is the only way to put it. Rent substitution is buying. No, rent substitute would just be just living in an area. That's all, just living like in a same 2-bedroom or same, like rent is very hard to substitute. You mean bullshit? Convoluted. It's not bullshit because it makes sense, but it's just convoluted. And then, you could talk about like it's just confusing. It's meant to be confusing, and there's a lot of statistics behind it, and then whoever wants to talk about it could frame it however they want. Like, again, I could highlight exclusions or non-exclusions. This is why the PCE is so important. You see what I'm saying? Like, you could highlight certain things depending on who's reading it. It's just like the whole CBO game that they play. Like more heavily weighting ones or townhouses. Those could be substitutes, but then if usually, like right now, you can't get in the same area. So like if the houses are too expensive to rent in that area, chances are the condos are now renting for the same price the house was. So if you were living in a house and now your lease is up and then your landlord's like, hey, your rent's going up 20%. Do you want to move out or do you want to stay? And then you're like, okay, let me see if I could find another house in this area for that same price that you're paying. Chances are the price you're paying will buy you a condo or an apartment, which will be smaller than where you're at. So that's why it's like you could substitute it, but it's not, you're getting less. So you're still getting shelter, but you will get substantially less. That's been the problem. CEC didn't just get halted. C change. Calculated based on weighting, they could be downside. They do. CPI right now is bullshit as far as housing. It doesn't. Again, Bill Ackman said it on Twitter yesterday. He went on a huge rant, and it's very accurate because if you look at the changes and even the weighting, I've pointed this out from the beginning of the year. Because again, I've been buying up these houses. We've been in real estate. If you're in real estate, it's so you see it, but CPI is not using market-based metrics. That's the crazy part. CPI is just using old. It's like a 60-year-old making an estimate from 2016. They're using the same real estate market. So it's wild. But pretty much inflation would be at 11% if you calculated rent and housing costs at market price currently today. So it's like the weighting and how they do it. It doesn't highlight. Again, it doesn't matter how they weight it. They're not including. It's not realistic. It's just not real world. It's foo-foo. It's just literally houses don't like nobody. Like they're assuming that you could still rent a house for $2,000 in California in a nice location where that's not going to happen. They substitute steak with chicken. Yes, exactly. It could be completely different as long as enough people are doing it and that's seen through activity. That foo-foo lame, I ain't with it. Tunisia parliament to remain suspended for a year. It would make the 70s, 80s. Yes, indeed. They're good about it. It's funny how they done it. But now this is the real rental situation. It's crazy. That's why it's nuts. I haven't. So if I had a house with tenants already in it, I didn't raise the rent on them. But any houses I got vacant, I would shit myself when I would see how much I would get, and they would rent, and I rented them all out within a week. SCAC's unhalted, up 52%. Yeah, CEAC. I don't know what the news is on that. Is it Syndax? No, that's C change. Yeah, halted again? No, is it? Triller said in merger talks. Oh, Triller's pretty cool. It's like they were competing with TikTok for a little. Wait, is C change? Wait, are they? This isn't a SPAC, or is this a SPAC? This looks ugly. What is this? Amathus. Is it SPAC? Ugh. Really? Fuck. Oh. Damn, it SPAC'd and went to 1 cent? What kind of SPAC is this? Wait, no, it's their old ticker. Guilds, Kite, ORR, and Phase 2 study of Yes Carta. SNDX, that one, they just got FDA approval. I saw that one. Syndax, that one. Remember I just said Syndax? That one came up. Syndax got some FDA approval thing. I didn't have time to look into it. I want to see the other one. This looks decent, honestly, for a biotech. A couple biotechs are running right now. Shout out to Josh. Shout out to Chad. Shout out to Maj. Oh, yeah. What the fuck is this? Dude, this is just an old-ass company. Bro, this company IPO'd in 1996 at $15. Then they had another offering at $28 in 2002. And then they had an offering in 2021 at $1.85. Huh? $61 million market cap. How are they going to buy them? They're at 60 million market cap. I mean, they seem like a small. They've been around for a while. It's been a long time since they had a pop. Is taking Triller public via SPAC. Is Triller still popular? I mean, it competes. It's kind of like the big commerce. It's like big commerce versus Shopify, like TikTok versus Triller, if that makes sense. It's like it's in the category, but it's definitely it's not Shopify. I'm doing an econ assignment on inflation, how to lower it. It's easy thanks to you. Amen. I hope you don't go. You be like, it's easy. Let's go, Brent. That's it. Conclusion. Nah. Yes. Incentives, policy, a lot of things. Remember you sold that cover call on Workhorse? Oh, yeah. I made more on that call than the stock is worth now. I got 600. I got more than the 100 shares are worth. No, I did not get Arna. And then on that play, be careful on any calls at 100 because the buyout price is 100. Yeah, bro. Workhorse 60 calls. I think I got like $900, bro. Dog. Like, bro, at the beginning of the year, someone was willing to pay me for, they were like, I'll buy your Workhorse from you at $60 a share. I was like, wow. Okay. Conclusion, power goes. And now the stock is at $5. It's good though. It's still, I can still sell cover. I can make another $10 if we wanted to. Even ASON, I made $400 on the cover call, but ASON has been clapped. Look at this thing's back down. This thing could move a lot. Bro, the last couple of days are crazy. To watch so many names just like sell off, bounce up, and then just to be right here at the bottom again. It's dirty. Sea change is unhalted. I like the news, but I don't like the background on the company. Oracle, I wait a little bit. It's wild. A lot of names had that little bounce and drop. So I'm like, shit, bro. They really out here. Really out here. See, some better than others, though, but shocking. Shocking to see the U-turn. Why don't we raise the reserve requirement? Because we want money flowing around, because that's how the goal gets accomplished. Because if we raise reserve requirements, banks will have to hold more, and then that means less money to fund credit and keep things moving around. So it would slow things down, but then it would slow down the parts of business they don't want slowed down. Bivai. Huddy or Huddell? Huddle? Huddy? Howdy? Is it Hud-I or Huddell? Oh, I think Hud-I. Hoodie. You see names up and down. Does it really? There goes our game. I have TLT puts and calls. They're old. We got these beginning or middle of the year. I have January 95 puts, January 23 puts, and then January 22 puts, and then January 22 190 calls. But most of them are pretty clapped, but the volatility is holding up. Again, the premiums are wild. Class B, it's a good way to own Berkshire. I mean, it's a good company, and they have a lot of value. I mean, he's not holding as much tech. How is Berkman? Yeah, right? They should be up. Because he's less tech, if anything. Bro, Burke doesn't pay a dividend? What an asshole. You got 20 shares of Burke, eh? Holla at your boy, man. Let me get a crib. They claim to reinvest it better than dividends. What do you mean? I'll just turn drip on, bro. Just what do you mean? I would have bought you right now. Don't you ever get too comfortable? So we still got what's it called? We still got 5 minutes, man. It's still not even 5 minutes till power hour. We ain't even there yet. I ain't even there. It's not even fully power hour. Tesla, I think it's going to be a very interesting week for them. Again, with people even talking profit taking and all of that, it will be an interesting one. Tessie's moving. Mondelez, is that Unity? Yeah, Unity's on the high. At least one software company's up. We made a lot of plays today. I grabbed an Airbnb, Lucid, sold out of the Coca-Cola, and then Abivai. The Tesla puts came back down. Tesla filled the gap on the daily. What does this mean? What did he do? What did he fill? AMC can make more bounce for me to get out. I don't know. I'm surprised. I mean, again, just small caps got wrecked today. I don't know how. I didn't even think it would come down that low that fast for them or GameStop. The market feels undecided indeed. Again, there's a lot of back and forth. It's funny. Everybody was so excited on the CPI, but you were very, very bullish. But even today, there's more back and forth. people are talking about a lot of stuff, but we're not going to move out of this range. We might go a little above it, a little below, but it's all going to be based on Powell on Wednesday. And again, all of the historical examples that we went over today, it should be a good one. It should be a good one. Think about Facebook. I think it goes both ways right now. It's acting as a safe haven. There's a lot of value. It makes sense why people are rushing to it. But the question is just how the market's going to react. So like after, got a couple ideas, but pretty much it's going to be dependent on Wednesday. That's all we got to see. I really think everyone will buy puts and they're going to pump the market around Powell. They already did that. That already happened. What do you think this was? That's exactly what happened. Everybody, everything sold off. Everybody bought puts, right? And then it bounces right back up. And then we got Powell in 2 days. So this is now keeping it. This is where you get to burn the premium on everything. Even if you bought the dip, you got scammed a little bit too. Scammers. So yeah, I think it already happened, but that's why it's like we'll see as the next few days could get good. Could get good. We got the Abivai, Airbnb, and one other one. Then I sold out of Coca-Cola. Apple faces Labor Department probe over whistleblower retaliation. Oh, let's see if Apple reacts to that. We're getting that early, but I don't know if it's going to be big or not. It's kind of moving down off of that. They already have that one put. Yeah, they probe whether it retaliated against the whistleblower or not. Financial Times. Saw it like 5 minutes ago. Yeah, there's 2 updates on it. I think it might get circulated now, but it doesn't look like it'll have too big of an effect. Let's see. So if Bitcoin is an inflation hedge, why is it falling? Bitcoin slid as the rout in equities continue. The cryptocurrency is likely part of the profit taking hitting tech shares. No, the lira is even worse. The lira got clapped and they're intervening for the 4th time this month. SPY VWAP. New York reports 8,993 COVID cases. And 46 new COVID deaths. SPY is above VWAP. I don't think any of the recent headlines should get in the way here. TLT looks like it wants to climb. And then Tesla, that's weighing a lot on everything. Dude, everything. A lot of weird charts. Unity keeps going up. Plays on the high. Roblo going through VWAP now. He's coming alive. Market. Well, now everybody. It's funny because nobody said this on yesterday, and now they're talking people taking profits. That's the one of the biggest. You'll probably see that headline all through the next couple days. Or the people who want to sound smart with it are gonna start. They're gonna start saying it's profit taking Nasdaq. It's funny how no one said this on Saturday or on Friday, but that's what today's metric. That sell off that we saw this morning. And then with tech and everything you saw, just people they're attributing it all to profit. That's why that bounce, pretty much, those little bounces, everybody took those bounces to get out if they really wanted to, or that's what they're blaming it on. Headline in Kramer's, no one ever got hurt taking profit. What profits? A lot of things are still up. Like, I think there's even though Snap has went down, we still have a year-to-date gain. We have a year-to-date gain on it. Maybe not after today, but I think they might be up on the year. See, we're right there. But the other day, you had a year-to-date gain. So there was a lot of people who had profits on a lot of different names near the year end. So again, like anybody if you bought Airbnb at the beginning of the year and when we there's profit there. So some people who don't want to hold it, people are going to sell out on it. Sea change, or what happened to that thing? That came down. Why not wait until tax year? Because some people don't know what's going to happen next year. To a degree. Plain Jane. Taxes may be higher next tax year. They probably will be. It just depends how. But then again, salt. Some people may hold out and end up benefiting off of it. Roblox had a lot of put sweeps. Yeah, it's a good protection play. Again, pretty much you saw it. Our plays are starting to come back up, even the old ones. If Roblox falls below 110 pretty much and then starts getting to the lower 100 levels, anybody who's profited off these immense, it's a good protection play, or you could play it on the downside. That's why it's just if it breaks, but if it doesn't, it has a lot of upside. Sava again, a little Sava, huh? U.S. COVID cases surpasses 50 million. Interesting. Citizens petition filed by the Morehouse School of Medicine requesting expedited approval of similifaflam. I can't say that one. Similifaflam. That's interesting. It's popping off there. SPY above VWAP, came back down. TOT wants to creep a little bit. Apple still levels from earlier today. Simulfilam. What's up, man? Crazy SPYs going up and down to kill some options. It's just but it's not. As long as it's all about price levels. Even if you're on an option, I would just The ones out of the money will be risky, but anything near there's a reason those 460s are holding up. Same thing with some of the IWMs. It's just because if we get right back to these levels, all put plays are up. If we start breaking up above all-time highs, most calls should go up. So it's about the price level, but this is just you're only gonna get 2 more days of premium, 1 more day of premium decay tomorrow, and then people may start front running, and then that's it. It's good. It makes this is like icing the kicker. You ever watch football? Come on, y'all don't feel me. Some of y'all get iced really, really easily. You see, you got the momentum. You go into the red zone. You know what I'm saying? You're like, all right, man, we going in for the touchdown. Then the field goal timeout. They're like, all right, are you sure you want to buy the dip? Are you sure you want to hold the puts? And then you go up there. They shot it up and called timeout 3 days in a row. It's a good strategy. That's it. They're like, timeout. To make you think about. They're making you think about every call and put. If you're really gonna hold your call and put, you have 4 days to really think about it. And they're just going to hold you there. And then they'll show you. If it goes a little bit, they'll give you the profit. You watch them come back to life. If it goes up, that's it. That's it. They're just icing the kicker, man. They're icing the kicker. And then, listen, 20 yards taking you off field goal range. It's there. I think we're just getting iced. Because y'all don't notice, man. I think I see it a lot just because I see so many people talking like from Friday all the way today to watch everybody like Friday, even the days before that, and then watching people's attitudes change. Bro, people were hyped on Friday. Oh, man. Some people were, that's it. And then all of a sudden, everyone was like, yo, it's profit taking now. You know, clearly it's now. We got to weigh in the profit taking and the balance, and then now people are like, well, we know what Powell's going to do, but he's not going to do. So it's like you got a lot of it's just everyone's getting iced right now. It's both sides. Even if you're on the call side, you're getting iced too because your premiums didn't go up that much, and only 2 out of 5 stocks would go up. Even if you bought the dip, which stock is fucking up unless it was Apple or Microsoft? Barely, or Facebook. So even then, even if you bought calls and you're waiting for the runner for the rally, you're still getting iced right now. Because the broader index isn't, the broader of everything aren't moving right now. So everyone's just getting iced. That's all. And that's why I just wait. We're going to have 1 more day of this tomorrow. Like, look how slow this is. We're getting iced the whole day. It's putting you on and making you think about your decision. If there's more momentum, it's easy to react. Everything's going up, people buy. Everything's going down, people sell. Like, that's easy. But now when you go down, up, and then wait, and then we have the catalyst, everybody has to think about it. That's why I'm saying no one's confident. That's all I get from all of these moves. I could even tell. Like, I could even withstand even the shit talk. I don't even, like, you don't even have confident shit talk is not even happening on both sides. No one's really, you'll get you get the extremes every now and then, but for the most part, I think a lot of people are just nobody knows right now. I could tell with everybody. You could tell when there's confidence. Survive. I never talk in caps. And then the people who usually talk in caps, they're typing normally now. We just gotta, that's it. Just gotta wait. Sava keeps popping again. They got that letter from that medical institute or school. Which one is these? What time is it? 12:12. I'm hyped. Hey, man, it's going to be good. It's going to be good. All right, let me go to the bathroom. We got 45 minutes left. Ladies and gentlemen, we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile, press high chat. X out the chat, hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. We made a long-term play today. We're going to post the pictures there, so just be on there. Be on there. Follow me. I love you. Say hello to someone. Be positive. It's a good day. Don't get iced. Some of y'all don't get iced. Don't get iced too heavy. You know, don't let them ice you like that. How you gonna let them ice us like that? Ice? Oh wait, what you say? No, not like that. Dip, dip, dip. I said ice. They're gonna ice us, not ice it. Nah. You got it. Just what? That's because I'm Middle Eastern. No, I said I. They're gonna ice the kicker, not ice up. They're gonna ice us, not ice. Yo, man, Chad, can you explain this? Bro, they about to move in. They about to move in on me, bro. I hear it. I think I hear a helicopter. Man, I didn't mean it like that. I didn't even say it. I said they're icing the kicker. They're icing us, man. Yo, man, this is crazy. Man, what do you mean? Let me finish peeing. Man, that's crazy. So Sava still going. Try to explain. Yeah, it was. My camera's on. What's up? How are you? That's how I talk when people are looking at me. I get shy. I go, hi, how are you, sir? I'll be like, you can see me now? Uh-oh. Sava got a recommendation. We got it early. I mean, Troy posted that very, very early in here. But they got the recommendation from some medical institute that one of their drugs gets approved. So somebody wrote a letter to the FDA saying that Sava should be expedited. Way too early. No one played it. It was like it was like good but I don't know if it would drive it like this. Is the play Shy? Shy is a shitty option chain though. Like go look at the difference between the strikes and the premiums. It doesn't really move a lot. What do you think reacts the most, financials or tech? Both. I don't know. Tech just given, I mean, the recent narrative here with the profit taking and how it's been moving. But banks will, financials aren't, they're going to come in close. Yeah, HYG might move, but Shy, you'll just know what it's going to do. I just don't know if it'll pay out on the option. Like, I don't know, because then the spreads are super wide too. Sava, remember, we hit a 3,000%er in November. That one was nice. Let it do its thing. Charge point, Amazon's coming up. Charge point still ripping. Abby, you don't come down, man. You go up. Lucid, yeah, that was a good pickup. We grabbed some of those. I don't know if they went up. Yeah, the Lucids went up 5%. So that's decent. The Microsoft's still holding. IWMs are now down. So look how they're playing that. The Tesla is a little bit of a game, but still overall down. It looks so decent here. Uber doing well. Comeback's up. I mean, we're not down as much from when we got it, but still down on that purchase today. Come on. Oh, come on. They're not filling me. Okay. I made the play. It already went up. Again, I think all I made today was call plays, so I wanted to grab a put. And I just like what I'm seeing with the premiums. Oh, don't get mad at me. Don't get mad at me. I know, you guys, I wonder what you're going to think. I think you're going to think a lot of things. Let's see what the chat says. Are you ready? Do not trade this. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. I sell more AMC. No, I already sold out all of it. But I grabbed a Tesla put. Don't trade it. Not a recommendation. Tesla January puts. I should have got more time, but I'm pretty much averaging on the one that I bought, but I got closer to the money now. So pretty much those are still down 40%. I only started with $800 on there, so I'm like, all right, I could get a little bit better on that. And then I like the momentum. The stock is going down. The puts are cheaper, and it covers enough time for some craziness. So we'll see. Again, I could be, usually I help out Tesla, so I may have just confirmed the end of the day run up here. We will find out, but I think even coming in, again, I bought a lot of calls here today. You should have just sold the one where you were up. Yeah, and now this is the same play, except I didn't. So pretty much if I sold out of the first one, I probably would have double dipped onto this one. You see what I'm saying? So I just didn't get to sell, so now I have double the exposure, but I'm cool with it. And NVIDIA getting clapped. Yeah, AMD, a lot of things just kind of sold off right there. We might get a little crazy. You seen Uncle buy the whole chain? I think he goes crazy. Uncle is a weird guy. He's like one of those types. He'll do that. Like he'll give me one of everything. So yeah, he can. I've seen him. He's calculated it. I don't know if he actually did it. He did the math once, and he was like, I literally could buy. He's like, why not run it? But I don't know what happened. I was like, you do you, man. I was like, just add to the long term. He's like, shut up. I taught you that. I was like, okay. Never mind. Like, all right, Uncle. Fair enough. Do you know when he'll be releasing them? No, I mean, they're almost done, all of them, but he has a lot. Like, I think you guys are going to be surprised. Like, in a weird way, it's good. Like, you haven't gotten too much Uncle this year, but like, man, I mean, there's at least a lot to look forward to. U.S. air travel seeing pretty robust recovery. TSA chief says he predicts brisk holiday season. Passenger levels will be closer to pre-pandemic levels. So watch if they go. Nvidia is getting clapped. Yeah, Nvidia is getting knocked. See, that was going to be one of my bounce plays. I don't even want to know. What did you do to Nvidia? Down 63%. So that's worse than the Tesla puts. Man, those were calls. Damn, those oracles dropped too. Yeah, we need a Powell run up or the Powell put. Howard Schultz, I think I need some coffee quick. Help me, I need coffee. Happy Vice up. Tell Uncle about the power of more frequent EPs. He was just, again, it's been a weird year for Uncle. He had to, we both had surgery, so he was out the game for a little longer than I was. I need PHILO. It's already there. Is it NVIDIA still painting? Yeah. NVIDIA is still painting, but it just looked like nothing was happening. Did NVIDIA come all the way back down? Yeah, it came right back down to the drop. Jeez. Coffee, got you. Thank you for your time. Jimmy, you've provided many coffees, my friend. God bless you and shout out to you. Or nah. Feel it, baby. It's Monday. You got 35 minutes left. 35 minutes left. I think you make money on deflationary trends in the following year. Pretty much in that case, you'd want to hold cash if you do believe they would come down. How do you have so much energy? It's the Holy Spirit, baby. God is good. We in the game. That's it. Life's good, man. That's it. Stay ready. Go to the gym too. Stay active. That's all. Just flip the switch. Everybody got a switch. You just got to flip it. I'm telling you. You could get hyped right now if you really wanted to. You could get hyped right now if you really wanted to. I'm telling you. I can feel it. You see, I'm about to start screaming. You know, and like I'm saying, you even know Uncle. I'm telling, because like the voice, you know, Uncle, I learned, because he could mess up his voice, and like I could get crazy too. It's a genetic thing. I'm just. That's it. Woo! Just unleash the inner Uncle. Reverse repo, SPY bouncing around. NVIDIA took the first sell. Let's see where this leads us. Apple's at the bottom here. Hold on. So let's see if Microsoft goes next, and then watch Facebook's leading a little bit. But Apple, that might be a canary. Apple. So slow for the end of the day. Just wait till the 10-minute rigged. I'm in the cult. Man, so SPY might come down again. Euro close is super low. Here's the Euro close, so we're still a point away from that, near the lows of the day. Just under 30 minutes or just above 30 minutes there. Sam is good. I think Sam, I'm praying as a biased bag holder that this becomes the new value play for 2021, because some people may like it. It's consumer cyclical. It has, it has a lot of the value comparative to where it was. It ran up a lot, so I'm hoping they go crazy on it. But it's good. It's holding up today with some of the names like Coca-Cola and some of the value stocks. So we will see. Close right above euro close. We'll see the final. I mean, just where we come in here. Apple's on the low side. The value stocks are making a run for it. So Coca-Cola, Procter & Gamble, anything holding up. I mean, Pfizer came down a little bit. So did Myrna, but they're making their run. Honeywell, haven't they been getting clapped? I think they're decent, but they were a little bit weird. SNDX, Syndax up 16. Oh, yeah, we saw that one. They just got like some FDA approval thing. Robinhood plans crypto with new gifting feature. So you could gift people crypto. What in the money laundering is this? Why don't you give us wallets, you stupid... Why don't, dude? What is it like? What do you mean crypto gifting feature? Just make a wallet. Just give me the wallet. I can fit. I'll gift. Don't worry. We'll gift it to everybody. I'm just saying. What do you mean gifting feature? You like that? What that is? What in the money laundering is this? This is a new gift feature to transfer cryptocurrencies. Man, Gensler already hates you. Okay, so let's just figure out, man. You don't have to pay transfer fees. Yeah, but this is just a scheme to make me never own anything on your I don't get it. They're like, yeah. We're going to get you the ability to actually own your crypto on our platform. But in the meantime, maybe you'd want everything like being able to own it, but never actually owning it. How does that sound, huh? It's just like owning it. RY, Royal Bank of Canada, they're getting clapped 3%. Yeah, gifting ebook trades. Yeah, what is this? Oh, man. Lots of premium coming in for Dish. Royal, what's going on with RY? 1530. When it says Royal Bank falls outpacing losses. Software AG impact with Silver Lake SI. Oh, it was Silver Lake, not Silver Gate. Apple's hitting a low. Oh, excuse me. SPY coming down here a little bit. Why ETH getting hit so hard? Profit takers is the answer for today. That's what Wall Street is saying for every asset. Anything that went down today after everybody was gassed up off the CPI, the answer is profit taking. So there is Powell, but everybody knows what to expect, apparently. So we'll see. But other than that, it's profit taking. That is today's narrative for why you got. If you're not picking up DraftKings, when would you? With enough time, I mean, pretty much. I'm gonna pick up Airbnb at these, or I'm gonna pick up Uber at these prices before I go for DraftKings, because I think Uber is a lot. I feel safer building that one out. My face is still on my Instagram. Someone will delete that. Thank you for letting me know. Yeah, software. Apple Faces Pro. Nvidia, new low. Apple bouncing. Again, just a lot of things might just get wacky here at the close and move around. Because some stuff's leading, but then the index is just playing the game. We are on ice. Let me get my jacket on. It's cold. It got cold again. I had to take my jacket off. Whew. That photo of me. I know I look good, right? I've been working out, man. I've been working out. I've been breathing through my nose. So I look a lot, you know. I've been doing good. You know what I'm saying? Why do you care so much about your Instagram? Why do you care so much about me caring so much about my Instagram? See? That's what Jesus would have hit you with. You know what I'm saying? Answer with the question. Because that's a good question, though, I would say, too. Because then it means both of us have some sort of commitment, if you really think about it. I told my kids to start good. You hooked them up, man. Just tape their mouth shut. Just be like, nah. Be like, y'all need like 3 hours of nose breathing on the day, please. You are island by. I look taller in that pic. Yeah, the camera makes me look a lot taller. Monthly expiration. It's here. Panel rights to Berkshire, Disney, Boeing, Exxon. Also asked for data. Oh. Island Chad. That was a good one. Tesla holding. Apple mini bounce. Microsoft moving. Facebook slipped. What a day. What a day. Could we say Merry Christmas? Yeah, bro, it's Christmas, right? Merry Christmas. Unless, man, time's been flying by. You know what I'm saying? Times fly by, so. SPY coming back. Let's see the dollar at the end of the day. Lilly announces 15% dividend boost. We like dividend boost. I don't know if that was already expected or announced. Thanks for unblocking you. It took like 10 months. Yeah, man, you're a good guy. You went a little crazy on me at the beginning of the year, but other than that, man, I mean, it's all love all the time. That's it. So it's good, man. I hope you've been doing good. Santa rally is still, I mean, again, we're on ice. We're on ice. We're on ice, baby. Do you unban my other account? What do you mean? You got banned? Get him! Get him! No. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to go through. I already did it a couple days ago. But we have to, I have to just clear out all the bans. But then anything, I mean, usually there's some that, if that's between you and YouTube. It was an old me. It was like Troy Londman. Just different. It was just like Troy Londman. He didn't post news. He would just like talk shit. Oh man, that's crazy. Roy, Troy Yenman, Troy Lemon. Roy Lenman. We all got that one clapped account from years ago too. Yeah, it happens. Sam Safe Haven. It's because you can't sell off Sam anymore when it's already sold for 7 months straight. That's why I'm like, that's how you know it could be a value play or safe haven, because everybody already, they tax loss year, they harvested losses the whole year on this shit. That's why it's like, it's an easy value. Anything that it got beaten up so much, like you can't even like what are you gonna do? It's bruised, it's beaten, it's fractured. You can't even like. All you could do is buy it when the market goes down. I'm losing my job this week. I need some positivity in my life. Well, listen, man. The Lord, He will let the good seeds grow. Okay? So, you know, there's chances are it's probably going to lead you to something a lot better. I wouldn't doubt it. I personally wouldn't doubt it. That's between you, God, your faith, all that. But, like, I personally wouldn't doubt it. I'm just saying the good seeds are allowed to grow. So if that's what's growing, that means it has to lead to good. You know what I'm saying? Oh, they don't feel me. That's PHILO. I'm just saying. Eduardo. Welcome, my friend. Sell in April and go away for Sam. Maybe. It could be. It's just been so, like, all the worst possible things have been priced into Sam. So at this point, I mean, coming into next year, they sandbagged the whole entire year. You know what I'm saying? So the odds of them doing better next year are 100% higher than this year. Again, I mean, if they end up doing worse, it'd be crazy. But they've already double warned. They've double guided lower. Like, it has gotten as worse as it could possibly get. So that's why. So I don't know about next year sell in May, or because it just, again, comparing year over, the bar is set very low for Sam right now, comparatively. So everybody else is freaking out selling. Sam got ahead of it by a year. So again, it could be bad. It doesn't mean that like the company is going to justify a way higher valuation. But what I'm trying to say is that it's sandbag. The guidance is not even sandbag because the stock is down a lot. But it's just that you have an easier bar to beat next year. Powell is on Wednesday. Amen. Something better waiting if you fired happened last year. Amen. 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 Mm-mm. 20 minutes, 1 billion on the buy side, early market close. Tyson's still running again. A lot of the value stocks from today are just killing it. UWMC shorted over 15. Oh, it actually went down today. I'm surprised with TLT and everything else. So that kind of spooked a little bit. Gotta say, you've been depressed just listening to you last week. Today, I'm feeling good, baby. Let's go. Flip this switch. Stay in the game. You still in the game. You still in the game, man. Like I said. So you were close, but I'm just saying, when you get close to giving up and then you stay with it, that's how it gets ingrained. You know what I'm not still. I got fired, then fell cold. Life's better. Maybe not money-wise, but better almost every other department. Oh, the seed. Just keep watering the seed, baby. Keep watering it. Keep watering it. Yeah, this is not the week to give up. It's just going to get wild. I mean, again, I think everyone's getting iced. Wednesday will be the key. Tomorrow, I don't know what it holds, but I'm assuming we're going to be range-bound again. It would be exciting if it did pick up. It could shake people at the last moment. But we'll see. ASAM positive comments. ASAN can move 100% or 50% if it's not reacting to his comments there. But if we do get an uptick, ASON on the upside could be fire. Musk says Doge is better to buy things than with Bitcoin. This guy, Elon, why do you always do it when crypto's down? God damn it, Elon. Is this because I bought 2 puts in 2 weeks? Is that why? Really? Really? You're losing on it too, asshole. God damn it. Why don't you say this when it's at 70,000? Not at God, this guy's. It's okay. What, did Grimes hit you back up or something? The Grimes probably hit him up. That's it. Now he get reckless with the Twitter. That's it. I agree. I don't like buying things. Well, guess what? You know what? I got one. Well, let me see the quote. What did he say? He says, Musk says Dogecoin is better to buy things with than Bitcoin. All right. Gas is more efficient than driving with electricity. Okay? See, we all know these things. You know what I'm saying? We know these things. We know about Bitcoin. We know. Just shh. We don't need it right now. We already know. Okay? We already know. Okay? We know. So shh. We don't need to talk. Let's just live and let live, you know? I'm not that mad about Elon. Don't worry. I love you, Elon. It's all good vibes, baby. Don't worry. Don't worry, man. You know? You're doing a lot better than earlier this year, okay? So keep up the good work, Elon. Okay? Thank you. Read the room. Apple, another low. Apple, SPY, no, go with it though. Facebook still holds SPY a little bit. There, Microsoft's coming now. You're 5 minutes away from 10-minute rig, 15 minutes left. Facebook's holding up the best. Tessie's coming back down. Bristol Myers still going up. They had the buyback news. Coca-Cola, all the value plays still hitting. Silvergate dropping. Oh, it's on the low. BZ on the high. Just watch. Apple, it's weird. I think if Facebook gives, Apple's hitting the low ticker right now. Walmart, is it still gassing? Yeah. Every day at 12. Apple's really selling off, but Facebook and some of the other ones are holding up. So it's like, it's very, very weird. Watch GME and AMC if those go down now. Yeah, watch out for that. GME, again, this is part of that whole selling. I mean, where's Tesla then? Pretty much in a weird way, I see Tesla as the high-quality GME. In a weird way, where if there really is profit-taking, people are going to go for the small-cap ones that went crazy first. That's what people are talking about. But then GME is kind of, again, piggy bank type vibes. Piggy bank type beat. TLT's coming down, though, which is interesting. But SPY didn't move off that. Apple printed the low ticker. Couple things moved down. Nvidia's still coming. Roblo got a little bounce there. Interesting move. Watch if Facebook slips. Microsoft did a little bit. I think Facebook is... Yeah, that's just holding up that gives us a half a point. If Facebook goes down 1%, it'll knock us half a point on the SPY. Is it harder for the market to go down compared to 2001 or 2008? It's all the same. It's just a matter. It's just slow to really see a market come down and everything to play out. That's why, like, again, what I showed in 2013, the exact same reaction happened on the SPY, and that was 8 years ago before a lot of this tomfoolery, if you really think about it. So it's like in 2013, you would still drop 10%, and a week later, you would be back up to all-time highs. It's the same exact environment you have today. So it's just what is going to make it drop it. It just takes a lot of time. Apple's still selling off. Apple's selling off big now. I don't know if those puts ended up coming back up. No, it's still down 39 on the weekly. The other ones are clapped. SPY puts. Did the IWMs go down? Yeah, those are down 3 now. CEAC still going. Some more Apple. So Apple selling, Tesla bouncing, GME at a new low, AMC going to follow. Microsoft selling now too. Weird moves. SEAC up 108% now. Emerging markets, if Powell's really aggressive, I mean, rate hikes, when we hike rates, it's going to clap emerging markets. That's the whole China strategy. That's why China has to ease. Roblo's still going, as he should. As a true safe haven, he should. But Apple, Microsoft selling now. We're starting. Okay, look at the low tickers. This 10-minute rigged. You're 1 minute before it. Oh, well, you're coming down a lot. But not everything's moving. It's really Apple, Microsoft starting to give up now. Watch if Facebook does, but barely. This is the 10-minute rig, but it looks like it's a lot of various names here. Yeah, like even bonds aren't moving that aggressive. It's just the 10-minute move mixed in with your laggers and leaders just taking that other move. SPY coming down. Here's the 10-minute rigged. That was a pretty big one. See if we close that Euro close or like slightly above it. Yeah, some names are holding this. Some are kind of giving up. We're right above it. So like 467.10, 467.05. That seems to be Euro close. And NVIDIA is knocked off. NVIDIA, they went for the jugular. Where's Quali? Tesla. 4 names went down. No, I think it's a lot of the middle market again. That's why like GME and AMC, I mean, that's telling you something there. It's about to be 1%, 0.75%, SPY and Dow, 1% on the NASDAQ. Again, and we're right above Euro close. Apple is still painting 175 now, but again, your put premiums. I guess some of the weeklies are kind of creeping up, but I wouldn't go too crazy with those. Apple. Final shakeout till we move. Roblox move in still. That's good. It's good if it does. We're still coming down. We got a 1/4 point from Euro close. 8 minutes left. Facebook's holding though. That's a really big hold. I mean, especially from the last couple days. I guess it's just holding that equilibrium. Another leg lower. You're coming towards European close. If we sell off into another low, that's going to be ugly. That's going to be ugly. There's Microsoft going even lower. The IWMs now are positive. They were up a lot more, though. And then the SPY. So the SPY and IWM puts are kind of catching up to each other because now the IWMs aren't as much up as much, but now the SPYs are starting to click up a little bit there. But not everything moved on that. I mean, Tesla pretty much stayed pinned. NVIDIA keeps selling over there. Facebook. I think Facebook will be a real key right here. Just because it's really held up. But now you're right at Euro close. 7 minutes left. FB, AMD. Even Abivi came below VWAP. See, I think a lot of this move, it brought even some of the leaders up there. And then some of the names that were really down, they keep plummeting. Right at Euro close. You can still get another bounce here in 5 minutes. SMH on the low. Someone says Snap. Nah, Snap is holding up VWAP. That one, thankfully, Snap, Roblo, Airbnb. Airbnb is kind of struggling. Uber holding up because Uber's already been pummeled. That's what I've been saying. It's one of those. That's why I was like, I'll just take it here. I feel like Uber got the beating out of everybody. SPY new low. Oh my gosh. Again, watch out for that level. I just don't forget right here. I mean, 466. You're about to hit a new low. We are now below the Euro close. Oh, that flip. See, Facebook's starting to go now. What's BZ? Konzuin Unlimited. BZ's ripping there, but everything's starting to give up now. I think everything's going to start taking a candle on that. Microsoft bouncing. So is Roblox or Apple at the bottom. But this is European close. I mean, anything below here. Woo, you got like another half point. Damn. Even one more. That's what's happening. I think a lot of the names that were up, that's what's contributing to it. It's not as if just Apple and Microsoft brought this down, but then some things just that were even doing good, they chilled out a little bit. This is going to be fun for tomorrow. Tomorrow it'll just be active first hour again, and then we might just get cucked the rest of the day. Again, 460.50. So it's a third away from that low. Watch, we might get a bounce 5 minutes. BZ was just ripping on the high. There it is. Watch for 466.50. Or just even 466 flat. It's a weird range. It's a weird range. SPY, CRM almost red. Facebook moving a little bit more. Watch if Apple and Microsoft take another low. It's like 466.50. Then the other close is 466.29. See, it wants to fight. It wants to fight. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're making our final approach here. As we make our final approach, if you guys are holding on to any bags, please stow them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seat. We'll be coming through the aisles with a trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. We got a little bit of turbulence coming into the landing, so as a reminder, your long-term flotation device should be under your chair. That should protect you in the event of a crash landing, but looking like it should be good, just a little bit bumpy. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal in description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 5 p.m. Pacific time, and then we're going to be taking out promptly around 6:10 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. As we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport, it is about 55 degrees and cloudy. Not looking like a good day to vacation, but San Diego's always a beautiful city, so you should enjoy it. And unfortunately, we are still under COVID guidelines, so please make sure all masks are worn and exit one row at a time. As always, we appreciate your guys' business. If you're interested in your Colt Rapid Rewards program card, please flag down your flight attendant, and we'll get that to you as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the Colt, and hopefully you have a wonderful evening. Oh, yeah. Don't forget the Abbey Vi-10. I know. Hopefully I remember. I'll get you some good Abbey Vi-10. Baby, bring it home. You got a minute and a half left. Spy wants. It's creeping. It's creeping, but it's not enough. It's creeping, but it's not enough. It's creeping, but it's not enough. What's going to happen? What's going to happen? Oh, no. We don't know. We don't know. Oh, man. Oh, man. Let's see. Wow. Very, very eventful 10 minutes there, huh? Isaac, baby, what's up? Welcome, my friend. Welcome. 1 minute! Woo! Talk about a Monday, huh? Oh, that was beautiful. That's a Monday for you. Let's go, baby. Wrap it up. Put it in the books. We're going lower and lower. It's never good to close, though. Down Monday. Down Monday, we see what happens down Friday, but this is an ugly close. This is not. You do not want to sell off into the red. Give me at least a fake green candle. Give me a fake green candle. You got like 20 seconds left. Wrap it up. 15 seconds left. Uh-oh. Oh, come on. It's going to go to the left. Oh, that's not good. That's ugly. That's ugly. Go both ways. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding, 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 ding. Horn. Let's go, baby. We did it. We made it. We did it. We made it. Ladies and gentlemen, that's it. 7 hours in the books. Is it moving after hours? Oh, it might move a little bit. That was ugly. Wow. Everything down. No 1% except for the NASDAQ and the small caps. But that's it, ladies and gentlemen. Come on. I need a GG in the chat. Hold on. Before you go, you can't leave without a GG. Chat, hold on. Okay, you can't leave. You cannot leave without a GG. We need a GG in the chat. Come on, baby. We need a GG. What do we look? Oh, 2.2 thousand likes. Shout out to Cole and thank you before you go. I got a special message for you. I got something for you, but GG. Okay, I don't care if you're bearish or bullish. We need to bring back the sportsman-like culture to the game, okay? Because some people talk reckless. Some people talk crazy. This is how you cleanse those sins right here. You got to hit a GG. That's all I'm telling you, you know? So then it's like, hey, you know, I was talking shit in the chat. Oh, yeah, I was putting collar. You know, just GG. At least you know what I'm saying? It's okay. You might have fouled hard a little bit during the game. You may have said something, you know, money was on the, but we need a GG. You know, it's over now. It's over. Just GG. Come on. Come on, I need good sportsman-like conduct here, okay? Just GG. That's all. It's simple. That's it. GG, baby. GG. That's it. But ladies and gentlemen, that's the day, man. God bless you. I hope you had a wonderful time. I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did. But ladies and gentlemen, before you get going, let me just tell you thank you. Thank you for being here, baby. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. If you put me on in your car, your speakers, your work, I don't know where it was, but you put me on, man. You gave me an opportunity. I appreciate you. Even if you weren't that positive, you know, you still gave us a shot. So God bless you. Big shout out to all the people who shared the stream and posted, baby. Okay, we get to this point by you guys. That's it, man. It's all word of mouth. So big shout out to the people putting us on every single day. I love you. God bless you and thank you. We can never repay you, but big shout out to you. Big shout out to the members out there. You see them rocking the badge. You see the green names. You see the badges. They looking pretty, baby. They looking pretty, you know. They hold it down. We never asked them for anything. We didn't ask them to. We don't even give the greatest perks out there, but they still hold it down. And on top of that, a big majority of them make sure that all of their communications are gracious, baby. They a good beacon. They a good representation of the coast. So members, God bless you and thank you, baby. Thank you for holding it down. Thank you guys for also contributing and making sure that you represent it positively. You know what I'm saying? I hope you're ready. I hope you're ready. Okay, look at that. Look how much time you've been in the game. You got a badge to just tell you how long. Look at that. Isn't that funny? There's people below you and above you too. Think about that. Yo, you got the all-seeing eyes. Then you got the Elons. Then you got the moons. Then you got a couple ponies. Oh, they don't feel me, man. They don't feel me. They don't feel me, man. You know what I'm saying? They can't. They don't feel that. They don't feel that. You know what? Oh, man, that's beautiful. That's beautiful, bro. Wait, where is it? Where is it? I can't find it. Oh, I need to see something. Hold on. Wow. Hold on. I was getting something ready for you. I wanted to see. Where is it? Is it on there? I can't find it. I don't know where it went. I don't know where it went. SPY? Is SPY going down? Oh, it is selling a little bit post-market here. But big shout out to the members, baby. God bless you. Seriously, man. Thank you for every single one of you. Keep it up, man. You see how long you've been in the game. Keep pushing. You got to stick to the mission. Let it get ingrained in you. But I appreciate all of you, and I hope you guys are ready for another exciting year and a good close to this one. Big shout out to the stream alerts, baby. All the people holding it down, supporting the channel, and hopefully we've been helping them out if they can't be here, you know. And big shout out to everybody with all of it. You know what I'm saying? Some people holding it down. They even in here all the day. So I hope you're making the most of it, and I hope it's hitting, baby. So we love you, and God bless you. And last but definitely not least, man, don't ever forget, we don't care who you are. We don't care what it is, man. We built this thing on love, okay? That's all we built this on. We never asked for anything. We never expect you to do anything. If you don't got stream alerts, if you don't got the membership, that should never make you feel some type of way, and I hope you know you could get just as involved as anybody else, okay? For real, and that's facts. So all the people, it don't matter who you are, man. If you come in here and you show with appreciation, you come with the attitude to learn and better yourselves, and even make sure the people around you, you know, you playing that good seed so the crosswind. Oh, yeah, don't forget about that, baby. Don't forget about that. Don't forget. I'm just saying, we love all of you, baby. That's all we need. That's all we need. If you come with the attitude, ready to learn and ready to get better, watch. See if we don't meet you there. See if we don't meet you there. And honestly, come with the attitude. Honestly, you may come with the negative attitude like you want to get shit talk. You may get met with shit talk. Honestly, it's a weird way how it works, you know. I'm working on it. You know, I haven't been clapping, but I'm just saying, you're going to get whatever you put into this call. I promise you. It's very, very simple, man. If you come with us ready to learn, you got questions, you want to get better, you got some plays, I'll answer all those questions. If you want to clap, I'll probably clap you back. It just all depends. We don't want to, man. It's all love, though. But you see what I'm saying? You will get what you put in, baby. So God bless all of you, and thank you for the ones who put in a good effort. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? That's all it is. So I love you, baby. God bless you. Thank you for holding it down. Okay, check out all the other links. First link for that Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. Second link for that Nightly Watchlist and main channel. Don't miss it. I made a lot of plays today, surprisingly. We got a little bit more both ways, so stay in the game, baby. Stay in the game. Third link for that membership badge. Shout out to all the members again. Fourth link for that March. And then the new channel is called Real Estate, code PHILO, code CARS. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. We made a long-term edition, so I'm going to post all of these portfolio on the Instagram so you can see it. So be there, okay? Be there or be square. Be there or be square. You know what I'm saying? Be there or be square. So hopefully we see you there. But follow me there. I love you. Shout out to everybody on there. And then the option trading video, one of the best. If you watch this video, I've said this many, many times. Again, it's been a week so far, but you will learn a lot from this video. I'm telling you, everybody likes it. It will teach you a lot about options, so check it out. And if you watch this video and do not learn anything, I myself personally, I'm going to get, and you're going to be able to keep it. So it's very, very simple. So like if you watch that video and don't get anything out of it, I'm going to give you a brand new, and you will be able to just do whatever you want with it. So that's up on you, man. Again, I think it's a very good offer. Again, it's completely free, a brand new. And you'll just, again, that's up to you. I don't know why nobody's taking advantage of it yet. It gets really, really weird, man. So, but just, that's that video. It's in the description. So watch that video and you'll watch. Just watch what happens, man. Watch what happens. Oh, you see, you got yours. Yeah, see, I'm telling you, I've followed through with it. I followed through with it. I don't want to talk about it because every time I say I'm going to give it brand new, everybody starts tripping out, and then nobody does it. Like everyone gets excited, but then they never do it. And it's just so weird. So that's why I don't like talking about it. But you can check that out, how option pricing works, how to set up our long-term portfolio. This is a very, very good one. Shout out to long-terms, baby. Don't worry. Get ready. I mean, you closing out the year. Don't let the rest of the year distract you. We've been adding, and it's been growing. So get ready, baby. Get ready. It's going to do its thing. We got another year. More planting, baby. Let the good seed grow. Oh, they don't feel me. But finally, like we said, man, we don't got really anything in this description. Nothing too crazy. I mean, we got the stream alerts, but we don't have any affiliate links. We don't really want anything from y'all except a smile and a good attitude, and for you to have a positive impact on this community as well as your community that you deal with on a day-to-day basis. Oh, y'all don't feel me. I'm just saying we love y'all. So we know affiliate link in the description, but what we do got is a prayer request wall. So this is my affiliate link, essentially. You know what I'm saying? It's that thing where it's like I want you to click it, but I gotta like persuade you to click it, and I get a benefit off of it. Instead, I don't make money. I don't make money per prayer request, but I like to think I'm in an MLM with the Lord Jesus Christ. So I'm trying to, build up my left and right leg. You know what I'm saying? But for real though, no joke. All jokes aside, and hopefully you realize it's not that deep, man. But me and my mom, we do this every single day, every single weekend. Honestly, for the last couple months, y'all been getting prayed for every single day. I hope you know that. I hope you know that. Okay. I hope you know that. I've been praying for y'all every single day. We cracking them open, man. We get in there. We sending a lot of love and prayers to every single one of y'all. So this is what we do, man. Me and my mom, we want to root for you. That's it. It's very, very simple. We want to put your jersey on our back, send good vibes your way. We hope that good's coming to you, and if not, we hope that you'll get through anything. But we rooting for you, baby. All I ask, and this is probably if you ever want to get me anything for Christmas, you guys know I'm the easiest person for Christmas. Man, y'all ain't realize it, man. Y'all ain't realize. You're gonna realize I'm a good friend to have. You should wish, honestly, like if you were like, you would wish I was your boyfriend or girlfriend, because I'll make it simple. All I want for Christmas is for you to pray for me, man. That's it. That's it. That's all I want. That's all. Just pray for me. Pray for me and my family, and open up Proverbs. That's all I need. That's all I could ever be given right now. That's the only thing I could see with value. That's the only thing in this life I see with value, okay? That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. So you go. Get me that for Christmas. Pray for me. Maybe you're generous. Pray for me a lot. If you haven't read Proverbs, go open it up. Proverbs is a book about business and money. Watch. You go watch. You think I'm talking Bible hoopla? Open up that book. If you don't learn anything about money or how to move, I will be shocked. Then you can slap me. I'll let you slap me. I'll fly you out to slap me in the face. If you go and read Proverbs and if nothing puts you on game, and if you read Proverbs and it doesn't change how you move a little bit, there's no slight adjustments into how you do it, I'll fly you out first class, and I'll let you slap me in the face. Okay? I promise you. I promise you. Watch. Just watch. But that's all I want for Christmas, okay? So read the book, pray for me, baby. We going to keep praying for you. Shout out all the Chads, man, and we hope you've been doing good, and thank you for all the people who have been praying. I hope you know I appreciate you, baby. I appreciate you. We are blessed to be surrounded by some spiritual-ass people. You know it? Honestly, and people who aren't like so crazy caught up in it where they acting like Pharisees. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling you, we're surrounded by some beautiful people here. All the people that I could share the words of wisdom with. All the people that I could talk about the spirit with. I hope you know what I'm saying? I don't think y'all feel me, man. I appreciate that so heavily. So heavily. So God bless you. You know that? Because honestly, there's a lot of stuff in the world. People need to, everybody got new ideas. There's all of this. But man, it's like you just can't get away from it, bro. There's a living truth. You know what I'm saying? It's called the Biblioteca. You see, and you even know what I'm talking about. It's the living truth, the Bible, baby. You know what I'm saying? In fact, I could share that with people, and even the people who ain't fully down with it, but they're able to express themselves in love, and they're able to actually, share a meaningful connection and conversation. You know what I'm saying? I don't think they feel me, man. I don't know. So I appreciate it. So God bless you. I hope you realize it's very rare in 2021. There's not too many people that I could spend time, or I could spend 7 hours a day with and go about, what's going on with the world, what's going on, trying to get better with finances, talk about this, and at the same time, still be able to share what God is doing. Y'all don't... So let's go, baby. Let's keep sowing the seeds. Okay? Let's keep sowing the seeds. How does that sound? Let's go. But you ready? I was the PHILO. That's it. Just remember, God don't give seed to the sleeper. He don't give seed to the complainer. No, he gives seed to the sower. So keep on sowing, baby. And remember, like I said, it's very simple. Just keep going. You already doing good. Keep going. Let it get ingrained in you. Okay? Let it get ingrained in you. You've committed to something. You should have been washed out a long time ago. You should have been distracted from it a long time ago. You should have been bitter about this a long time ago. I'm just saying, you're here for a reason. I'm just saying, the Father sees good works, and the Father lets good seed grow. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. The Father lets good seed grow. So whatever it is right now, I'm just telling you, because here's the problem. I'm going to tell you right now, just don't, y'all, you need to have a little faith with it because you're going to be quick to judge it, okay? But don't judge the seed as much as you're judging who's giving it to you. Oh, you okay? Did you hear what I'm saying? Because I'm just saying, just listen. This is simple logical reasoning, okay? Because you're going to see a seed, but you're not going to know if it's good or bad just yet. I'm just trying to put you on game. It's like the yield curve. You'll see the seed and something comes from the seed, but even when something comes out of the seed, you will not know if it's good or bad just yet. Believe me, it takes some time. That's why I'm just trying to tell you. If it's still growing and whatever it is that's being allowed to grow, he's only going to let good seed grow. Okay, you do get what I'm saying? That's why he said someone's like, I got fired. But I'm just saying, if that seed is still growing and that's where things are growing in that direction, it's probably good seed. Just watch. Just don't worry about it. You know what Woo! Oh, I hope they feel me. I hope they feel me. I hope they feel me. You know what I'm saying? I really hope they feel me, man. Oh, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling you that one blew my mind. I'm just saying. So watch the seeds, everything that's being allowed to grow in your life. It has to be good. Just watch because again, do you know what the whole thing I talked about with PHILO today was? You don't realize what it's about. Do you realize it's about fruit? You know that? I could give you a whole separate one. You know, it's all about fruit. That's it. The ups and downs, right? That's all about fruit. Because what happens? The tree, you plant the seed, right? Then the seed grows. And then it grows, and then it starts to produce fruit. That's some of you guys. Some of you planted a seed, you grew, and then you got your first little batch of harvest. And then what happens? What happens after the first harvest? What happens as the tree already starts growing? Oh, come on, humor me. What happens next? What happens next? Nike acquires RTFKT. What happens next? Nah. It grows. Nah, you trim it. Oh, you trim it. You prune the tree. Come on, don't tell me you haven't read that before, right? You know they prune it, right? He said he's gonna prune you. That's what's happening. Oh, so you grow and then you get cut up a little bit. Then you get trimmed a little bit. It brings you down a little bit. Lets you humble yourself a little bit. Lets you learn some things. Then you see what I'm saying? Then you get trimmed up a little bit. You cut out the bad things you don't need. And then what happens? Then you go up again. And then you repeat that process a couple of times. Yeah, you got to prune for expansion. Uncle told you that. Uncle did tell you that. You see, and then that's the ups and downs. You see, and you know how many people quit during pruning? You know how many people, they getting pruned and they think they getting attacked? They're like, no. And they think, oh, it's never going to work out. I'm never going to. Oh, no, you getting pruned so it could grow. And it's going to be bigger than the first growth that you saw. Every time you prune it, it gets bigger than the last time. Oh, y'all don't feel me. That's all we were talking about. You realize that? That's all about today. Oh, man. Oh, I'm just saying, all of that is all about today. That's all the ups and downs and staying with it and getting ingrained. Because when some of you now, you getting trimmed, but you know it now. And now you like, ooh, okay, I'm getting trimmed. Okay, I'm not going. It's just this is the pullback because the So let's go, baby. It's game time. Oh, it's your birthday, Arturo. Happy birthday. I love it, man. End of the day, we didn't get one all day, man. You are the birthday. Oh, I love it. Love it. So are you guys ready? Did you get the PHILO now? You feel good? I'm just saying. I hope you're ready, though. I'm just, the seed. You know, he sees good. I just hope you know he sees good. And keep planting good, okay? Okay, keep planting good, okay? Keep planting good. That's all you got to do. If you could do that, then we are good to go. That's it. You keep planting good. You let it sit there. If the seed is allowed to keep growing, that's it. Anything, because what's yours ain't yours. It'll get removed. But if it's allowed to grow, it may look bad, but I'm just saying, if that's the seed that's growing, there's something in there. I love it. So God bless you, baby. I hope you're ready. I hope you're ready. It's game time. So go read the books. Richest Man of Babylon, Strangest Secret in the World, Proverbs New Living Translation, Lead the Field by Earl Nightingale. Okay, if you're feeling a little bit aggressive, okay? Okay, that's all you got to do. That's all you got to do. But we love you all, okay? And I'll just give you one. I'll just give you a little bit. I'm telling you, this hook, bro, it just gets me in the gym. This is how you gonna end it.
Tryna hit big, but it's SGDCULT. My team so different. Off me, y'all weak. I think they speak more than they do and live it. I can't be moved. They think they cool when shit get hot. I'm chillin'. Feel out to cruise. I cannot lose because I'm on that mission. Tryna hit big, but it's SGDCULT. My team so different. Off me, y'all weak. I think they speak more than they do and live it. I can't be moved. They think they cool when shit get hot. I'm chillin'. Feel out to cruise. I cannot lose because I'm on that mission. Tryna hit big, but it's SGD. I can hit 100 layers before you hit that 3. I ain't do no innovating. I just watered that tree. Got a little bit.
That's it. You just get the hook for now. That's it. Uncle is gonna get mad. That's it, baby. That's it. Just get ready. You got the whole day to finish out, baby. You know exactly what you gotta do. That's it. See, small good decisions, and do not despise the day of of anything small. Small beginning, small anything. God never looked down at small, so you're not allowed to. That sounded you're not allowed to. I'm just saying. I hope I could get it to you. In a way, just you're not allowed to. I'm just saying you're not allowed to despise small. So whatever you got to do the rest of the day, I don't care if it's small or big. The small stuff, do it like it's big. The big stuff, do it like it's small. You know why? Because guess what? We treat all this. Oh, come on. Woo! I'm just saying, baby. I'm just saying. Yeah, Nike acquired RTFKT. So let's go, baby. That's it. Go. Finish and drive. Wake up and drive. That's how you do it every single day. So let's go, baby. You're not a chameleon. You already know. I hope you threw out an air freshener last week. You know what I'm saying? I hope you threw out something last week. And there's a lot that we talked. There's a lot. And did you get some rest over the weekend too? You think I forgot? I hope you didn't forget. Before I get going, because I already know you're getting brainwashed for drive. Don't worry, I'm gonna keep reminding you. I'm gonna make sure you don't forget. But I'm just saying, I hope you at least maybe you thought a little bit about the paradox. Oh, you threw that and the bath. Oh, let's go. She got the whole car detailed. She said, oh no, we start brand new. Take it to the little vacuum thing. Oh man, let's go, baby. I worked all weekend. I did too, but you could still be rested. Oh, you see what I'm saying? That's what we're going to get to. Watch, the pruning's going to take you there. You're going to be able to work all day and still be rested. You're going to be resting while you work. Oh, I don't think they feel me. I don't think they feel me, man. Woo! Oh, uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. 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 So that's it, baby. That's game time. Oh, Giovanni, day 4, baby. Oh, you made it right at the bell. You were busy, but you still made it. That's what up. Day 4, baby. Day 4. Horn. Day 4. Day 4. I made it late, but I still made it. It was a close one. Day 4, I realized how hard it was for Bradley to be so consistent. I'm looking up for day 5, and it will be a good one. God bless you, baby. I love you. It's game time. Okay, that's it. That's it. One more Uncle Hook. That's all I got is that, man. All I got is trying to hit big, but it's SGD. That's a good. I'm telling you, this in the gym, I like it. I could give you one more, then we gotta go. That's it. Oh, is it on? No? It's good.
It's a call, baby.
Just work out to this right now. Go do push-ups. Go.
Tryna hit big, but it's SGD.
Come on, push-ups. Come on.
My team so different. Off me, y'all weak. I think they speak more than they do and live it. I can't be moved. They think they cool when shit get hot. I'm chillin'. Feel out to cruise. I cannot lose because I'm on that mission. Tryna hit big, but it's SGD. CULT. My team so different. Off me, y'all weak. I think they speak more than they do and live it. I can't be moved. They think they cool when shit get hot. I'm chillin'. this SGD. I can hit 100 layers for you.
Woo! I'm telling you, if you all don't hit PRs to that, I'm just saying, watch, you're going to sing along with it. That's what I kept doing. And I'm telling you, it's going to hit you in the gym. That one is strictly for the gym. You know, you could wake up to it too, but I'm just saying, that one, if y'all don't hit PRs, I don't doubt you won't, because I'm just saying, that one, woo! You going to say it, bro. You going to say it. You going to be like, they're trying to hit big, but you know, you going to be, you like, off me, y'all weak. I think they speak more than they do. I want to work out now. I have to take my jacket off now. Woo! Game time, baby. So God is good. God bless you. And don't forget why we're here and why we keep going and why we excited for the end of the year and the new one that's already started and why we know if the seed allowed to stay, baby, that's the, good seed. It's a lot of growth. But why do we do it, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Woo! Try to hit big, but it's SG. All right, I love you all. God bless you. Have a wonderful evening. I'll see you on the watch list, and I'll see you tomorrow morning. Peace out. Oh, hey, wait, Josh. I want to small good decisions, pony. Okay, love you. Bye.